Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallows here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they swept the New York Mets over the weekend, and they were all blowouts. 9-1 on Friday, 9-2 on Saturday, and 12-1 was the final score from Sunday. Pirates are going to start a series, a 3-game series. It begins tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. Pirates hosts this series as well. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Getting warm. Summertime, let's go. Schultz Ford, all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. What a store down there. Always at schultzford.com. Listen, Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about my great friends at Schultz Ford. And now that the weather's heating up, I had an idea. Why don't you get to one of these locations ASAP and see about a new Mustang? What a summer car. Oh, yeah, that could work for you. But they got so much more. A gigantic selection of inventory. There is that. All those locations. The customer service cannot be beat. How about mobile service? You get into that new car, and there's something they can fix right in your driveway. They'll do that. Also, pickup and delivery. Maybe they need to take it back to the shop and do something. They'll grab it. They'll bring it right back. Schultz Ford offers so much at all those locations. Get online right now. schultzford.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But He's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
That's right. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Thought I'd add a new little flavor in there to the intro. Little flavor of myself. A beat that I wrote on top of my U.S. Open greatness, if you forgot. Because I've been gone for a week. Actually, a little over a week. I was off last Friday, and then I took it the whole week last week. So 6 official business days. But yeah, my voice was caught in the U.S. Open intro video. NBC was kind enough to cut a clip from my show and use it without permission, which is fine. But caught me saying, 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station, from this show, because I say that on occasion when I introduce the show. And so I made a little intro parody of it. I hope you liked it. A little added flavor for Harry Callis. Little flavor of Harry Callis in there now for this early morning show. And something new. I felt like it needed to be freshened up a bit. So there's a new intro featuring me and stuff. Yeah, Pony never came out with any other evidence, and I know everybody's tired of talking about it, so I'm just going to move on from that. But, no further evidence has come out to suggest that I did anything, that anybody reached out to me, which is good. But yeah, I know everybody's tired of talking about that, so I'm not going to start your day off talking about that. There is plenty to address this morning, especially a lot to address for me, considering I haven't been here for a week. And, there's a few big pieces of news that I can talk about now because, again, I haven't been here for over a week. Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show, and look, he's been pretty solid to start his Steelers career here this offseason. But goes on Pat McAfee's show and says this will likely be his final season playing in the National Football League. So, there's that. This one hit me. Dave Parker, Pirates outfielder, 1979 World Series champion, passed away last week. Which is quite a shame because he was going to be inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. He still will be. He just, won't be alive to see that official ceremony. But, at least he passed away knowing that he was going to be inducted. So, bittersweet there. It's a shame, long battle with Parkinson's disease. So, may he rest in peace. That's one that kind of got me. He, the Parkinson's disease is tough. And, to fight so long, too. There have been people for years talking about him and his deservingness to be in the Hall of Fame. And we'll eventually see that again. He'll be done now that he's passed. Again, which is the really only shame of it. But again, at least he passed away knowing that he would be in the Hall of Fame. He just won't get to see that ceremony, which is the tough part there too. So may he rest in peace. And then how about this? The Pirates decided to beat the Mets by a lot this weekend, which was unprecedented. The Pirates outscored the Mets 30-4 throughout the 3-game series. The New York Mets could only score 4 runs against the Pirates across 3 games, and the Pirates scored 30. Pirates averaged 10 runs a game. 9 runs on Friday, 9 runs on Saturday, 9 runs yesterday, Sunday. Which just begs the question, what in the world happened? And everybody I saw on social media, I was checking X over the weekend. And if you noticed, even on vacation, I was still on X. I could not resist giving my thoughts on things. And, I just saw everybody freaking out because I didn't follow the games closely. I listened on the radio a little bit here and there when I was in my car. But yeah, over the weekend, I'm just seeing score updates about the Pirates and they're beating the Mets in lopsided scores. And yeah, they did it. I mean, it's interesting for sure. I mean, the Pirates stunned. I saw some videos too of the Mets broadcasters, and they were seldom happy with that performance. Which who would be happy with that performance? I mean, the Mets got embarrassed by one of the worst teams in the National League. So, yeah, it was interesting. Now, the Mets are still a game and a half back of the Phillies for first place in the National League East. So, unless they collapse further, they're likely to have a good shot to make the playoffs to this point in the season. I mean, there also still is a long season left to be played. See some Mets social media influencers online. There's one in particular, if you know him, you know him. Gets very animated with the losses for the Mets. He seems to think that they're not going to do well. Crowley got lightly into it with somebody on X about, somebody said, well, the Mets are going to be seeing the postseason and the Pirates aren't, so this series might not matter in the grand scheme of making the playoffs for the Mets. And Crowley was like, you sure? You sure about that? He responded with one of the gifts. So, I mean, the Mets right now in the hunt, in the running to make the playoffs. I mean, I guess that is a point. But the Mets do know how to collapse as well. They do know how to blow it. So, I mean, this may be the start of the end for them. Maybe the Pirates start that. Who knows? What does this series mean? Well, first, I mean, let me go back to that because I did want to talk about the Mets broadcasters. I heard Don Kelly has 16 wins now, managing home games for the Pirates, something like that. What happened? Honest to goodness, what does this mean? What can we take from this Pirates sweep? If you have any thoughts, 412-928-9370. One of the things when I hear stats like that, where Don Kelly is 16 wins now with the Pirates in home games, the Pirates look like they play more inspired baseball when playing at home. I was frustrated by the Brewers series because I wanted the Pirates to make whatever statement they could after they lost that series to the Cubs, that, the 4-game series. Was that? That was 2 weekends ago. Man. Yeah, time flew by for me. Again, I'm back from vacation. I was off for 6 business days. I was off for a long time. Yeah, so that series 2 weeks ago where they lost to the Cubs, I kind of wanted them to have some vengeance when they played the Brewers the following week. That was to start last week, so Monday the 23rd. They didn't win on the road. I wanted them to make some sort of statement to win a road series against a division opponent. They didn't. I was kind of disappointed. Then they come back home, and it's like, feelings are low, and they just decide to beat the hell out of the New York Mets. I think the Pirates like playing at home. I think the Pirates have, in recent history, the Pirates have been dreadful against absolutely dreadful against their NL Central opponents on the road. So, I mean, it makes sense that they didn't win. And then they come home and they play well at home. That's been proven. Under Don Kelly, they've been playing very well at home. Record shows it, and I guess this is no exception. So this is just one of those things that can make you feel good. You know, you get a nice weekend of baseball. The Pirates were hot this weekend, and I guess that's really all that means. I don't know how excited you can get in the grand scheme of Pirates baseball in 2025. But a team that is contending to be in the playoffs, Pirates beat them. By a lot. Again, outscored 30-4 throughout that 3-game series. It's just a shame that it doesn't mean a lot. But at least there is a bright spot this weekend. The Pirates are going to play the Cardinals. They're going to play another NL Central opponent, but this time they get them at home, so maybe the Pirates can do some damage against them. Cardinals right now are 47-38, 2.5 games out of the division lead. Pirates, the outlier in the NL Central, not in the race, not even close. Right now at 35-50, 14.5 back of the Chicago Cubs for first place. Give me a call. Tell me what you think. What does this series mean to you? Were you excited a little bit? We're also getting into trade deadline month as well. Tomorrow is July 1st, and the deadline, the MLB trade deadline's at the end of the month. So Ben Cherington also spoke on that. Just one of the many things that we can talk about this morning, because I'm catching up to all the Pittsburgh sports news that happened over the last week while I was off. So, what do you think the Pirates are going to do at the trade deadline? I know Noah Hiles came on the morning show. I heard him talk on Friday and talk about how there really isn't anybody who's off limits, and David Bednar and Dennis Santana especially could be on the trade block, and could be two individuals just start that the Pirates have heard interest from other teams about, and could very well be traded by the end of the month. So what do you think about all of it? What do you think about the series? What do you think about the MLB trade deadline? Let me know. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line that wants to talk. So good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. How you doing, buddy? This is GP from Gilpin.
Hello. What's up?
Hey, not too much. Hey, welcome back, man. Hope you had a good time on your trip there, bud.
I feel tremendous. I feel refreshed. I'm ready to get back to work, which I guess I've been talking for 18 minutes now, so I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I'll give you a breather. Hey, couple things. Don't get too excited. I mean, it's glad to see them win a few games, okay, but we can't get too excited. You got to hope that they can sustain this, see what they can do here next week or two. I mean, they'll probably today come out and get shut out, 1-0 or something. They'll probably get shut out. But as far as just a few things, and as far as the trade deadline, I hope they unload Santana and Bednar because we're not going anywhere this year. It's a good time to get rid of Santana. And then I don't know if you heard about Dave Parker, R.I.P., man. He's possibly the second greatest right fielder they've ever had. Did you hear about him passing on?
I did, yeah. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. Yeah, I gave him
I missed it, bud. I missed it.
It's all right. It's all right.
One more quick thing about the Penguins. What did you think about that draft? The two number one picks. What did you think of that? And I'll let you go, bud.
Thanks for the call. Yeah. Yeah, Penguin stuff. I did see a little bit of the draft. I'm all right with it. I'm not too disappointed. I didn't follow it in depth, though. I kind of looked at the names, and then I was like, all right, I'm good. Move on. Yeah, I mean, we can only wait and see. I mean, what's going to happen with that? I mean, they got picks. I'm all right with them. I mean, that's where I'm at right now. I'm just like, all right, it's okay. They're okay. We just got to see, though. I mean, draft picks, it's really hard to assess draft picks, and especially because hockey's not a sport where I'm super on top of. I think with any draft picks, though, you just have to wait and see how they develop, and then how they're able to play and translate to the NHL. So I mean, It's just a matter of time. We just got to wait. I mean, this is part of the waiting game. This is part of just watching the Penguins potentially struggle here now for the next several years, and just see how these guys develop and how fast they can get to the NHL and contribute to the Penguins. So, I mean, again, it's they got some picks in the first round, and just as a blanket statement, I'm good with them for sure. The NHL draft happened as well. I didn't mention that in the long list of things that I missed over the last week. A lot of newsworthy events happening over the last week. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. That's 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Talk to me about the Pirates, Steelers, Penguins, whatever you want. Let me know what you want to talk about, what you're thinking about, what happened over the last week. Got another caller? Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Cal. This is Donovan. How are you?
I'm feeling good this morning. What's up?
I missed y'all last week. Let me get that out the way. But I just want to know where the Pirates have been all season when they looked like this past weekend against the Mets. Like, I want that all season, not just for a series. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're not alone in that, Donovan.
And just one more thing. I agree, like, we could offload some players, but I don't see us offloading both Bednar and Santana because we still need a closer regardless of if we're going anywhere this season.
I hear you, and thank you for the call. I'll just counter that by saying that there are no leads to protect late if you don't have them. So, I mean, keeping a steady closing pitcher is not something that I am like. I'm not desperate to keep them. I mean, because what are you really saving this season? The Pirates have been pretty solid at developing and assessing closing pitching over the last several seasons. I mean, they've had pretty reliable closing pitchers. They've found guys. I mean, they found Bednar. They had, remember Richard Rodriguez. Remember that guy? You know, he was before them. The one closing pitcher I will not name because he did bad things in society. So, but found him. Found Melanson. They found guys. They've done well finding closing pitching. Like David Bednar is not the end game. Dennis Santana, while he's developed well, on the Pirates in his time on the Pirates, like he's not. I don't think he's their end game, their end closer. I don't think the Pirates need him. Like when I talk about the trade deadline for the Pirates this time around, like I'm not talking about. Let me start that over. When talking about the Pirates going into the MLB trade deadline, I am talking about, we're keeping anybody that they absolutely need to have that's a cornerstone of the team. And that's not very many players. And nobody in the bullpen, for me, is untouchable. Nobody. Everybody's out there because, again, like in the bullpen, like what are you protecting at this point in the season? The Pirates are 35-50. Like for them to have a shot to play any meaningful games, again, they would have to, I made this analogy at the beginning of the month, they would have to win 15 games in a row to get back to 500 at the least. And then it's July 15th. So they'd have to go on a crazy winning streak to be able to be competitive this season. So you don't need the relief pitching. And I love David Bednar. But, what is he doing for the Pirates anymore? Not a whole lot, especially because this season has been disastrous for the Pirates. They were non-competitive out of the gate this season. Dennis Santana, he's good, but is he a reliable closer? At this point, no. I think the Pirates need to invest their efforts in the offense, which is, again, not a secret. It's not a secret for anyone. And it's great that they did that this weekend. And Donovan makes a good point, too. I mean, we want to see that ideally you want to see that every series. It's not realistic, but, a more consistent offense is the goal. So, keeping the pitching, not. I mean, I wrestle with this because I like the way that the Pirates pitching staff is constructed because it is really a strong shining point. I just hope that the Pirates get offensive talent back for whoever they trade on the pitching staff as well. But there are very little players on the Pirates that I would not trade at this point. Very little. Paul Skeen's to name one. Brian Reynolds to name another. I've come around. I said a month or so ago that O'Neal Cruz should be traded. At this point, I've kind of walked that back a little bit. Maybe not. I mean, after watching him this weekend, he went off. O'Neal Cruz, and this has been a thing for a couple seasons now. Last season and this season, when he is hot, the Pirates lineup is scary. The Pirates lineup is dangerous. The Mets saw that. O'Neal Cruz capitalized, and he was a catalyst this series for the Pirates. Hitting home runs, driving in runs. You need him to play well, and you hope that he becomes more consistent as he continues to get older. And hopefully all the center field woes are behind him, considering he's been more comfortable at that position now. You can only hope. But, you want to keep him around and keep him familiar with the Pirates organization. He is a player that you can build around. He just has to play more consistently. But I'm not going to trade him. Those three. Those three, though. Name me more guys. I can't think of any other guys right now on the Pirates that I wouldn't consider trading at this point in the season. There are three players that I would keep. Thinking about it right now. Three guys on the active roster. 412-928-9370. What do you think? I don't want to overshadow this weekend as well because it was a good weekend for baseball, but there are a lot of serious questions that the Pirates are going to have to answer. And again, unless they go on a near-historic winning streak, they ain't going to the playoffs. And, they're going to finish with one of the worst records in the National League this season. That's just the reality of things. When you start that slow, you don't get to keep your pieces. Because clearly the pieces aren't good enough. And that's not even true for the starting pitching, and I feel so bad. Mitch Keller's record, Paul Skeen's record, not reflective of their of how they've efficiently pitched this season for the Pirates. Mitch Keller's his record is misleading. He has given the Pirates a chance to win in all but 3 games this season. It's a shame. What do you think? MLB trade deadline. Who do you think the Pirates should trade? I've kind of rambled on a lot here. I've been talking for a while now, about 25 minutes worth of talking. So you can talk, take your turn. Give me a phone call at 412-928-9370. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more about the Pirates weekend. If you have any thoughts on the Penguins draft, the NHL draft, let me know. If you want to talk about Aaron Rodgers and him saying that it's likely his last season in the NFL, let me know. And, if you want to say any words about Dave Parker as well. He passed away last week. So that was in the news. If you have any thoughts about him, what he did when he was on the Pirates, let me know. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Back after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Monday morning
morning rush underway. Crews in the final stages of clearing an accident in the 1500 block of Worthington Avenue. That's in Jefferson Hillsborough near the intersection with McGrew Road. Inbound parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway east, your right lane closure in effect until 2 o'clock between the Squirrel Hill, Homestead, and Edgewood Twistvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway east is closed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey guys, Donnie here. Remembering the comments from a few years ago. Yeah, Donnie, you lost weight, but keeping it off, no chance. That's after dropping 45 pounds with Awaken 180. Where am I at today? Down 50 pounds. It's fun proving some people wrong, and this is a big one. Here's the best part. I haven't given up pizza. I haven't given up ice cream, or really anything that I love to eat. I know my body now. Awaken 180 taught me how it works, so nothing is off limits. It's second nature, and the proof is the 50 pounds mark. I still weigh in once a month or once every 6 weeks for free. My coach keeps me on the track, and I look forward to those calls because my guy Pat has advice in all areas. If I start working out more, what are the best protein shakes to go with? What if my sweet tooth comes back for a minute? How do I curb all that stuff? The tips, the tricks, the continued support is how Awaken 180 is in their 11 years of helping people just like you and me. Make the call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Price tags and smiles usually don't go together, but number one Cochran's Red, White, and New Celebration offers so much bang for your buck you can't help but crack a grin. That's because select new vehicles are marked with special tags indicating extra savings up to $1,000. And the fireworks don't stop there. You'll also find leases as low as $149 a month, financing from 0%, and savings up to $13,500. Number one Cochran's tag savings are available in-store through July the 5th, so hurry in for their Red, White, and New Celebration. Offers may include manufacturer incentives available to select customers only. Ultra-low mileage lease may include mileage overage fees up to 25 cents per mile. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. See dealer for details.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochrane Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at MHIRoof.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan of the Morning Show, and I'm running out of time. But Pete on X said, I agree. The Pirates absolutely embarrassed the Mets, but come on. You'd kill to have the Mets organization over the Pirates. Yeah, at this point, they've definitely been more successful. They've been in the playoffs. They just blow it. That's their thing. They give the Mets like actual hope. Like the Pirates have given false hope to Pittsburgh the last couple seasons, but that's rare. Like they don't usually do that. The Mets consistently go, "Hey, we're gonna be a good baseball team this season," and then they don't achieve what they should achieve based on how they've done and who they've acquired. The Mets have also spent way more on free agency, and they've spent more on players to not win a World Series. That's kind of the point. So that's why you laugh at the Mets. Now, would you rather have the Mets over the Pirates? Yeah, I mean, they seem like, at least in free agency, they're willing to spend. They have Juan Soto on their team right now. They took him from the Yankees. That's all exciting, and you feel like they've got a shot, and they're usually in the playoff hunt. They've been in the playoff hunt for sure, more than the Pirates have in recent years. But, we laugh at the Mets because the Mets spend and they try, and then they always seem to just fall short. And so, again, I'm totally fine laughing at them. I get it. Maybe you'd prefer the Mets over the Pirates, which it makes sense. But either way, I mean, at least the Pirates don't waste money on players to not do anything with them. That's really that's the Mets thing. That's why they get a lot of scrutiny, because even though they spend and they overspend in some cases, they can't seem to win and make it deep in the playoffs. And that's the point. All right, I'm done. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan of the Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran comes up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of problems out on the roadways as we begin the Monday morning rush. One of them in Jefferson Hillsborough, where crews are still on the scene of an earlier accident, 1500 block of Worthington Avenue near McGrew Road. And an outbound lane restriction continues on the Parkway East between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard is closed heading toward the outbound Parkway East. Right now on the inbound parkways east and west, you're fairly steady into their respective tunnels, and the HOV lanes continue to be closed along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the city of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration, and this year the fun is happening on Pittsburgh's North Shore, beginning at 4 p.m. on July 4th. The festivities feature non-stop musical entertainment, a family fun zone, and truly Veterans Wellness Corner. Stop by the People's Food Truck Corral for a delicious dinner or snack. And the day's main attraction, Fireworks, begins at 9:35, brought to you by Rome Monument and Teamsters Local 926, and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's the return of Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. How we doing, guys? Good morning, Dickerson.
I'm doing fantastic. Fantastic. Nice little weekend. Callis, you've been out for a long time, man. Feels like you've been gone forever, but also at the same time, it feels like it went quick. I'm sure it went quick for you. How you doing?
I feel refreshed.
You got color in your face.
Yeah. Like I'm refamiliarizing myself with these buttons. Like, what does this do?
You really forgot in 8 days? 10 days, probably. Math.
It was 6 business days. So add 4. Yeah, 10.
Bang. Nailed it. Second try. Not bad for a Monday morning with the math. How about Dan Zangrilli ending the postgame show last night? Is it better to be thanked for something that you did and presumably did well if someone forgets your name, or would you rather just not get thanked?
Not get thanked.
I would agree with that.
Because nobody knows who you're thanking.
Dan Zangrilli last night wrapping up the postgame show after the Pirates just took the Mets to the woodshed for 3 straight days.
Special thanks to Bob Walk for stopping by the show, and to our boy back in our Green Tree Studios.
Who is he talking about?
Who produced last night?
Oh, isn't that the mystery? Who was it? It was Seth Davis.
Seth Davis.
Special thanks to Bob Walk for stopping by the show, and to our boy back in our Green Tree Studios.
Oh, no, I feel for Dan. We've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
We've all been there where, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Dan was at the ballpark, so he probably only talked to Seth once or twice.
Yep.
Even still, you got to know who's doing it.
Yeah. Special thanks to Bob Walk for stopping by the show, and to our boy back in our Green Tree Studios.
If you listen closely, he was gonna, I think, start to say an S name.
It did sound that way.
And then
Special thanks to Bob Walk for stopping by the show, and to our boy back in our Green Tree Studios.
I think his first instinct was right, but then he got scared.
See, it's very unique whenever you're dealing with, and we've all been there when we were broadcasting or doing something, but Seth Davis is a name that it's so familiar that it's like almost fake. It's like, is his name Seth Davis? Because that sounds like a familiar name. Even whenever Sean don't call me Seth Myers, like he's another example. Like there's been times when it's just where you've been out and it's just been me and Sean Myers, and I'm like, is it Sean? Is it Seth? Seth and Sean Myers sound like an actor's name that I don't know if that's him or not, but it is him.
Maybe he was gonna say Seth Myers. That's also a theory.
He might
I
have
realized that was wrong.
Because Starkey screwed it all up by calling Sean, don't call me Seth Myers. And then we've got Seth Davis. Is Seth Davis' name actually Seth Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's a basketball analyst, Seth Davis. So it's all very confusing. So we'll give our guy, our boy, Dan Zangrilli, a little bit of cover there. I do love that he immediately defaults to boy.
Special thanks to Bob Walk for stopping by the show, and to our boy back in our Green Tree Studios.
Usually, if you throw enough of those in there, eventually it'll come to you. I do that all the time. Sometimes you'll forget a first name, and so you'll throw Mr. in there. Oh, Steelers running back, Mr. Harris.
Yep.
What a player, Mr. Najee Harris is. Sometimes that'll happen. Names will escape you. We talk a lot, say thousands of words over the course of a week. We forget what the hell we talked about at the beginning of the show when 10 a.m. rolls around. Our brains don't work always, and Dan just watched a lot of baseball. It'll happen.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I've watched Dan on high school football. I mean, say every official's name, every assistant coach's name, every player's name. Like, he's good at what he does, and he's human.
We all make mistakes. I don't, but most other humans do.
Uh-huh.
Like Harry Callis. Do we address the pool picture? I think we do. Harry, you got all kind of flack on Twitter for this pool picture, where you write, it's all about the beautiful things in life, and I'm guessing that's the Green Tree pool?
Yeah, my girlfriend she had her hair on the side. She was with me.
Oh, that is your girlfriend's hair, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's all about the beautiful things in life, and then if you click the picture, it's like 12 kids, and people were just excoriating you on social media. Now, we made fun of you, of course, but we also came to your defense because we know that you love the Green Tree pool like it is a child. It is what inspired you to miss a month of this show because you wanted to run for public office. Did you realize after people started commenting that it did look funny? Did you consider taking the photo down? Like, give us the thought process here.
Well, if I didn't think those things, then my mind's not perverted.
Of course you wouldn't think those things.
Like,
you know what? Maybe I'm sorry I brought it up.
Should I? I was thinking, should I actually take it down? And then I thought about it. Like, if I didn't take that picture with the intention of exposing I don't even want to go down this road.
Yeah, maybe
it's slippery.
I didn't think about it.
Of course not, because you're a regular guy.
Right. Exactly.
Then if you delete it after people called you on it, it might actually look worse.
Yeah, you admit it.
Yeah, I think you got to do what you did.
Right. The picture was for the pool.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't for any kids to be in it. It was more of just like, hey, I came here with my girlfriend. I'm happy that this is open now. Because if you want to go into the politics of it, too, it actually wasn't supposed to be open, and we fought, and then it got open. So I got to enjoy the pool with my girlfriend this summer. That was, again, it wasn't about the kids. And, again, if I didn't think it, so my mind's not perverted. Bam. The end.
How many times did you go to the pool?
Once.
Oh.
Yeah. Huh. I had a busy week. I actually had a pre-show topic, too, if you wanted to go over it. It's something that you might bring up, and I thought you'd be proud. My mind is very refreshed. Like, I'm excited to be here. Like, I feel reborn, almost.
You're not excited to be here before the vacation?
No, I was just, my mind was taxed. I don't always get off time very much, and so it's nice. It was nice to get extended off time, and now I feel good.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, so I was at this steakhouse with my girlfriend and her family over the weekend. They took me out because I helped her move, and I used the van to help her move. Anyway, her mom was moving to a different place. But I was in the bathroom, and it was busy.
Shocking.
And I was waiting for a stall. And I was waiting for like 10 minutes because I heard this guy on the phone. Like, both stalls were taken, and I could hear, like, the tap of, like, a keyboard. So I wanted to ask this. If you know the bathroom is busy and you're in the stall, you get out as fast as you can, right, to get other people in? Or do you occupy that stall? And it was also, I found out when he came out, he had an apron on. I think he was a worker who was trying to be slow about getting back to work.
Do you think he was wearing the apron when he did his business? Or do you think he hung it on the little hook in there? You got to hang it on the hook.
Yeah,
I think you got to hang it on the hook in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. Don't bring it in the bathroom.
Don't hang the hook. Don't hang it on a hook in the bathroom. That's disgusting.
But, like, I went to the bathroom and then came out, and he was at the sink still on his phone.
If you're a worker, you probably try to milk that for as much as you can.
But if the bathroom,
there's nothing better than getting paid for being on the John.
But there's got to be some pro code, right? Where, like, if somebody's waiting, you got to get out as fast as you can. Like, that's not fair to.
If I'm going in a public place that is crowded, yeah, I'm trying to get in and out. Yeah. I'm in the fast lane, Grandma. Bingo game's ready to roll.
Okay.
But if I'm working, it does change the math on it a little bit. Also, it's sick that someone would sit there and have their phone on the loud mode, and they're just clicking away.
Yeah, that is weird.
Hey, what are we doing? Who does that? That is sick behavior.
And I was annoyed because I'm like, are you?
You got to go.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that fit, your wheelhouse of things to talk about during this portion of the show.
And then he ended it.
Yep.
We could have had further discussion. Said, all right, there it is. That's enough. We've made the verdict.
No, we could. What else is there to say? I'm sorry.
How does Dom come in here? We have more flow in 4 days.
Yeah, I'm. Hey, listen.
Did he wash his hands?
I couldn't tell if he washed his hands. I mean, I was in there. I was in the stall for a good 6 minutes, and I came out, and he was still at the sink. Like, on his phone.
He's buying time.
I'm telling you, like, it's
definitely buying time. And it does sound like then that he understood the assignment a little bit and knew, well, I gotta get up so this guy can get down.
Like, I wasn't going away. Like, I stood there for a good 10 minutes.
How did he know that you were there?
I don't know if he knew I was there.
Right. So
did you do the cough? You got to do the cough.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You got to walk in and.
Well, no, I pulled on the door handles. They were fancy doors, so I pulled on the door handles.
That'll do it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And both were occupied.
Classic sign of someone's trying to get in there when they're pulling on the door handle, yeah. I had a weird bathroom stall moment at a pub called Dick Mac's in Ireland. Dingle, Ireland, ironically, where I'm taking care of my business. My bowel's on a trip. Everything's thrown off. Usually I'm a morning number 2 guy, and that's it, just in real life. But then whenever I'm out and I'm traveling, I don't know, it could hit me whenever. My wife's the opposite way. She gets traveling-induced constipation. Like, we were in Ireland for 10 days. I don't think she went one time. So I'm in the stall in this pub, probably 8, 9 o'clock local time, having a couple pints, hanging out with the local folk. And some guy knocks on the stall and says, hey, I left my pint in there. I look over, there's like a half-consumed Guinness just sitting there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like my problem. But I was like 5 or 6 deep at that point, and I'm just absolutely enthralled by the Irish culture. Everyone's so nice. I wanted to be nice. I just grabbed the pint, opened up the stall door, and handed it to him.
Were you already sitting down?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it was
that's
sick.
Nasty.
Yeah.
That pint's got to go. I'm going to get a new pint.
There is not a chance in hell that if I would never bring my pint into the bathroom to take a number 2, first of all. But If I did and forgot it, I ain't going back for it.
And I'm not knocking on the door whenever somebody's already in there taking a crap for them to hand it to me.
No, there's a lot of things that he did wrong.
That's nasty.
Yeah. He
let you hand it to him, and he knew that you were sitting down on the toilet.
Yeah.
That is gross.
I covered up. I opened the door. I handed him his pint. I was being a nice man. But you can't go back for it. You absolutely can't. And even if, let's take it to step 3. Even if you're sick enough to take it in there in the first place, dumb enough to forget it, you can't knock on the door when someone's in there. You got to wait until they've completed what they're doing.
Right.
Now, I probably should have done what I did, but I thought it would be funny. And it was. The Irish, I'll tell you. Mm-hmm.
Hey, mate, I left my pint in there.
That's right. I did this thing, too, where I'd be all, tipsy, and I'm walking around, I'd bump into someone. Sorry, lad.
Sorry, lad.
I called everyone lad for 10 straight days. Sorry, lad. Oh, my bad, governor.
Governor.
They're not big on the governor over there.
No?
No. Lad, they throw around left and right.
Lad.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, lad.
Tweeter writes in, was it at a Ponderosa steakhouse?
No.
We talked about Ponderosa last week while you were out. People said Ponderosa, low-end steakhouse, but I think even a low-end steakhouse is good. I'll eat at a Ponderosa. You can't stop me. Love a Ponderosa.
Sure.
We were watching Pittsburgh Sportsnet's on in here, and there was extreme tag on the TV where they have all these obstacles set up, Callis. I don't know if you saw it out of the corner of your eye. They had set up all these obstacles, and one dude has to chase another dude. That's the rules of tag. And they're diving under bars and beams, and there's like sand in the middle, and you have a certain amount of time that you have to tag this guy before the timer hits, or else you lose. And then they're contesting whether or not guys were tagged. They're going to the replay. Dudes are diving all over the place. They got to sudden death, which unfortunately we're playing in a show in here. I didn't get to see what sudden death of this world tag competition entails. I had no idea this was a thing, and I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
It's
great.
super cool.
Mm-hmm. There's a game out of it. I mean, you can make a game out of anything nowadays. I mean, and make it like a professional and for money.
You got to watch
Like
Sportsnet Pittsburgh more. They got all kinds of things. They had.
Have you seen Extreme Tag before?
They had semi-professional wrestling too on before that.
Are you good at tag? I feel like you would have been decent at tag for some reason. You always say that you're fast.
I am fast.
So I think about you back in the day. Like
endurance was
fast.
a problem. I had the asthma.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And your skyphosis.
Yeah, but that wasn't really a problem until a little bit later in life, which, by the way, I'm getting my core stronger, back pain, less and less.
Yep.
How about that? You told me that a while ago.
Yeah.
You said work that core out.
Yeah.
Get them core muscles going.
Yep, firing. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I get some tightness anymore, but the pain not as bad as it had been.
Yep.
Like way not as bad. Oh, now we got more. Group C.
I feel like you were maybe elusive. Are you elusive?
I had wiggle back in the day.
Uh-huh.
Little spin move here and there. Little juke.
Mm-hmm.
Not now. Knees crack.
No, not now.
No.
Tag would be bad now.
Yeah.
I'd get tagged.
You were probably good at tag.
No, I actually wasn't.
Fastest man in the world.
I wasn't. I wasn't good at tag. I think I might have been too bored.
How are you well, that could be it. I was going to say, how are you one of the best high school football players of all time, a college All-American, the fastest tight end of all time, and bad at tag?
I think because we played in confined spaces, because they knew that if we played in an open field that I wouldn't get tagged. So they would put parameters and rules around it, and it just was never fun. Like, I always would get tagged.
Tag was also kind of lame unless we were talking about this, like if you played freeze tag. Freeze tag was fun. There were teams. Your buddies could untag you. You'd have bases, stuff like that. But if you play regular tag, bang, you're it, and you just turn around and smack them again.
Yeah, bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
Yeah.
Well, then there's the no tag backs either.
That's
which makes
true.
It very
Yeah, the no tag backs. Yeah.
You know, that's a whole thing. I'd like to go to a playground and try this. Go on the monkey bars, climb up on the things, go down the fireman's pole. Did I tell you I cracked my head open once on a fireman's pole?
No, but it explains a lot.
Yeah, I cracked my head twice as a kid. Once in the one in the front, one in the back.
What did you hit your head off of the other time?
How old was I? 2 or 3 years old. I was wearing a long shirt because I got it dirty from the night before and nobody bothered to change me. So I was wearing an adult-sized shirt as a toddler. I was walking to get some yogurt from the fridge, tripped on the shirt, hit the front of my head on the corner of the wall. in my dining room.
Blood?
In my house. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They had to call the ambulance.
Oh.
My dad was a wreck, which was surprising. My mom's a nurse, so she was fine. She's just trying to get everything in order.
They stitch you up?
My dad was like, no, don't take my son. Oh, goodness. The ambulance people, yeah. And I was kicking and screaming. I was like, no, I'm fine. And I wasn't fine. And then they sedated me in the ambulance, got staples in my head.
They sedated you?
They had to, yeah. I was freaking out.
Oh, I guess because you're that young.
Yeah, staples, though. Both times. I had to get staples in my head for a couple weeks, yeah.
I feel like a lot of kids crack their heads when they're little.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I ever did.
I did off a safe in New York City, but I was like 12. I wasn't
a safe?
Yeah,
I
safe.
remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I bent down to pick up my shoes. Although my mom tells it different. She says, because I was rambunctious. I'm sure that's surprising to everybody. That I dove into the closet to get my shoes. She just dropped that detail on me like a couple weeks ago. Oh, look at me. Bang. Blood everywhere. Then she's a nurse, too. She passed out. Yeah. I got the stitches, though, not the staples.
My mom was in the neuro department, so she's seen it all.
Yeah.
Not panicked at all. No, she was good.
Blood everywhere.
Yes.
Cracking your head. Bang.
I
lost the fireman's pole. I hit the ground too hard, so I hit my butt on the ground, and then my body it was forced back into a support pole, and that's how I cracked the back of my head at the age of 7. Yeah, I'm sure
you were sliding down the pole.
I went down the pole and
hit your butt and boom.
Right.
Back.
I missed the landing with my legs. My butt hit the ground, which forced my torso back. And there was a support pole right behind me. Boom. And the head just, that's what it sounded like.
Oh, that probably hurt like a mother bleeper.
It did, and they did not sedate me when they put the staples in my head. I didn't remember the one when I was little, but I remember getting the staples in then.
You know what hurt real bad? Is if you would crack your head off another kid's head back in the day.
Yeah, that hurt.
Oh!
Yep.
Skulls are hard, man.
Or in the nose. You get blipped in the nose.
Oh. It doesn't matter how tough you are, and I'm not. But it doesn't matter how tough you are. You get hit in the nose, you're going to get tears in your eyes. You're going to be like, nah, I'm good, man.
Oh, man.
I'm all right. It's my quarterback. My quarterback. All right. Sports?
Mm-hmm.
Break up the damn Buccos. What if I told you that the Pirates did something this weekend that they hadn't done since 1975? We'll tell you about all that in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I didn't think about this angle. People texting in. Callis at the steakhouse. He had to have been away from his girlfriend and his girlfriend's family for like 25 minutes.
Right.
They thought I was taking a massive one. Yeah, they did. Jada, my girlfriend told me they were joking about that at the table. Yep. And I felt bad.
Yep.
It was also before the meal, so it was extra. It was extra funny. Yeah. And I thought I was clearing house.
Did you come back and they had their food?
It was one of those steakhouses where they walk around and they give you samples, just like little bits at a time. So, no, it was more like a buffet style thing.
Huh.
It was kind of like an all-you-can-eat buffet for the Buccos offense this weekend.
Cruz belts one to right and deep and gone. A line drive home run for Cruz. Like it was shot out of a cannon. Cruz with his 14th home run just like that. 4-0 Pirates.
That's one.
Pirates with 7 extra base hits in this game. By far a season high. Oh. Cruz soars one out to right. No movement at all by Soto. Another home run for Cruz. His second long ball today. And the Pirates are up 10-1.
That's 2.
Pitch swung on and missed. And the Pirates complete the sweep. A resounding 12-1 win this afternoon over the Mets. And for the first time in 10 years, the Pirates take them all against New York. What a series for the Pirates.
Yeah, how about that? Take your sorry asses back to New York, you jabronis. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of Met fans made the trip this weekend. And they saw their beloved Metropolitans get outscored by the lowly Buccos 30-4. What? The Mets' payroll is $325 million. The Pirates' payroll is $89 million. It's a run differential for the Bucks of plus 26 in a 3-game series. They hadn't done that, Doran, since 1975, and it was fitting because of the passing of Dave Parker, which we'll get into more in detail in a little bit here. R.I.P. to the Cobra, one of the great players in Pirates history. Super sad news, and we all found out about it at the same time. When Guy Junker, the public address announcer at PNC Park, he announced it to the crowd. Really sad, and he's going to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown next month. So we will get into that. But they hadn't done that since 1975, and you had literal sections of Met fans. They must have bust down together. I mean, the top, like section 307, 308, 309, just thousands of Met fans. Imagine making that trip.
Oh, man.
We got to see PNC Park, most beautiful ballpark. It's a drivable distance. Maybe take a long weekend. Gonna take a long weekend. And the Mets will at least win a game.
At least.
At least.
Oh, well, you're thinking they're going to win the series.
Of course.
You're absolutely thinking they're going to win the series.
And you had nothing. I mean, seriously, nothing to cheer about in 3 games. And I posted that it was very funny to me on Twitter, and I had some Mets fans find me and get into my mentions, well, at least we're going to make the playoffs. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. You lost 13 out of 16 games, and the NL's pretty competitive, but we're not here to discuss the Mets. I'm just thinking about the trip. You and your friends or you and your family are going to make the trip, and you can tell me the Mets are going to make the playoffs. You also can't fool me. Mets fans got to be scared right now, terrified, because it's one thing to lose, 11 out of 14 or whatever the hell it was coming in, but that was an uncompetitive series, not against the Dodgers, not against the Yankees, not against the best teams in baseball, but a Pirates team that hasn't scored all damn year. I love it.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, and the whole Soto deal. Soto was awful the first half of the season. Now, he's come around a lot in the last, month. He did have, I think, 1 homer against the Pirates, but that whole deal has led them to already going frantic and being like, we spent all this money on Juan Soto and he hasn't really shown up. And then something like this happens where you, in your mind, are thinking, all right, the Mets are going to probably sweep the Pirates. The Pirates are probably one of the worst teams in baseball. In your mind, one of the worst teams in baseball not only sweep you, we're not talking about just the sweep.
No. It's not like a 3-1 run game, something like that.
We're talking about 9, and 12 runs? That is, and I came in here this morning and I looked at you, I was like, I need answers.
Somebody tell me what happened.
What happened? What happened?
I have an explanation for you.
I would love to hear it because I'm lost for words.
Here it is, baby. Baseball.
Yeah.
Gonna play 162 of these suckers, and sometimes weird stuff goes down. And that's exactly what happened here. And it's been a miserable season. We can tell you all the ways, but you know them. Spencer Horwitz, you acquire him. He's your big offseason acquisition. Chronic wrist injury. Your number 2 starter, Jared Jones. Oh, man, the Pirates rotation is going to be one of the best in baseball. You got Skeens, you got Jones, you got Keller. Let's go. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Out for the year. Well, we're all excited about Nick Gonzalez. Still have a nice season for you. Home run, broken leg. Only the Pirates. Oh, yeah, they cover up the Clemente sign. Bucko bricks. Dude falls off the Clemente wall. You fire your manager. Is there anything else?
The belt.
Oh, yeah. Pirates team employee is hitting the hell out of a paying customer with a belt.
You mentioned Santana jumped up at a fan.
Dennis Santana jumping up at a fan. Tommy Pham in the outfield against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, if that's still what they're called. It's been a season to forget.
The bricks?
Got the bricks. Thank you for returning, Harry, from your absence. I'm guessing to go get the reads, and then you missed us going through all the details. So you're really performing exactly how we thought you would perform early on today. So it's been a season to forget. And I think it's okay, if you're a Pirates fan, to just be happy today. I think that's fine. 412-928-9370. It doesn't have to be some topic here where, well, do you think this is going to lead to something? It can't. It's impossible. Can't lead to anything. They're not making the playoffs. They're not going to finish above 500. They're still, despite this, 15 games under. So we don't need to make this something more than it is, but it's also okay to just revel in it, to enjoy it, to dance and point and laugh at Mets fans.
Yeah.
Because their team stunk it up and has been stinking it up, and it would be very funny to me if they didn't make the playoffs. And if you're a real, true Pirates fan, you've never liked the Mets because you grew up not liking the Mets, or your parents grew up not liking the Mets. So anytime you could send all these Mets fans back to New York with their tail between their legs, you should take something from it.
Yeah, and it's
a little bit of joy.
It's not like, and I will say this, like, enjoy it, but don't enjoy it too much because they have the Cardinals tonight. So
go get them too.
You know how that goes, though. You know exactly how that goes. So I would enjoy it right now, but in a couple hours, I would just be like, okay, I'm gonna let that go. But it's not like that they did this and swept the team and scored this many runs against the Rockies. That's where I kind of come down on. Like, it's not like they did it against the White Sox. They did it against the Mets, who are a pretty good team.
Best ERA in the league coming in, and you score 30 runs.
And you already said it, $320 million payroll. You dominated them. You embarrassed them. You did every single thing that you possibly can to show that you were better than the Mets in that series. Like, there's nothing that you didn't do, and Skeens didn't even start. Skeens wasn't even a part of the series.
That's right. And then the Mets had a closed-door meeting, players-only meeting. I joke about this all the time. That never works.
No.
That's generally, it's somewhere in the middle of a fall from grace. Players-only meeting rarely ever turns something around. Now, the Mets might be fine. I don't know. Again, $325 million payroll. They got some boppers, and they pitch well. But the New York media's got to be just eviscerating them right now. Like, I'm sure I'm looking it up right now. I'm sure the New York Post has a back page where they're talking about the Mets, and there's a weird cover and all that. And imagine they get back and they play a homestand, and before the game, they're going to all be at, what is going on? And they're not going to have answers. How can you have answers? Everything's going great. Yeah, the best record in the National League, and all of a sudden they've been one of the worst teams in ball for like 3 weeks.
Yep.
Why? Baseball. Also, Andrew Filipponi. I think it's also Pony's fault, and we can thank him for that for once. Pony tweeted out, this was the morning of the first game of the series. He tweets, get this, if the Pirates win the series versus the Mets, a follower will win a Paul Skeens jersey. If the Pirates sweep the Mets, 5 followers will win a Paul Skeens jersey. All that you have to do is follow me and retweet this post, easy as pie. I think he felt pretty good about getting a lot of engagement on this.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of retweets, a lot of follows, which is good for Andrew Filipponi. I don't think he thought in his heart of hearts the Pirates would win the series, and I know he didn't think for a second he'd be giving away 5 of these.
No, he's a huge Mets fan, right?
That's the thing. People have texted us in already this morning. Who? How is Pony feeling today? Is he happy that the Pirates swept them? Is he pissed? Because the Mets are...
He's surprised.
He's definitely surprised.
Yeah. Caught off guard. Wow. He's going to give, 5 jerseys out? Nice.
Other question. Where's he getting these jerseys? Is this Pony dime?
That's what I initially thought.
I thought
He's probably going to have to buy them. He's probably going to, have the followers reach out and get their sizes and buy them for him.
It's a reverse Pony kind of curse here. We need more of this from Pony.
Yeah.
We need this before every Steelers game. Every single one of them. If the Steelers win, you get a sign. I don't even sign. You get a DK Metcalf jersey.
Yep.
You get an Aaron Rodgers jersey. You get a TJ Watt jersey. Obviously, there's some magic here. Do it for the Cardinals series. Let's see how it goes. O'Neal Cruz jersey if the Buccos win the series, and if they sweep the Cardinals, 5 lucky people get O'Neal Cruz jerseys. Speaking of Cruz, you know what he's going to do now. He's going to go on a 2-week tear.
Yep.
Where he's going to hit the cover off the damn baseball. And he might wind up playing himself into the All-Star game because you got to pick someone from the Pirates, and it's going to be Skeens, but maybe he can play his way in.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you come back from the All-Star break, because he has to sit for a couple of days, he's going to go in a 3-week swoon.
Yes.
It's just the way it goes.
Yep.
There was somebody who's been hot, and he might be hot at the right time. We'll explain why when we come back. Also, we'll talk about Dave Parker's untimely passing, and I call it untimely because he's set to get inducted into Cooperstown next month, which is just so unbelievably sad that he's not going to be there to experience that. We'll get into all that. A lot of Bucko stuff this first hour. Some hot Steelers topics actually out there this weekend. Usually there's not a month from training camp, but we'll get into those in the 7 o'clock hour. The Penguins draft. Jesse Marshall of The Athletic's going to join us at 8. So we got a whole bunch going on today. Right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates outscored the New York Mets 30-4 over the weekend in the 3-game series that they played in. Pirates are now going to move on to play the St. Louis Cardinals, a 3-game series that begins tonight at 6:40. You listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. More, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 20-year-old African Aldrich Potgieter sank an 18-foot birdie putt on the 5th playoff hole yesterday to secure his first PGA Tour win at the Rocket Classic in Detroit. The 211-pound Potgieter, a former rugby player and wrestler, is not only the youngest player on the tour, he's also its biggest hitter, averaging 326-plus yards off the tee. From Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Price tags and smiles usually don't go together, but #1 Cochran's Red, White, and New Celebration offers so much bang for your buck you can't help but crack a grin. That's because select new vehicles are marked with special tags indicating extra savings up to $1,000. And the fireworks don't stop there. You'll also find leases as low as $149 a month, financing from 0%, and savings up to $13,500. #1 Cochran's tag savings are available in store through July the 5th, so hurry in for their Red, White, and New Celebration. Offers may include manufacturer incentives available to select customers only. Ultra-low mileage lease may include mileage overage fees up to 25 cents per mile, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer, excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees, may not stack with other offers. See dealer for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Clouds and sun today, the high 89.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush lining up in the usual spots, especially on the Parkway East. Inbound delay starting right around Edgewood, Swissvale, continuing through the Squirrel Hill tunnels all the way past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. Outbound, that right lane restriction in place between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp for Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East closed. They remain closed until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Traffic usually gets heavy in that area. Parkway West, you're heavy approaching the runaway truck sand pile where you're jammed down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
R.I.P. Dave Parker passes away at the age of 74, had a long battle with Parkinson's. It was announced not long ago that Dave Parker will be inducted into Cooperstown, Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, the formal induction is next month, and now he will not get a chance to be there. And we've had this conversation before. It really bothers me when that happens. And I blame baseball writers, and we've crushed baseball writers because of other Hall of Fame-related matters. In fact, we did so much on Friday. Jason Mackey, whenever he was filling in for Starkey, did so on Friday. Dave Parker deserved to give a Hall of Fame speech. And I'm happy at least he knew he got in before he passed away, because for a while it looked like that wasn't going to be the case. But it's a crime to me, man, that he's not going to get to be there and talk about it. And Phil Garner, Scrap Iron, who was part of the 1979 World Series winning Pirates, he was on the TV broadcast talking about Dave. And he was asked, what do you think he would have talked about? And he said, coming up through all the racism at that time, about how hard it was for a lot of players on that team, but how hard it was for Dave and how he battled through all that and became a great player. 3-time Gold Glove winner, 2-time batting title guy, 3-time Silver Slugger winner, 2-time World Series champion, 7-time All-Star, Home Run Derby champ, MVP. All those accolades, that's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
Always has been a Hall of Famer. And he's 74 and you finally get in. That's a shame, man. It's an absolute shame.
I'm not going to ask you for the answer here, but it could be a part of the discussion. Like, why? Why did it take so long?
Beats me, man.
You know, why? Whenever you have the resume and, you know, you're a part of such great teams and, you know, you're 74 years old, you pass away, and you find out that you're going to get in, and then obviously you pass away a month before you do get in. Like, well, what took so long? Like, why isn't that a no-brainer? Why isn't that a no-brainer 10 years ago, 20 years ago? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
He should have been in right when he was eligible.
Right. You know, like
you think about all those accolades. 2-time batting champ, was as complete a player as has ever rolled through here, frankly. The way he fielded, the way he threw, one of the great throws of all time, one of the most famous baseball throws of all time in the 1979 All-Star Game. Gets it on a hop, absolute laser to home plate, caught by Gary Carter, who also not too long ago, he passed away after a long battle with cancer. That, to me, is one of the most aesthetically pleasing plays in the history of sports, let alone just baseball. I'm a big sucker for the massive right field arm. Like Ichiro, even, you know, Raul Mondesi, Jose Guillen, of course, Roberto Clemente. Dave Parker, you put his arm up there with any of them. And to do it in an All-Star game when it really mattered back then, the All-Star games were such a big deal whenever you didn't have the interleague play, right? So you get all the best players, and you didn't have all the games on TV the way that they were. So to see Dave do that, what a year. You do that in the All-Star game, and then you win the MVP, and then you go and you win the World Series in 1979.
Man.
So R.I.P. Dave Parker, one of the all-time great buccos, and one of the baddest men, dude. Badass. One of the great pictures of all time, him smoking the cigarette in the dugout, different times back then. And then the shirt with the boys bopping is also an all-timer.
Whenever I think of Dave Parker, this is obviously before our time, but he was probably a hero to a lot of kids, to a lot of people. 6'4", just a prototypical athlete. And you're probably looking at the time in the 70s like, what type of person is this? Like, what type of athlete is this? I mean, just imposing. And, the last time that I saw him, and it puts just life into perspective. It's just like, how fast things could go, and just cherish every moment. I guarantee that if you asked him and he told you truthfully that he wouldn't change a thing, the way that he played, the times that he had playing, the awards that he won, the teammates that he had, it just, we're really lucky to be in the city again. Like we talk about it a lot. And a lot of athletes from the 70s have passed away, and we weren't lucky enough to be able to watch them up close and personal, but we're lucky enough to know about them and to know the history of why that this city is the way it is now in sports. And Dave Parker is one of those people, and he probably was a hero to a lot of people. But it is an absolute shame that he's not going to be able to speak at his Hall of Fame induction ceremony. But he's always going to be a Hall of Famer here in Pittsburgh.
6'5", 230.
I mean, just
that's a god of a man, dude.
I mean, back then?
Back then, for sure.
That's unheard of back then.
The power, the arm, the base running. That's another thing that Scrap Iron was talking about, that he's an underrated base runner. A true five-tool player. And you're right, man. Life will humble you. For a guy that physically imposing at the end, I mean, you could see his public appearances. It was a long battle with Parkinson's. It reminds me of Ted Williams whenever he came out in the wheelchair in the 1999 All-Star Game at Fenway Park. And, you look like a shell of yourself, but that's because that's what happens.
Yeah.
That people age. And one of the great ones there in Ted Williams and, of course, Dave Parker. Yes, Harry.
So one of my favorite stats about him is that he was the first player to have a guaranteed contract of $1 million a year.
The highest paid player in baseball in 1979.
Mm-hmm.
What a year, man.
Man.
And now, I hate to do this. So Dave Parker was making $1 million. Highest paid player, guaranteed contract. I'm happy you brought that up, Harry. Adam Frazier making slightly more than that now.
Yep.
And that's just baseball these days. Tommy Pham making 4 times that.
Yeah.
Boy, things have ballooned.
Shohei Ohtani, $700 million. Yeah.
Deferred, too. They're going to be paying that guy for 65 years.
What would Dave Parker be making now?
He'd be making that kind of money then, right?
$550 million a year.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. R.I.P. Dave Parker, one of the all-time greats here in Pittsburgh, and deservedly, finally, in Cooperstown. Just a shame he's not going to be able to give his speech next month. All right, coming up next, I want to make fun of the Mets a little bit more. We found the cover of the back page, or I guess the back page of the New York Post. The Yankees, they played good ball. The Mets, not so much. And there's a hot Pirate who is getting hot absolutely at the right time. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates swept the Mets over the weekend, and they outscored the Mets in the series 30 runs to 4 runs. Pirates are going to play the St. Louis Cardinals now in a 3-game series that begins tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More Fan Headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Fight Fest weekend is on July 11th and 12th. It's a weekend of hard-punching thrills with a festival vibe held outside in the live casino parking lot, featuring MMA Fighting Friday and then Championship Boxing Saturday, plus food trucks, cigar vendors, and a special appearance by boxing legend Roy Jones Jr. Tickets on sale at FightFestLive.com. Let's take it outside at Live Casino Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target.
Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sunsquad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deals end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sunsquad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
2-2 for Montas. Hayes swings in a sinking liner to center, and it's down for a base hit. Hayes comes through again. A 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run single, 2-0 Pirates.
Ke'Bryan Hayes, hot as hell, Doran Dickerson. Ke'Bryan Hayes on an 8-game hitting streak. In those 8 games, got 13 hits, an OPS over 1,000, .448 batting average. And from Francis Romero, who has reported a bunch of breaking Major League Baseball stories through the years, several teams are closely monitoring third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes as a trade piece, according to industry sources. Hayes is one of the players most likely to be traded, with the Tigers, Yankees, and Cubs among the potential suitors. So you get hot at the right time, Mr. Hayes. You push that trade value up, up, up. And we see what the value is for a guy who can actually friggin' hit. Mm-hmm. This is who the Pirates thought they were signing when they gave him that deal. And it was based off of one hot month in 2020. One hot month in a season that was comprised of only 2 months. Hey, let's make a bet on this guy. And I actually don't blame them for doing that, especially when you're talking about $8 million, closer to $9 million a season. That's chump change for most teams in Major League Baseball. And really, that's not even a lot of money for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But I do think he's most likely to be traded, Doran, and keep it up then, buddy.
Well, I mean, this is exactly what we were saying a couple weeks ago. He's a guy that I always thought would be a sexy trade piece for a team that's in contention, the team that's pretty good, that could just plop him right in the bottom half of the lineup at the 7 or 8 spot, and he probably will play well in that spot. And he also has the glove, obviously, as one of the best third basemen in Major League Baseball. I think that he would fit well, and I think teams recognize that. Teams like the Cubs, teams like the Yankees, that if you plop him in your 8th spot in your lineup, that he will have the protection around him to actually just go and play. And I think that a guy like him with his fielding ability would be serve well on a good team like that. So him getting hot is even better. I think it's a bonus, but at the same time, I do believe that these teams probably think that Ke'Bryan Hayes can fit very well in their lineup and on their team.
Yeah, he's a luxury on a team that can't hit. If the Pirates were even an average hitting team that could pitch the way that they pitch, you want a guy at third base who can pick it the way that he does. And that's why I do think, yeah, you're right, he'll be sought after. $7 million he's owed this season, so the prorated version of that, and then $7 million next year, and then $8, and then there's a club option in 2030, which will probably be declined by whoever picks him up because it's $12 million. But, look, we all understand the Pirates and the spending, and we all understand the economics of baseball. I think it makes a ton of sense to move off of him, and I think it makes a ton of sense to trade Mitch Keller, who's owed $17 million next year, $18 million the year after that, and $20 million the year after that. So just next season alone, if you don't have Mitch Keller, if you don't have Ke'Bryan Hayes, that's $24 million that ideally you can turn back around and hand to other players. Now, if you trade Ke'Bryan, are you bringing money in? If you trade Mitch Keller, are you bringing money in? I'm okay with money in, money out. That's the way they operate. That's the way they need to operate. And while I would rather, I guess, them trade a guy who, a prospect for a bat, who's unproven, I think you could get something substantial for Keller, and you get the money off the books. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that because I'm rooting for ownership and I'm rooting for them to pinch pennies, but they need help. They need to be able to hit the damn baseball. And you need to pay for stuff like that. You need to pay for a hitter or two or three. And they're just not going to unless they have some of the flexibility there. So I'm moving Mitch Keller. And I'm moving Ke'Bryan Hayes. And I'm getting that money out of here, and I'm replacing it with new money.
Are you still, under the same kind of vision that you wouldn't trade him to the Cubs, Mitch Keller?
Only way I'd trade him to the Cubs is if they overpay.
Yep.
But even then, I think it kind of looks weak sauce.
Mm-hmm. What about Hayes to the Cubs?
I think I can live with that one.
Yeah, you can live with that one.
I think I can live with that one. I would understand why they would want to do it. I also don't think you'd be ruining the day as a Pirates fan if you do wind up clawing your way into contention next year, let's just say hypothetically. Oh, no, now we got to face Ke'Bryan Hayes in a series that's super important. But if Mitch Keller takes the ball against you in an August series where you're competing with the Cubs for National League Central supremacy, I think we'd all be real ticked. Even if the return is what helped you get there, the team that's standing in your way right now, there's a lot of teams, but the team that's standing in your way right now that's leading the division, and they've got Mitch Keller, and you push them to a new rung, yeah, I think that would really hurt.
Yep.
I think that would really hurt. And there's reason to believe it's going to happen with the Cubs. Bob Nightingale reported last week that the Cubs and Pirates had at least had a discussion on Mitch Keller, and he wrote that the Cubs wanted David Bednar too. Well, in his notebook that came out yesterday, Bob Nightingale wrote, quote, "The Pirates have been engaged in serious trade talks for more than a week with the Chicago Cubs about Mitch Keller." So it seems like this could happen. They better hold him over the damn barrel. They better hold him over the damn barrel.
They better.
And it better not be for some double-A prospect, some high-A prospect, some 20-year-old out there. No, you need either a major league bat or a guy who's knocking on the door of the major leagues that's being blocked by good position players that they've got in Chicago.
What if it's Ian Happ?
I think he could be part of it, and that would be a money in, money out sort of situation. Mm-hmm. I did see someone speculate about that on social. I'm not sure whether or not it's legit or not, but you take Ian Happ. I was perusing his statistics this weekend, and you put him in the Pirates lineup. He's no worse than your second best hitter.
Right.
I mean, comparable with Andrew McCutchen, and he's younger and he can actually play the field. I'd be totally on board with that. If you could get a Happ and a AAA guy that's being blocked, you need hitters. If you could turn Mitch Keller into two hitters that could help you right now, I think you hold your nose and you make that deal. It's not going to feel great, but if that's what you can get for Keller, yeah, I'd sign up for that right now. Would you? Are you okay with them trading Mitch Keller to a division rival at 412-928-9370? I feel like you and I see eye to eye on that.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you would do it, but it has to be the right price.
It has to be. I want to win in this deal. I would win in this deal. Like no matter what, you want him that bad. If the talks are serious, it's because the Cubs want to be serious and get the player that they want at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
The Cubs are calling the Pirates. So, you want this guy? Well, this is what you have to pay to get him.
And if you want Bednar, I need 3 hitters.
Yes.
I need 3 hitters. And if one of them's Hap and 2 are AAA guys, fair enough. And I'm not familiar enough with the Cubs minor league system to be able to go beyond the conversation that we're having right now. But just as an example, or as a hypothetical, if you are trading Keller and you are trading David Bednar in the same deal, I need 3 players who are on my major league team next year. That's what I need. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on this on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, so the Mets. Here's the back page of the New York Post over the weekend. Dead meat. That's the headline. Meat spelled M-E-E-T because they had that players-only meeting. It says, dead meat, players-only huddle futile as lifeless Mets embarrassed by Bucks in sweep. That's got to be an historic sweep for them, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Pirates haven't had a run differential of plus 26 in a 3-game sweep since 1975. I don't think it's ever happened to the Mets. And they had one of the worst teams in baseball in the 1960s, where they lost, I think, 120 games or something like that. So get the hell back to New York.
Yep.
Also, something super funny happened at the ballpark this weekend, which we'll get into coming up next. At the top of the hour, a potential Hall of Famer throwing shade at Big Ben Roethlisberger, and it leads to a much broader discussion. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis. He's back. Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Mets over the weekend and won each game by a lopsided final score. Pirates going to play the Cardinals tonight. New series, 3-game series. Still going to be played, though, at home for the Pirates at PNC Park. Game 1 of the series tonight is at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More Fan Headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delay, stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill to Parkway Center, and then again from the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, outbound delays starting up right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass, heading into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels out toward Edgewood-Twistvail. Inbound delays a little bit heavy at Wilkinsburg and then jammed up at Edgewood-Twistvail to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway North, remain pretty much up to speed for you. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
You wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine, and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodies. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Pittsburgh Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essentials. That's Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Cubs are interested in Mitch Keller, and Bob Nightingale says the Pirates and the Cubs have been engaged in serious trade talks for over a week on Keller. He had written last week that they are kind of desperate to get their hands on David Bednar, too. All right, well, then you better pay up, Cubbies. You better pay up. And here's what it would look like for me, Norm. I'm looking at what the Cubs have in their farm system. Their number one prospect, Owen Casey's an outfielder. He's 22 years old. He's a top 50 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. He has 12 homers in AAA. If you want me to make a trade in division, I need that guy. Or I need Moises Ballesteros, who's a first baseman, who is your number 2 prospect, who has come up for 16 at-bats this year and not fared well in the major leagues, but has had a nice season in the minors with an OPS around 900. Again, their second-ranked prospect, top 75 hitting prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Actually, a top 75 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. He's a first baseman, and they have a good first baseman. They have Michael Busch, who's got an OPS at 875, an OPS plus a 150. He's got 14 homers on the season, a 2.6 WAR. So you've got great position players in the big leagues right now, good young position players in the bigs. You want to take 2 guys? You want to take Mitch Keller and David Bednar? You're going to have to pay up.
For sure.
I need at least one of your top 2 prospects, and then I need more. And maybe it's a top prospect and an Ian Happ, and then that way Ian Happ's not blocking this Owen Casey guy. Maybe you do that. You trade Ian Happ, and then this Owen Casey guy comes up and he takes his place on the roster. But that's the kind of thing you're looking for if you're trading with the Chicago Cubs. I need guys who are going to help right now. Not these typical Ben Cherington trades where you get a bunch of players, but they're all young guys, and they might have a high ceiling, but they're not going to be here for a while. You need some urgency, damn it.
Yeah, he has to understand, the urgency behind his job, too, and not just the urgency behind the Pirates winning right now. I think that his urgency, he needs to make a huge splash right now, and it has to be guys that can play immediately, or at least one guy that can play immediately, or 2 guys that can play immediately. Like, you don't have time in your career as a Pittsburgh Pirates GM, in my opinion, to go the same route that you've been going for the last 6 years.
No, it needs to be a baseball trade. It can't be, we're selling. It'd be different if this was year 1 or year 2 of a rebuild.
Exactly.
Then you get as many high-ceiling prospects as possible, and you just see how it goes. Now, yeah, I need quantity, but I need quality, and I need guys who are ready to get here right now.
Yep.
And as I look on MLB.com, I just mentioned one of those 2 prospects had already debuted in the big leagues. The other one, his ETA is this year. I need a guy who's going to come in, or 2 guys who are going to come in now and are going to help this team in the second half of the season. Not because they're contending for anything, but so that you can sell some level, my God, of optimism for next year. And if you get 2 bats in the lineup for a Mitch Keller and a David Bednar, I think you've done very well for yourself. Now, do I have faith that Ben Cherington's going to get that? No, I don't. But I'm giving you our opinion, my opinion. As texters flood in, I absolutely do not trust our GM to make any kind of a good deal. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, but this is the situation you're in.
Give me 80K. 80K, I'll do it. Hilarious moment this weekend at PNC Park on Bucko Billboard, where Tim writes, for thousands of people to see at PNC Park, Cheryl, please take me back. I'm sorry I kissed your sister. Tim, I'm afraid I got some bad news, buddy. You kiss the sister, it's over. But I think that the sister's actually even worse in this situation. She's even bigger of a bad guy than Tim.
Yeah, tough situation for Cheryl.
Poor Cheryl.
You're losing your, I guess, maybe fiance, husband, boyfriend, and you're also probably going to lose your sister for kissing him.
I also had a friend who texted me this weekend and said, if you're Tim, you're never recovering from kissing the sister, you might as well have gone all the way with the sister.
Well, you might as well just start dating the sister.
You got to go back. You got to go to the sister.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's not working out so hot for Tim with the sister, because if it was working out hot with Tim with the sister, that he wouldn't be asking Cheryl to get back.
Yeah.
Martin Brodeur pulled this off back in the day.
What?
Yeah. Martin Brodeur divorced his wife for his wife's sister.
No way.
Yeah. That's bad.
Are they still together?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah, it doesn't. Family dinners from that point forward, you're probably just not having them.
What?
Yeah. I would have to guess, and I have done no reading beyond surface level on this, but Martin Brodeur's now wife and his ex-wife, there's no way they talk.
They can't.
Because that hurts under regular circumstances, but imagine your husband's a multi-millionaire, Hockey Hall of Famer, leaves you for the sister. Dirtbag move for Brodeur. Dirtbag move for Tim here. But the sisters, you sick now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's messed up.
Exactly. Oh, I can't believe I didn't hear that about Martin Brodeur.
Yeah. Might do a little Googling here during the break.
Man.
That is the biggest act of desperation, though, I think I've ever seen. Like, I've tried everything to get Cheryl back.
How did they get through?
Oh, I think they knew that this would go viral.
This would go viral?
You had to know this would go viral. And there's been so much bad Pirates PR stuff. Let's get something funny out there. I just imagine Tim talking to his buds. I tried everything, guys. I bought her flowers. I got her a gift card to her favorite restaurant. I've apologized time and time again. I've shown up in her front yard with a boombox, professing my love for poor Cheryl. Oh, you know what you got to do? You got to get it on the Bucko Billboard. You get up on that Bucko Billboard, Cheryl will take you back right quick. Jeez. Also, I didn't know we were making Cheryls anymore.
It's probably an older person.
Man.
Probably.
Geriatric Tim.
Maybe.
All right. Coming up next, a potential future Hall of Famer throwing a ton of shade at Ben Roethlisberger. But is he wrong? We'll get to that coming up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Storm chances return today, including the chance for flash flooding. Rain chances will be highest from 2 this afternoon through sundown. In addition to downpours, strong wind speeds could be enough for severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. In Pittsburgh, we continue the stretch of temps remaining above 70 degrees for morning lows, with highs hitting the mid-80s. I have noon temperatures close to today's forecast high of 84 degrees. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiling to KTK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fans, Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration, and the fun starts at 4 p.m. on July 4th on Pittsburgh's North Shore. Enjoy family activities, nonstop music, and fantastic food. And tune to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA for the Fireworks Bonanza Mix from TJ the DJ. Brought to you by Rome Monument, Teamsters Local 926, and Lamont. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. So did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats, because you've hit your goal this week. What took you years to pack on, Awaken 180 helped you take off in just weeks. Pretty easy, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started with Awaken 180 yet, what is stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds in just 8 weeks. And Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Callis, my friends, all set their Awaken 180 goal and reached it. Here's the deal. With Awaken 180, you set real tangible goals. You literally watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking around 5 pounds a week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking at? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we did. Don't wait. Hit up awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800, the official weight loss program of summer.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a vehicle fire in the Squirrel Hill section of the city, at the intersection of Shady Avenue and Mayburn Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Out of the South Hills, 51 northbound with traffic light delays at Library Road, and then again at Nobles Lane, heavy between the Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street, heading for the Liberty Tubes. Parkway East, you're stacking at Wilkinsburg. Stop and go to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels inbound. Outbound delay starting before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter. Marty Brodeur is known as Uncle Dad because he is his children's dad and uncle by marrying his wife's sister. Boom.
Man.
Texter, I went to school with Martin Brodeur's niece. It was a topic. Well, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
I always think about that whenever there are old highlights of Brodeur. Every time. Like, what a dirtbag, man.
I can't believe I never knew that.
What an absolute dirtbag. Dating the sister of your wife and then marrying her. Wowza. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Sometimes on a June Monday, we come back and we sit across from each other and we go, what the hell are we going to talk about today? It's going to be one of those days. We're going to have a slappy day. We're going to entertain the masses as we always do, but we're probably going to have to be goofy. And, of course, there'll be goofiness today. but we got topics. Jesse Marshall of The Athletic's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk about the Penguins draft. They made 13 picks, the most picks they've made in a single draft in 31 years. Mark Cabali's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. How about LaShawn McCoy on Big Ben Roethlisberger? You brought this to my attention. So LaShawn McCoy from FS1 now, of course, great running back at Pitt and potentially a Hall of Famer in the NFL. Won multiple championships. He said this about Roethlisberger, quote, "One thing about Big Ben, you play 18 years, you have no all-pros. Not one first team, not one second team. This is just me. I don't respect players that talk about greats a certain way, and you have nowhere near the type of success they had. You played for 18 years, and you were never considered the best quarterback or the second best quarterback in football," end quote. Now, he gave his opinion on Ben because Ben was comparing Aaron Rodgers to Patrick Mahomes. And Ben actually said at the apex of their powers, he would take Rodgers over Mahomes. He said this on his podcast, and that didn't sit well with LaShawn McCoy. McCoy's both right and wrong. Yeah, I don't think Ben was ever considered the best or second best quarterback of his era.
No.
Tom Brady, the greatest of all time.
Right.
Peyton Manning, one of the greatest of all time. I think you can make a reasonable argument that he's in the discussion for third.
Yes.
Rodgers, more talented. Rodgers, more aesthetically pleasing. Rodgers with a Super Bowl where he beat Ben. Rodgers with 4 MVPs. Okay, I'll take Rodgers, fine. But Phillip Rivers, take Ben.
Eli.
Ben clears by a mile over Eli.
Breeze.
I think some will go with Breeze, but I don't think it's consensus that you'd take Breeze over Ben. And Ben won 2 championships, and I know that in terms of yardage, that Drew Brees had more. And I think Drew Brees is one of the 15 best quarterbacks of all time. But I think you're kind of splitting hairs when you get into those guys, and I think that's kind of the point. I think Ben getting 2 championships in an era where you would say 2 of the all-time great quarterbacks played in Brady and Manning, I think that's a huge accomplishment. And something that Favre didn't do, and he spanned multiple eras. He won 1 championship. Rodgers won 1 championship before this year when we all know he's going to get number 2. So, yeah, some of the statistics are correct. He never even got an MVP vote, Ben Roethlisberger. And he was rarely a team MVP, at least voted on by his teammates. We now see what the Steelers don't have since Ben walked away. Where is Ben among the all-time greats?
I mean, I just don't know why this rubbed Shady the wrong way. I mean, so Ben's not allowed to talk about it because he wasn't regarded as the best quarterback during his era, during the 17 whatever years he played. I'm very confused. And for Shady to go out on this limb here for the discussion is odd too, because Aaron Rodgers could have a case of if somebody wanted to take Rodgers over Mahomes. We're not talking about Phillip Rivers or Mahomes. We're not talking about Eli Manning or Mahomes. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers at the height of his powers back a decade ago. Yeah, I could see some people wanting to take him over Mahomes.
People talk about Mahomes now the way that they talked about Rodgers whenever he was in his prime. A physical specimen, the accuracy, the arm angles, the arm strength, the functional mobility, if you will. They're different, but similar in some of the ways you could discuss them. I know exactly what Ben was saying. Now, I think Mahomes is going to be regarded as maybe 1B to Tom Brady because of all the winning he's done. But when you're talking about between the white lines, what they could do on a football field, I know exactly what Ben was saying.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. And then I guess Shady might have a little something personal against Ben, but Ben Roethlisberger is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Like
first ballot, no question
Hall
about
of
it.
Famer. I don't know what the argument or the debate is over Ben not being the best at his position during the years that he played.
And listen, LaShawn McCoy, really good player, arguably a Hall of Famer in his own right. Rushed for 11,000 yards in his career. That's good for 23rd all time. Let's say LaShawn McCoy, and he probably isn't. Let's say he's the 23rd best running back, of all time. If we're just going off rushing yards, and there's a lot more to it, I understand. But let's say he's the 23rd best running back of all time. Ben's way better than that, at quarterback, way higher up on the list than 23rd. Yeah, I don't know really where LaShawn McCoy is coming from when he sat on sets with guys who are analyzing the game that don't have the resume that Ben has, and you're not sitting there saying, you can't talk about it because you didn't accomplish anything in the NFL.
Yeah, Acho can't talk about linebackers.
Right.
Yeah.
You're the 8,000th best linebacker of all time, Emmanuel.
Right. I don't understand at all. But I mean, at the end of the day, Ben will be a Hall of Famer. Ben, I want to listen to Ben talk about this stuff because he was one of the best during his time. I want to hear what Ben has to say about certain quarterbacks. I want to hear what Ben has to say about football. I think everybody should want to hear what Ben has to say about football.
I think Ben's excellent in terms of his analysis. I think if Ben wanted to do it at a national network, Ben could absolutely do it in a national network.
He could absolutely do it, but he brings it in like, he's not a super X's and O's guy like Peyton Manning. Like, Ben is just going to tell you, like, all right, like, this is what you need to do, and this is what you need to do in 2 minutes to go down and score a touchdown, and this is what I used to do. Like, this is how I see the game. He sees the game so much differently than Tom Brady saw the game. And Tom Brady projects the game. Whenever you listen to him on Fox, Ben wouldn't do that. Ben sees the game. Why wouldn't you want to listen to that? And it worked for him. It won. It won games. Big games. The biggest game. Like, what are we doing here? Like,
why is it a crime? Why do you hold it against a guy that he wasn't Brady or Manning?
Well, that's the thing, too. Like, you have to weigh in. You have to weigh in the competition. Like, he had Brady and Manning that were the top dogs. We all know that. And he still figured out a way to get it done during that era. Ben still figured out a way to get it done whenever you did have the Mannings, you did have the Favres, you did have the Rodgers, you did have the Bradys. I think I already said Bradys. He figured out a way to still win, too.
Right. And he didn't overcome Brady, but he sure as hell overcame Manning.
Yes.
I mean, 2005, they took it to the damn Colts. And Ben, who really, they babied through 2004 because he was a rookie. And really, in 2005, they were still a run-based outfit. He came out throwing, took them totally by surprise in that divisional round game. Ben was outstanding when he needed to be, and Peyton choked. He peed down his leg.
Statistics don't do it for Ben. You got to watch some of the games.
And even statistically, Ben holds up.
Exactly. He still holds up. But if you got to watch the game and see what Ben did for that offense to operate. The things that he did were, I mean, there's only so many quarterbacks that play the game like he did.
Aaron Rodgers, if he stays healthy, will pass Ben Roethlisberger this year in all-time passing yards. As we sit here today, Ben Roethlisberger, 5th all-time. 5th. It's not like he didn't have the counting statistics.
Who's before him?
You tell me if these guys are any good. Tom Brady, number 1, with 89,000 passing yards. Drew Brees, number 2, with 80,000 passing yards. So he is 16,000 yards ahead of Ben. Peyton Manning, 3rd, with 72,000, basically. Brett Favre, 4th. Pretty damn good. Rest of the top 10, Rivers, Rodgers, Matt Ryan, Dan Marino, Matthew Stafford. Then Eli Manning, John Elway, Warren Moon, Fran Tarkenton, Carson Palmer, what up? Russell Wilson, 17th, Joe Flacco, 18th. I don't know what we're doing here, LaShawn. When we come back, we're going to play a game at 412-928-9370. You can play 2 if you want to. I'm just going to start naming quarterbacks, and we're not even going to do any of the analysis. I'm going to name quarterbacks first blush if we think they're better or worse than Ben Roethlisberger, their career, better or worse than Ben Roethlisberger. Where does Ben rank among the all-time greats? 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I made a mistake on Brodeur.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Like, how big of a mistake?
I'll tell the people when we come back.
Oh, no.
First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and St. Louis Cardinals begin a 3-game series tonight at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Fight Fest Weekend, July 11th and 12th, outside Live Casino, Pittsburgh.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. Chase Elliott used an epic last lap pass around Brad Keselowski to win at his home track in Atlanta and clinch a playoff berth. Meantime, week 1 of NASCAR's in-season challenge saw the top 2 tournament seeds, Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe, knocked out by number 32 Ty Dillon and number 31 Noah Gragson. I'm Boomer Esiason.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Are you experiencing discomfort, a bulge, or pain in your abdomen or groin? It could be a hernia, and early detection is key. Independence Health System invites you to join them for a free hernia screening. Their expert team will be on site throughout the month of June to answer your questions. For locations and to reserve your spot, call 1-877-771-1234. Press 3. Don't wait. Untreated hernias can lead to serious complications. Independence Health System. Expert care. Here.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to roll on. This report brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage. Still dealing with an earlier vehicle fire in Squirrel Hill, the intersection of Shady Avenue and Mayburn Road. Crews remain on the scene there. Parkway West, your inbound delays just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound is stacking just past the Wilkinsburg interchange, while outbound you're jammed before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge, and Route 51 on the northbound side out of the South Hills. You have multi-light delays at the intersection with Library Road and again approaching Nobles Lane as you head toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right. I guess Martin Brodeur didn't sleep with his wife's sister. The big correction from me.
That's a big correction.
It was his wife's brother's wife. So sister-in-law. Which is still nasty and terrible and immoral, but not his wife's sister.
It is not even close. Not even close to what you said.
That's kind of close.
It is not even close.
Sister-in-law. You sleep with your sister-in-law, that's bad. You sleep with your wife's brother's sister, it's bad.
Your wife's brother's lady.
I mean, I should get my facts straight.
Not, I mean, we're talking about blood in the last time, like when it was the first time you said something about Martin Brodeur sleeping with his wife's sister. Like, that's blood. He's not sleeping with blood.
No, still skeezy.
It's not that bad. It's not as bad. It's not even close.
It's not as bad, no.
It's not that bad.
No. Still makes for awkward family dynamic. And a lot of life choices from that point forward are difficult.
No,
yeah, it's not the same.
It doesn't actually make for a bad family dynamic, because if you say you divorce your wife and she divorces her husband, that family is gone unless you have kids. So,
well, there's kids.
Well, if there is kids, but that family is like out of the picture. His wife, ex-wife, and brother's family are gone. And you just have your own family. She has her own side of the family. You have your side of the family, and then you just keep going. Like, it's way different.
Sorry, Martin.
Man.
My bad. Actually, no, screw you. I hate the Devils.
Martin
mid-1990s. Oh, he was great. Those teams were great. And they scored more than people give them credit for because they were boring, and everyone says they were boring, but they could score some goals, too. Hated them, though. Oh, the neutral zone trap. Ruined hockey for like 30 years.
Scott Stevens.
What a player.
Yes, he was.
What a player.
Yes, he was.
Texter, my wife's brother and sister's spouses were cheating with each other. Dear God, I'm sorry.
I bet you that happens a lot.
I'm sorry to open wounds. Shall we move on?
Listen, go ahead.
LaShawn McCoy, formerly a Pitt Panther, potential NFL Hall of Famer, was critical of Roethlisberger, said one thing about Big Ben, you play 18 years, you have no all-pros, not one first team, not one second team. This is just me. I don't respect players that talk about greats a certain way, and you have nowhere near the type of success they had. You played for 18 years. You never were considered the best quarterback or the second best quarterback in football. I think that's a laughable bar that you have to hurdle to be able to talk about guys from LaShawn McCoy.
Seriously.
And I think the Ben disrespect is obnoxious there. Doran, I did some math during the break.
Okay.
Since 1966, 721 quarterbacks have played at least one game. So 721 since the Super Bowl have played in at least one game. Only 34 of those have won a Super Bowl. Only 13 have won multiple Super Bowls. Ben's on that list. I think Ben would take 2 Super Bowl championships over an MVP any day.
Yes.
Doesn't mean that they're mutually exclusive, but I think he would take the winning instead of the individual accolades.
I bet you Lamar would too.
Man.
But go ahead, but let's get back on track.
No, that's part of it. That's a great point because Tyler Dunn, who we've had on the show before, he's a great NFL feature writer. I consider him to be one of the best writers in America covering the NFL. He came out with his top 30 list of NFL quarterbacks. He put Josh Allen ahead of Big Ben. And I do think that Josh Allen, at the height of his powers, probably better than Ben. But he ain't won anything yet, man. He ain't even played for a Super Bowl. And when I'm talking about quarterbacks, that matters to me. Now, I think sometimes we get caught up in the sauce with rings culture, and we make rings like the most important thing whenever it's a team sport. With quarterbacks, I think that there's a lot to that. You win 2 championships, the other guy got 0. Unless he's Dan Marino, I'm putting Ben ahead of that guy on the list.
At least get to a Super Bowl.
I'm putting Ben ahead of Lamar.
At least get to one.
He got 2 MVPs. That's great. Lamar, absolutely a Hall of Famer. And, yeah, it probably keeps coordinators up at night more than Big Ben did. But you got to win something, man.
Absolutely.
He won nothing.
Or at least get there. Well, Joe Burrow has the best case right now outside of Mahomes.
At least he got there.
He got there.
And last year, he could have won the MVP. He didn't because his defense was so bad. He ain't out there making tackles. But you know what Ben did in 05? Ben made a tackle.
You said something right there that kind of struck, not a nerve, but it kind of perked me up. You said that there's defensive coordinators that stay up all night probably thinking about Lamar Jackson. That is absolutely true. But didn't Terrell Suggs just say that about Ben Roethlisberger?
Mm-hmm.
He just said that a couple weeks ago.
Well, because there's nothing you could do when Ben was playing his best ball. There's nothing you could do.
That's why I say you got to throw in the tape.
Yep.
I know that the stats, they hold up pretty well for Ben. But what doesn't push his case even further is if you've never seen him play a full game. Go watch him whenever he threw for 5 touchdowns and what he did to do that in those games. Like, watch him game in and game out, the things, how he would shed off 300-pound defensive linemen and move around in the pocket and get his hips foot forward and find somebody down the field like he's playing backyard football, but nobody can get him down. That's what that matters to me.
Getting punched in the face, bleeding everywhere.
How many
having
people
to put your nose back into place?
How many quarterbacks could play? Oh, there's only so many quarterbacks that played that way.
You think about the offensive lines Ben played behind early in his career, and some of it was him because he would run around and he would extend plays. When they won the Super Bowl in 2008, when they went there in 2010, those lines were objectively awful. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Eli Manning's winning Super Bowls behind those lines. I don't think Peyton Manning's winning Super Bowls behind those lines. I'm not going to question the greatness of Brady. I think he finds a way, but probably doesn't have as much success behind those lines. You know, Ben was perfect for the roster that was constructed around him because he was like his own 6th offensive lineman.
Honestly.
Here's a list of quarterbacks who have won multiple Super Bowls. Tom Brady. Pretty good. Joe Montana. Terry Bradshaw. Patrick Mahomes. Troy Aikman. Eli Manning. Peyton Manning. Big Ben. John Elway. Bart Starr. Bob Gracie. Roger Staubach. Jim Plunkett. Get the hell out of here, LaShawn McCoy. Get the hell out of here.
We're going to play the game?
We are going to play the game at 412-928-9370. We're just going to start naming quarterbacks, and you tell me if he's better or worse than this quarterback that I named. And by he, I mean Ben. Joe Montana.
Ben is worse.
I can derail the proceedings really quickly here. Terry Bradshaw.
Oh.
I wonder how his bourbon sales went on Thursday night. He was at a wine and spirits selling bourbon. We tried to get him on the show. He was too busy.
Can I say even?
No. I'll always put Bradshaw ahead of Ben because he won the 4. He was the MVP in 2 of those Super Bowls. He won a league MVP, which meant that he was the best among his peers.
Yeah, I'll go Bradshaw.
I do think it's splitting hairs, and he had a ton of talent around him. Not that Ben didn't, but he had all those Hall of Famers around him. But I'll take Bradshaw by a nose.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not disrespectful to Ben.
No.
It's just the guy won 4 Super Bowls, and they don't win 2 of them if he doesn't play out of his mind. Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll take Ben over Aikman, man.
Yes.
I'm definitely taking him over Eli.
Yes.
Peyton?
No.
No. Elway?
No.
That was Ben's hero. There's a lot of similarities in their game, too. I mean, I'll take him over Plunkett and Staubach.
Yes.
We'll throw more names at you coming up next. I want to spend some time on this. Properly ranking Ben Roethlisberger, who is 14th on Tyler Dunn's list, behind Josh Allen.
That's just... that's recency bias. Like, that is insane to me.
Texter writes in, Ben didn't play well in that first Super Bowl. Okay. He also got them there.
Exactly.
And go back and watch some of the highlights, though, from that game. Him scrambling and diving, and yes, getting the ball across the goal line. Him running around like a chicken with his head cut off and finding Heath Miller on a play that exactly 0 quarterbacks in the league make at that point. We're going to keep playing the game when we come back at 412-928-9370. LaShawn McCoy says, Big Ben, not that good. Where does Ben rank among the all-time greats? First is Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates swept the New York Mets over the weekend. The Pirates blew out the Mets, outscoring them in the series 30-4 over the 3 games. Pirates' next game is going to be tonight. They're going to start a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals still at home for the Pirates. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time 6:40. Coverage begins at 5:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Storin.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you start your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Are you ready to make a move? Then you need to call my good friend Gina Giampetro. Connor and Leah recently reached out to Gina to sell their current home in Avalon because they were in the process of building a new home. They wanted to work with a real estate agent that had a great reputation and network who could not only sell their home quickly, but also get them a great price. In their 5-star review, Connor and Leah said that Gina and her team did just that. Gina will sit down with you. You're granted a price. You're granted a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
1 in 5 people in the U.S. have a sexually transmitted infection, or STI. 1 in 7 people living with HIV are unaware. No shame, no stigma. The Allegheny County Health Department's Public Health Clinic offers free STI HIV testing and treatment at 1908 Wiley Avenue. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3:45 p.m., except Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Walk in, make an appointment, or order a free test kit from the comfort of your own home. Learn more. Call 412-578-8081 or visit AlleghenyCounty.us/STD.
Back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Before I went to the Good Feet store, I'd have to find a chair or something just to rest my back. There was so much pain. I mean, it was tough. I mean, I would take ibuprofen, aspirin sometimes to get rid of the pain.
Many customers talk about these same failed remedies when they come to the Good Feet store.
Once I went to the Good Feet store, my life really changed, and I have not, over these 5+ years, wearing these orthotics, had any trouble whatsoever with my lower back. It has been an absolute blessing.
The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers live a better life. No shots, no surgery, no medication. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Good morning start at GetGo, especially when you save on fresh, made-to-order breakfast biscuits. Just 2 for $7 with your loyalty card. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, served on fluffy biscuits. Order yours at any GetGo cafe and market. Or better yet, order on the GetGo app to get your day going even faster. 2 for $7 breakfast biscuits, only at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is a special alert for Americans who owe more than $10,000 in back taxes. Get ready for a toll-free hotline number. Call and get free information on how to take advantage of new initiatives that could significantly reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Call Stop IRS Debt today at 800-655-6697. Learn how you can stop collection calls, IRS letters, bank levies, and wage garnishments, all by using a proven A+ BBB rated tax system that negotiates with the IRS for you. If you haven't filed returns in years or you're already in a payment plan, you can still get tax relief. The government is ready to work out a generous program that can resolve your tax debt quickly. Be warned, this situation won't last forever and your tax debt will only get worse if you don't act now. Do not try to handle it yourself. Call Stop IRS Debt now for free information. 800-655-6697. That's 800-655-6697. 800-655-6697.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
LaShawn McCoy, critical of Ben Roethlisberger. Then Tyler Dunn, great NFL feature writer, ranked his top 30 quarterbacks of all time and had Ben 16th. I said 14th before. 16th behind Josh Allen. Tyler Dunn had Josh Allen sandwiched between Terry Bradshaw and Big Ben. He had Bradshaw as the 14th ranked quarterback of all time. Big Ben 16th. So I'm going to just start naming names and you tell me if these guys are better or worse than Big Ben. We did Brady, we did Mahomes, we did Montana. Marino.
Better.
Than Ben?
Yes.
Yeah. I think Marino could throw for 7,000 yards today.
Yep. He's in this era. I mean, it's over. Yes.
Oh, my God. He was throwing for 5,000 yards before it was cool.
Yep.
I'll say this about Marino, too. Heyday, way cool.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's that famous picture of him walking through Oakland with a massive chaw.
Yeah.
With the white T-shirt.
He's a dude.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'll take Favre over Ben, too.
Yes.
Peyton.
Yes.
Elway.
Yes.
Breeze.
I'm going to go no.
He played forever. He was a great player. Arguably the most accurate passer of all time. He's 8th on Tyler Dunn's list. And Ben is 16th. I don't think there's that level of separation. And I know that he threw for like 15,000 more yards than Ben. Fair enough. He also played in a dome. And I don't know, that division? What was that division compared to the AFC North?
I mean, you can't even think of who the running back was during Breeze's era because they threw the ball every play.
He did have Reggie Bush for a spell.
I mean, Reggie Bush wasn't that great coming out.
See, I would argue he was great coming out and then had a good NFL career.
Okay. He wasn't what we thought he was going to be.
No. ago. Remember when it was Mario Williams or Reggie Bush and
Yes.
everyone was all up in arms about Mario Williams going 1 overall? Mario Williams is a great player.
Yes, he was. Peed in his garage.
That's right. You did pee in his garage at a party because you couldn't find the bathroom.
Yep. House is too big.
That makes me sad in a way.
Why?
Because I live in a ranch with 2 bathrooms, and if you didn't find my bathroom, I would call 911.
Well, let me make sure I get this clear to everybody. It was one of his garages.
So my man had as many garages, if not more, than bathrooms I have in my house.
I showed up to his house, and there was like 10 cars. No, there was probably about 15 cars in the driveway. And I got there a little bit early, and I look around, and I'm like, where's everybody at? He's like, nobody's here yet. And I'm like, well, whose cars are those? He's like, those are mine. Yeah.
First of all, why'd you get there so early? You got to be fashionably late.
Listen, I wanted to ingratiate myself. I'm a rookie. I want to say, I show up early. You invited me to your house. I want to be early. I don't want to be late. I want to do things the right way.
If you showed up to the party like an hour in, he probably, with all the people there and the booze being consumed, he might not even acknowledge that you're there.
Right.
He might, hey, what's up, Doran? And then he'd forget all about it.
Absolutely.
That's a good point. I think I'd take Steve Young over Ben, too. I mean, he didn't really get his shot until he was 31 years old.
Oh,
I think a
close one.
Criminally underrated player because I think he would have done a lot of the same stuff Montana did.
Yes.
That system plus Lefty, his ability to extend plays and run, criminally underrated, Steve Young.
Yes. I'm going to go Steve Young. We're talking all-timers now.
All-timers.
That's the crux of this.
Aaron Rodgers. Super Bowl and 4 MVPs, he clears, I think.
Yes.
Roger Staubach is listed 11th on Tyler Dunn's list. And I think he gets points for this, and he should get life points for this, but I don't look at his NFL career as any different because of this. He didn't start his career until he was 29 because he was in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. It's amazing. I mean, there are not enough people out there like Roger Staubach, but no.
I'm going bad.
Here's where I lose it. Dan Fouts ranked ahead.
No.
And I know Air Coryell slanging it all over the place and kind of changed the game. Great. What'd you win, Dan? Fran Tarkenton, NFL's all-time leader in passing yards for 17 years after he retired. That's fine.
Yep.
He has Bradshaw ahead of Ben. That's fine. Josh Allen ahead of Ben, I think, is a crime.
Yeah, that's a crime.
And listen, if you're going to put Josh Allen ahead of Ben, and you shouldn't, how's Lamar Jackson not ahead of Josh Allen?
Who's right behind Ben?
Kurt Warner. Then Jim Kelly. Then Johnny Unitas. Bart Starr. Len Dawson. Warren Moon. Ken Stabler. Joe Namath. Get Joe Namath off the damn list. With all due respect. Get Joe Namath off a top 30 list. Are you kidding me? That's a joke. Ken Anderson, Phillip Rivers, Matthew Stafford, Troy Aikman, Lamar Jackson at 29, Randall Cunningham. What are we doing here?
I have
we got to
no
get
problem.
Tyler Dunn on the list, on the phone this week.
He was on with us before, right?
The great guy.
Yeah. I have no problem with everybody, but that's before Ben, but Josh Allen. I think that's kind of where I rest my case.
Okay, so if we're saying that Ben then is a top 15 quarterback of all time, why is Ben not allowed to
have an
opinion, LaShawn McCoy? He's a top 15 player of all time.
Like that's like okay, LaShawn McCoy, yeah, okay, like he was regarded probably as the best running back in 1 year of his career, but all right, let's put Barry Sanders and Jim Brown in that era. You wouldn't be regarded as the best running back.
No, and he had a great year.
Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. Okay, fine. Ben wasn't regarded as the best quarterback for a year of his career.
I'm not going to crush LaShawn McCoy's career because there's nothing to crush. It's a really good career.
Yes.
And I know that you're not doing that. 2013, he had 1,600 yards, 9 touchdowns, caught the ball, 52 catches for 539 yards. That's a hell of a year. Arguably the best running back in football that year.
Listen, I know Shady very well. I've known him since I was 14 years old. He is doing this because he knows that he's the only person that can say that, and there's no blowback that he would get because he was regarded as the best running back at one point in his career for a year, and Ben wasn't. I know him very well.
But then I look at, like, if you want to go over the air, if you want to do the game that he's doing, I mean, how many running backs would I take over LaShawn McCoy? It's in the era? There's a whole bunch.
Well, we can play that game coming up next.
Okay. And George LaRocque's trading Sidney Crosby, which we got to get to. Jesse Marshall at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Jesse, who knows more about prospects than anybody, will get his thoughts on what the Penguins did in the draft. It does seem, Doran, like this is full rebuild. Like Dubas didn't trade up and package those picks to get into the top 10 to take a quote-unquote star. He traded back a couple of times, in fact. They made 13 picks, most that they've done in 31 years. That tells me they ain't trying to win real quick. So we'll get into all of that. Jesse Marshall at 8. We'll do a lot of that in the 8 o'clock hour. Mark Caboli, 9 o'clock until 10. Up next, we compare running backs to LaShawn McCoy because it's June 30th. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates swept the New York Mets over the weekend. The Pirates are going to start a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Game time tonight at 6:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More for the lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Harbor Township, crews checking reports of an accident now involving an overturned vehicle. This is in the 1300 block of Gulf Lab Road, approaching the intersection with Route 910 and the ramps to Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway East inbound is jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays almost to the bend at Bates as you head up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. And Route 28 delays just past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with a solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here. 4th of July coming up on Friday, and you need beer, and Hampton Beer Outlet is the place to go. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about those prices? Imagine yourself playing some wiffle ball in the backyard with the fam, with the friends, an ice-cold Yuengling or Michelob Ultra in your hand. 24-pack cans, Michelob Ultra, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or mid-size all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats, and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit armstrongonewire.com/business.
Employee pricing for everyone at South Hills Lincoln and Peters Township. This is the Lincoln Motor Company Employee Pricing Program. That means below invoice pricing on new Lincolns. Pay what Lincoln employees pay, not a penny more. Save thousands during this sales event. Transparent pricing and a large selection of new Lincolns. The new redesigned 2025 Lincoln Navigator just arrived. South Hills Lincoln, Route 19 in Peters Township. Visit southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. Employee pricing not available on 25 Navigator. Offer expires July 7th.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey guys, Donnie here. Remembering the comments from a few years ago. Yeah, Donnie, you lost weight, but keeping it off, no chance. That's after dropping 45 pounds with Awaken 180. Where am I at today? Down 50 pounds. It's fun proving some people wrong, and this is a big one. Here's the best part. I haven't given up pizza. I haven't given up ice ice cream, or really anything that I love to eat. I know my body now. Awaken 180 taught me how it works, so nothing is off limits. It's second nature, and the proof is the 50 pounds mark. I still weigh in once a month or once every 6 weeks for free. My coach keeps me on the track, and I look forward to those calls because my guy Pat has advice in all areas. If I start working out more, what are the best protein shakes to go with? What if my sweet tooth comes back for a minute? How do I curb all that stuff? The tips, the tricks, the continued support is how Awaken 180 is in their 11 years of helping people just like you and me. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jesse Marshall of The Athletic going to join us in about 10 minutes to get into the Penguins draft, what it all means, how long of a rebuild it could be with Kyle Dubas. They got 3 first-round picks, Thorne. How about that?
Yep.
They had 2 coming in, wound up with 3.
Yeah, trade it back.
And they're all different. First guy they drafted, 5'10", got a lot of skill. 99 points last year in the QMJHL.
You're not even looking at it.
What do you mean?
It's off the top of your head. It's
How about that?
It's good.
Second guy's a bruiser. Front of the net, dirty player, 7th in his league in scoring last season. And then the third guy they picked, 6'5". Yes, Harry.
What?
What's up?
I didn't want to say anything.
Okay.
I saw they drafted a brother.
What's that?
Saw they drafted a brother. That's the second guy, right? Bill?
Bill.
His name's Bill.
They took Bill Kindle, 11th overall.
No.
I'm getting to it. Bill Zonin, 22nd overall.
They took 2 Bills?
2 Bills.
No, Benjamin Kindle.
Ben Kindle. What'd I call him, Bill?
Yeah.
I think it's because you got Bill in my head.
The Buffalo Bills?
And then 24th overall, they took a Will. A Ben, a Bill, and a Will. Will Horkoff. 6'5", 203. Let's go. Get a little bit more sand in those pants. So we'll talk to Jesse about all those guys at the top of the hour. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township.
Hey, Bill Zonin did 16 pull-ups at the Combine.
Is that a lot?
I don't think so. But it's the most of any prospect in attendance.
So it's the most relative to the hockey players that were there.
Yep.
What's the most pull-ups you could have done in a row back in your heyday?
30, 40.
My God. There was a time in my life I could get to 10. Probably couldn't do 16. If I trained for it, I probably could.
How many could you do now?
Now? Oh.
Did you get 5?
I could do 5, I think.
Yeah.
I could do 5.
5's respectable.
I love pull-ups. Pull-ups are always one of the more fun exercises.
Is your wrist towards you or away from you?
You got to mix it up.
Mix it up.
But the harder one is towards you, isn't it? Or no, the harder one's away.
Away. But I like the away ones better.
Are those is that how they measure you, the away ones?
The away ones.
I don't think I could do 10.
Yeah.
I could do, with my wrist facing towards me, I could do 10. Oh, get a nice pump in the biceps, work on the back.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a pull-up bar that I would put on my door frame.
Me too.
Growing up?
Yeah, you know the story. Our tech guy, he lives in my old house, and he saw whenever he moved in that my dad put no excuses across from my pull-up bar from my room, and he saw that on the wall.
Would you do pull-ups every day?
Every day. Every night.
My wife said I couldn't anymore because the black of the pull-up bar would rub along the door frame, and there are all these black marks, which are still there. And so we haven't remedied it, so I don't understand why I can't use the pull-up bar now. I would tie washcloths to each end so that it wouldn't rub. Yeah.
They're good for you?
Pull-ups?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to bust it out. I think I still have it in the garage. I'm going to bust it out. I'm going to work my way to 16 pull-ups. So we'll talk to Jesse Marshall about these prospects and the overall takeaways from this year's draft coming up next. We've been ripping LaShawn McCoy for ripping Roethlisberger pretty much all hour long. And I'll tell you what, I think I've been a little unfair to LeSean McCoy for his career.
Oh, no, he has a great career.
It's a great
He's
career.
He's a Hall of Famer.
You know what? I've always thought, borderline guy. No, I think he's in, man.
He's getting in.
6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time All-Pro, all 2010s team.
Yep.
If you make your all-decade team, you're pretty much getting in.
Yes.
Now, face value, I wouldn't say he's better than LaDainian Tomlinson.
Mm-hmm.
I would take AP.
Yep.
And then I went to Sean Alexander and Frank Gore, and just thinking, just knee-jerk gut reaction, I thought I'd take Sean Alexander and Frank Gore. You start going into the numbers, I mean, I'll take McCoy over Frank Gore for sure.
Yes. Look at the receiving numbers.
Yeah, Gore ain't doing nothing.
No, neither is Sean Alexander.
Now, Frank Gore was an all-decade team guy. 16,000 rushing yards. Second all-time. But he wasn't a multiple-time All-Pro. McCoy's got him in all the other statistical categories. And then Sean Alexander had less yards. He only played 8 years.
Yep.
He was a member of the all-decade team. He did win an MVP. But the numbers don't compare. They really don't. So sorry, LeSean, for selling you short. And that's not even a 13-9 thing.
Is he top 10?
All time?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Top 15?
He's 23rd
There's
all time in yards.
Running backs.
I know, because then I went back into the early 2000s, and I don't think he would have compared to a lot of these guys.
We're talking like Earl Campbell. You got to throw in Jim Brown. That's tough. It's almost tougher than quarterback.
Curtis Martin, Corey Dillon. These are just guys from the early 2000s. Ricky Williams at the height of his powers was unbelievable. Brian Westbrook probably slept on. Good player. Priest Holmes. Clinton Portis. Tiki Barber. I'll tell you, it's a good career for LeSean.
It's pretty good.
All right. Coming up next, Jesse Marshall of The Athletic to go over what the Penguins got in this year's draft and what does it mean organizationally moving forward. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high, Hines Ward, 86, low, 71 of Genny Malkin, 70% chance of rain. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh employee pricing plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games, easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once, so make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need to trade in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continuing to be dangerous. This report brought to you by Mark Patrick Seminars. We have an accident. Crews now on the scene in Harmer Township, 1300 block of Golf Lab Road, approaching the intersection with Route 910 and the Route 28 ramps. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East delays at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound jammed between the Bend at Bates and the Greenfield Bridge overpass up into those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 remains heavy past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Granbury Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texture writes in, me and the guys had a pull-up bar at the entrance of the bathroom in college. Had to do 10 every time you went in.
Nice little rule.
Does that mean like I could be like 15 beers deep and have to take a dump and I got to do 10 pull-ups? That's a dangerous situation right there, buddy.
Oh, get them in.
And what if I'm tired from doing all the pull-ups the day before? What if I only do 8.5? Am I allowed to go to the bathroom?
No. Don't
like it. Would make you stronger. You do 10 a day or probably 30 a day?
Mm-hmm.
More than that. Imagine how many times me with my bathroom breaks I'm doing pull-ups.
You'd be sneaking away, going down to the next floor.
Good point by you. You know me well. It's exactly what would happen. Jesse Marshall joins us right now. He, of course, from The Athletic. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Most kids get excited on Christmas Eve. Jesse Marshall gets excited for the NHL draft. Hello, Jesse. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure to be talking to you.
Well, our pleasure, Jesse. And this was a big one for the Penguins. 13 picks, the most they've taken in one draft in 31 years. Let's start with Ben Kindle, number 11 overall. I read that some think that Dubas reached to get him. I don't know enough about these guys. That's why we have you on. Did he reach, and what do you know about Ben?
I think it is a little bit of a reach, but here's the thing that I put the caveat on with that is that Ben Kindle was the line mate of Tanner Howe, who got traded to the Calgary Hitmen at the beginning of the year from a really horrible Regina Pats team. And they spent all year together. And instantaneously, from their time together at the inception of that grouping, one of the best lines in the WHL. So the Penguins got a very long, close viewing of Ben Kindle, just vis-a-vis Tanner Howe, who's already in their system. And I don't, I think for them to be that close to a player throughout the course of the year takes a little bit of the perceived risk away that you might think there is. So I had Ben Kindle at 20, Adam. So 20 to 11, I don't think is that huge of a jump. And I think there were a lot of outlets that had Ben Kindle as a top 10 player. So, I don't think it's too far of a reach, especially considering how much they like this player and the individual sample size that they've got of watching him up close. But make no mistake, I mean, if you came up to me, Adam, and said that Ben Kindle's the best defensive forward in the draft, I wouldn't argue with you about that.
Oh, wow.
And it's funny because that's not what he's known for. That's not that when you listen to people talk about Ben Kindle, that's not what they start with. They start with his hands, his shot, the creativity. He's a really lethal offensive talent. But what shocked me the most in watching him was how much of that is born off the back of him stealing the puck. And it's not a physical. I equate him, guys, to a safety, the way a safety plays in the NFL. They sit downfield, right? They read those plays and wait for an opportunity to pounce, and that's what Ben Kindle's doing. He's really good at reading plays. He's a timing-based attacker. His stick work is phenomenal. So he's kind of laying in wait, right, stalking the play. He sees it developing, and then he pounces. And he either intercepts the pass at the point of action or gets a stick on the player at the point of action. And then that's when the magic happens, right? That's when he takes over and his creativity, his hands all come to the forefront. And he's just absolutely lethal in those transition situations. And the thing is, he generates just so much of them. And I have a video out on him in The Athletic today. You need all your fingers and toes to count the number of times he scores off of a turnover.
Jesse, Bill Zonin, 18 years old, 6'2", 185, some decent size right there. It seems like that he's going to have some things to clean up. He's a little bit raw, but do you like the pick with their second pick in the first round of Bill Zonin?
Yeah, this one's my favorite, guys. I got to be completely transparent with you. Bill Zonin is somebody I became aware of in November as a late first, early second round pick, but he went on a 23-game point streak around Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, scored a point in every single game he played in the month of November, and that'll get your attention, right, when you hear about that. So I started watching him early. I think, I do think there's some element of rawness to his game, but when you watch him play, you're watching Chris Kunitz and Patrick Hornquist and those kind of style of guys, right?
Let's go.
Like he is a nightmare, and when you watch him go into the boards with defensemen, they tap out. They quit. In the third period of a game, they don't have anything to do with Bill Zonin on puck retrieval because they're tired of it. They've just taken a beating all night long, and he hits hard. He hits really hard. In front of the net, you can't move him. He fights. You see sticks flying around in the crease. It's because Bill Zonin's not giving that position up. Now let's layer on top of that the fact that he just overpowers people with his wrist shot. A lot of the goalies he beat this year, it was power and placement. Oh, right past the glove, just right past it. It's like he's throwing Paul Skeens heat at people. I think now here's where it gets. You talk about the refinement. That selection's got to get better, right? I think he's got to be a little bit. He's an energy guy. When Steve Hartley, the coach, and Rowan Norenda needed something to happen, they sent Bill Zonin over the boards. That was the plan. Put Zonin on the ice. Something is going to take place next, right? And I think that ball of energy and that work ethic, it's all very good, but I think sometimes it's misused, right, in actions that aren't really beneficial to the game. Like maybe it's finishing a check away from the play that you should have peeled off of. Maybe it's not taking that shot. I'm not worried about any of that, right? This is a player who has gotten really good at hunting open ice with the puck on a stick and not conceding possession. When you add in all these other developing offensive skills and just this powerhouse of a shot, the thing for me, guys, is the ceiling on this player right, is on the third floor. Right? Like, Bill Zonin, to me, is playing in the National Hockey League. Maybe he's a fourth-line center or a fourth-line wing. We don't really know what position he is yet. I think we'll figure that out this year. But best-case scenario beyond that, maybe he's playing on your second-line wing, right? So I think there's a wide variety of outcomes here. All of those roads, though, lead to Bill Zonin playing in the NHL to me in some fashion. I just don't see this as a risky pick. I had him at 24th. They took him at 22. I was tempted to put him higher than that because he's just so much fun to watch. The fun meter on this guy is broken. So I think this will be, I said on Twitter this weekend, this is your favorite prospect, and you just don't know it yet. And I think once people see him in Pittsburgh and get a sense of how electric he is, that'll turn out to be true.
Jesse Marshall of The Athletic joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Will Horkoff, number 24 overall. His dad, Sean, I feel super old, played over 1,000 games in the NHL. Not the biggest guy, just 6'5", 203. So it seems like they kind of got all different shapes and sizes, didn't they, Jesse?
They did, yeah. And this is the one that I think everybody's kind of got to put their patient hat on for, because I think Will Horkoff is a project with a really high potential to turn into something special. I think that is a long ways away. He's kind of jumped around, right? I think he settled at Michigan this year. He didn't get to Michigan until the winter. So the season was halfway over by the time he got there. To be, the United States national program this year, guys, was sour. There was something wrong with it. Dan Muse left, and it kind of like it became a disaster. They were decent and good at times internationally, but when they were domestic playing against college teams and USHL squads, they were getting kind of shoved around and beat up, which is weird. So he left that situation, as did a lot of people. It wasn't working out for him. I don't think he had an identity on that team. I don't know that they knew what his role was. But the first game he played at Michigan, he had 2 points. That was the outdoor game at Wrigley, and just was an absolute monster all night. That calmed down with time. But look, this is it's a physical freak of nature who can skate, right? I think there's a lot of stuff that has to happen from a refinement perspective. I'll just give you one thing, guys, like his hands. Does not have soft hands right now at all. Like, it's just not, like, you watch the tape. I watched all 18 from Michigan this weekend, and he's like killing a lot of entries, right? He played 18 games at Michigan and carried the puck across the blue line with possession 25 times. That's not a lot, right? So I think there's a learning curve here. I think he's in the right place. Michigan's a great program. The NCAA next season is going to be the place to be. It's going to be chock full of talent. I think he's going to have a much larger role in that squad. But you watch him play, you see there's a really good player there that's just right now raw, unrefined, a little inexperienced, and frankly played in 3 different situations and teams over the course of the last calendar year. And I think it showed, right? I think it shows. So I think this one's the one that's a little bit more long-term for me, but you can very clearly see in this tape why they picked him, right? And there are times where he's either bowling somebody over or pulling out this set of hands that belies his size and kind of dangling around people, but it's so piecemeal right now. So this one, long-term, I think you kind of let this one marinate, let him go back to Michigan. He's going to get some time, right? I think this is somebody that probably spends a little longer amount of time in the AHL potentially, but I like the pick, right? I mean, I think that they saw something they really liked that allowed them to jump up and target him. He's a little bit further back. I had him ranked 35th overall. But again, physical tools that you don't see every day. These players don't grow on trees. And obviously comes from, a pretty strong set of bloodlines as well. So, again, physically impressive, but I would implore everyone to not rush this one. I think that this one's a little bit one that has got to bake for a little bit longer.
You talked about Zonin's high floor, and you talked about the skill and the defensive prowess of Ben Kindle. Which one of those guys makes it to the league first, and what's the best-case scenario on their arrival time?
2 to 3 years for both, I think, realistically. And with Ben Kindle, I think he's missing a tiny bit of NHL-level burst in his skating. He's not a bad skater. I don't want people to walk away from the conversation thinking that at all. He's a dynamic skater. I mean, the kid's he's spinning around, dangling around people in spin moves. So he's obviously got cutting and maneuverability, but I think that top-end pop is not there yet, which will come with time. And he's a string bean. He's still small, right? And he's, 5'11", 175. So I think, he's got to get a little bit bigger to be able to handle the rigors of the levels that are to come. But I still think, if you're looking for like a comparable player at him, like he's got that Nick Suzuki vibe, right? A good defensive center who's got hands, makes his teammates better, and is just an absolute nightmare to play against because of how smart he is. That's a very easy comp for me. For Zonin, I think the road could be shorter just because he's already got that size and that physicality, and I think his willingness to crash and bang and sort of like play without any regard for his own well-being is a good sign of things to come, right? And usually that's the hump junior players have to get over when they go pro. I think that'll be something like Bill Zonin's looking forward to. You'll hear a lot about his skating. I've seen the sentiment a lot this weekend that Bill Zonin's a bad skater. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me nuts. I don't know how you watch the video of him and just see him like barreling through the neutral zone at 100 miles an hour, chasing down pucks and think, wow, that's a bad skater. It looks weird. It is not. He is not classically trained, right? Like it just looks like he figured it out on his own, but it's working, right? So I think there's a lot of wasted energy in his stride and a lot of like extra movement that I think with an NHL level skills coach is going to get cleaned up in the snap of your fingers. But I just think the style of play that Zonin has makes the potential runway for him a little bit shorter. And I think with Horkoff, probably the longest one, right? I think you're probably, again, in that 3-year range for him and maybe beyond. But again, if some of this skill comes and clicks for him next year, and he's got that time to settle into Michigan now, he's found a home, right? If that light bulb goes off, I might be shortening that up just because of how much of a freak he is.
Jesse, what were your initial thoughts on George the Rock's tweet about Sidney Crosby potentially being traded?
Guys, just here's the thing. We have to stop caring about this because it's not going to go away, right? Like, it's not going to go away. What you're seeing is NHL media people living out their fantasy, right? Like, they want so badly to be able to cover a Sidney Crosby is traded project that they're almost in tears trying to manifest it on the internet. I think it's sad to have a guy come out publicly and make how many statements now? I mean, we got to be up to 8 over the course of the last 3 years about his intention. To ignore that, right, from a guy who's been in the league as long as Sid has and the ambassador to the league that he is, to ignore that for your own selfish interests in a story you want to write is kind of disrespectful to me. I'm going to be honest with you. So, I don't know. Again, I don't know how many times we're going to have to see Crosby and Brisson and the Penguins come out and say this is ridiculous. Like even Nathan McKinnon had to do it this weekend.
Yeah.
So, to me, it's very disrespectful. I think people are thinking selfishly here, and they want to talk about a story. They want to make it happen. And, again, Sid's been in the league a long time, right? He's done everything everybody's ever asked for him except skip a couple All-Star games. So, to me, it's just it's crazy that we're going to keep doing this over and over again. Every time we enter a new season of the NHL, whether that be free agency, trade deadline, draft, a random Tuesday night in November, somebody's going to kick the fire on this until he hangs them up.
Jesse, this was excellent. We should do this a lot more, especially given the state of things with the Penguins, because there's going to be a lot of young guys we're going to want to break down over the next couple of years, and we look forward to your video piece coming out today on The Athletic. Thanks for jumping on, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Great breakdown, Jesse. Thank you.
Oh, man.
That was great.
He John Clayton'd it. He was out.
Yeah. He did his job, in and out.
He's so good at that.
Yeah, thorough.
He's naming coaches' names.
I mean, that's hard.
Quebec Major Junior League.
That's hard. That's like baseball. I mean, like football, we talk about this all the time. Football, you get to see the guys because they play college football. You watch college football. If you're a fan of college football, you're usually a fan of NFL. If you're a fan of NFL, you're usually a fan of college. So you get to see these guys every Saturday. With hockey, like you got to dig. You got to dig, and you got to do your homework. I mean, there's so many guys all across the world that you have to cover. That is a unique skill that Jesse and a lot of these guys out here have that can evaluate these prospects, and I just give them a lot of credit, man.
Me too, man. That's a passion. It's a passion. You'll see it in his piece today. Whenever he's great at it because he uses the analytics, but he also knows how to break down the video. Coming up next, we'll react to what Jesse had to say. We don't need to zoom in on every particular prospect. We had him on to do that. I'm not going to pretend like I've sat here and watched video of all these guys, but 13 picks in this year's draft, the most in 31 years in a single draft for the Penguins, including 3 in the first round. What does this tell us about the direction now for Kyle Dubas? And it looks like this is probably going to be the hardest season of Sidney Crosby's career. What does that mean? We'll get to that as well. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the New York Mets over the weekend. They outscored the Mets 30-4 through that 3-game series. Pirates will continue their homestand when they start a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Game time's at 6:40. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Today's birthday shout-out goes to A.J. Brown. The Eagles' 28-year-old wide receiver and sideline literary trendsetter recently posted he was seeking a local quarterback to throw to him, but not some fan who thinks he can throw and wants to just hang out. You know, I'm available. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here with big news from West Shore Home. For a limited time, you can lock in 4th of July savings. That's free, F-R-E-E, installation on your new bath, windows, or doors, and 0% financing. It doesn't get any better than that. No one offers both. Go to westshorehome.com/fan, and you'll get an extra $500 off your project just for being a listener. So don't wait. This offer will not last. That's free installation, 0% financing, and $500 in savings at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home. Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Price tags and smiles usually don't go together, but number one Cochran's red, white, and new celebration offers so much bang for your buck you can't help but crack a grin. That's because select new vehicles are marked with special tags indicating extra savings up to $1,000. And the fireworks don't stop there. You'll also find leases as low as $149 a month, financing from 0%, and savings up to $13,500. Number one Cochran's tag savings are available in-store through July the 5th, so hurry in for their red, white, and new celebration. Offers may include manufacturer incentives available to select customers only. Ultra-low mileage lease may include mileage overage fees up to 25 cents per mile. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. See dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Washington County, a damaged roadway is closed. Route 331 in both directions at the intersection with Poplar Road. Watch for a detour there. In Venango County, road work is restricting Atlantic Avenue in both directions between Orchard and East Atlantic Avenue. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jesse Marshall of The Athletic. Nobody knows prospects like that guy. We're lucky to have him in Pittsburgh, and he broke down the 3 players the Penguins took in the first round of the NHL draft. I think it's noteworthy that Kyle Dubas did not trade up into the top 10 to get a more surefire superstar guy, perhaps someone who would be closer to playing in the NHL. Jesse said, best case scenario, those top 2 guys, 2 to 3 years before they're in the NHL. And for Will Horkoff, 3 years at the earliest before he's in the NHL. Now, I'm not criticizing Kyle Dubas for this. This is the way the NHL draft works. And if there's 5 can't-miss blue chip guys, maybe they'll get there faster. This was looked at as not a great draft. But instead of moving up to take one of those guys, there were no takers. None of those picks were traded. Dubas trades back. Then he trades back again, winds up with 3 first-round picks. And again, none of those guys are going to be here for at least 2 years. We're getting our answers here, folks. This isn't going to be that stop on a dime, rebuild on the fly, I don't think, from Kyle Dubas. This is a rebuild. Malkin's going to retire, we think, at the end of the year. Maybe go back to Russia, whatever. Letang's contract still has term. Crosby will be here for as long as he wants to be, and we'll get into him coming up in a couple of minutes. But apart from those guys, I think it's a tank for McKenna kind of situation here, man.
Looks like it.
It sure does, doesn't it?
It looks like it.
Like, it'd be something totally different if you got a couple of low or high floor guys. Like, if you took a couple of Zonins, who was the second pick they took in this first round, who have a high floor, but because they're physically able to play at this level, they get here a little bit faster. No, that's not the case. So, it's going to be a rebuild. And Dubas has sort of been careful about the way he talked, but we talk about this all the time. General managers, coaches, sometimes players will lie, but you can't lie in the personnel moves you make. And you take 3 guys that aren't going to be here for a little while, this is a full rebuild.
Yeah, it seems like it. I just, it would be something if they did end up getting McKenna, though, next year.
Oh, my God.
That would be something. Wouldn't it? Like, that would be pure Penguins juju.
I saw a dude who's a big hockey guy tweet out, I think it was yesterday, the Penguins roster right now. And free agency begins on the 1st. But the roster right now, he said, that's a bottom 8 roster in the league.
Yeah.
Like, you need to do a little bit more work to get into the bottom 5
right.
to give yourself a real good chance at Gavin McKenna. I think that's the right play. I do. Like, to spend the money necessary, to make the moves necessary to turn the Penguins into a Stanley Cup contender, because that's what Dubas said he wants to do right now. I just don't think it's possible. Now, I had said at the end of last season, and I do still agree with this, if Dubas wanted to make the Penguins a fringe playoff team, I think he could do that this offseason. Make them a fringe playoff team. They have $24 million in cap space. You can create more with some trades, and then you can go buy some guys. If he wanted to, I think they could be a playoff-ish team this year. But what's that worth? And then how far does that set you back into the future? At some point, you need to commit to a rebuild, and it seems like he has. And when he was asked about free agency by the writers at the end of the draft, He said they're going to be active, but not the big-time guys, and they need to make the blue line better. So my guess would be the players they're going to acquire, they're going to have on short deals that aren't going to cost a ton of money, guys that are probably flippable assets at the deadline, and that's what it's going to look like.
Well, that's a different tone than, whenever he first got here. It was like everybody, we'll get an opportunity. We'll look at everybody in free agency. We'll look at everybody, and it could be the top tier players. Everybody, is going to be on the table. That is on the table that we will look at. So now that he's kind of specific about it, that just does tell you what their mindset is.
Plus, they hired Dan Muse,
right?
And Jesse talked about what USA Hockey looked like after Dan Muse left. Dan Muse was called a developmental coach. Like, that's what he's supposed to be good at, developing young players. So you couple that with the fact that you take 13 guys in the draft, and the top 3 picks ain't going to be here for at least 2 years. It's a rebuild. And maybe Sidney Crosby will be here when they're good again. But they ain't going to be good this year. They probably ain't going to be good in 2 years. And what Sid is left at that point? I mean, I think he can play until he's 45, but eventually he's not going to be a point-per-game player.
He'll be 40-ish.
Yeah.
Whenever
he still could be that guy then.
He still probably would have 3 years of good Sid left.
Mm-hmm.
I'd give him till 43.
I will say this year's going to be really taxing on him.
Yeah, no, that was my next question to you. Like, I mean, how, whenever it's like premeditated and you're going to a situation it's not going to be good and you just have to deal with it, like, that's tough. And especially whenever you've been the highs of the highs before. Like, I'm very interested. I'm more interested now to see how this does play out this year with Sidney Crosby, like what it's really going to look like with Letang, with Malkin, and them knowing the direction of the program. Like, I'm very interested to see, like, how do you not play? Like, what if they...
He's pretty much a traveling circus act. I mean, he's the reason that you're going to sell tickets, whatever tickets you do sell this year. He's the reason that opposing teams' fans are going to get into the barn when the Penguins come to town. But apart from that, you got to be a really niche hockey fan to enjoy what we're about to all endure. And if you're a guy, like you said, who's won at the highest level, as much as Sid has, this is going to blow, man. And I think he's going to be a great teammate. And I think he's going to, this is probably poor phrasing, I think he's going to hold guys' hands through this. I think he's going to help with the development, but it's going to tear him up inside.
Yeah.
It's got to tear him up right now that you're not going to contend. And I saw Josh Joey write that this is going to be the hardest season of Sid's career. And I agree. His first year, the team was awful. He racked up 100 points, but he hadn't won anything yet. And he knew what he was walking into, and there was still all his entire career out ahead of him. So, okay, we're going to struggle, but we're going to grow together. Now, he is tasked with helping the franchise grow, potentially beyond when he steps away. That's a totally different animal here. And I think if there's one guy with the character to handle the job, it's him. But it doesn't mean it's going to be easy on the guy.
Oh, man.
And then that brings us to what George LaRocque tweeted and what Spittin' Chicklets put out there, that Sid could be on the verge of moving. Now, Rob Rossi shot that down. Sid has preemptively shot that down now for years. We'll get into it coming up next. Later on in the hour, what James Harrison had to say about Mike Tomlin, and we got Mark Caboli from 9 o'clock until 10. But right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates-Cardinals start a 3-game series tonight at PNC Park. You listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage beginning at 5:45. We've got the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Yes, it is. It's Doran. One reason I love working with Keystone Custom Apparel is because they're a locally owned and operated company that is the best screen printing and embroidery company in the region, and they offer an online spiritware store. This month only, if your group or organization opens an online store, you'll get an additional $500 once your online store reaches $2,000 in sales. The Keystone Custom Apparel online spiritware store. Easy and effective. Get started today at KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Fight Fest weekend is on July 11th and 12th. It's a weekend of hard-punching thrills with a festival vibe held outside in the live casino parking lot, featuring MMA Fighting Friday and then Championship Boxing Saturday, plus food trucks, cigar vendors, and a special appearance by boxing legend Roy Jones Jr. Tickets on sale at FightFestLive.com. Let's take it outside at Live Casino Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do, in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Save at the 2025 Kia Summer Sticker Event. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new 2025 Kias like the Seltos LX all-wheel drive, K4 LXS, Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for all Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I think many Penguins fans got a scare on Friday night when George Laraque, former Penguin badass, tweeted, "I'm hearing there's a very good chance that Crosby will play somewhere else." I know I went, whoa! Because usually it's the spitting chiclet guys being like, oh yeah, get him out west. Get him to the Avs with his buddy Nathan McKinnon. Or usually it's some columnist in Montreal who's like, hey, give Sidney Crosby to win a cup. He could do it right here with the Canadians, even though they haven't won since 1993 and they hold themselves in way too high regard. Anyhow, so we're all freaking out. Then Rob of The Athletic, covered the Penguins forever. He comes off the top rope with a flying elbow. He writes, for what it's worth, I just spoke with someone who would know, cough, cough. Anything you read this weekend about Sidney Crosby leaving the Penguins is, in the words of this person, quote, a joke, end quote, and this person of all persons would know. He'd, know before anybody. So that could be either Sid or Pat Brisson, his agent.
Right.
Rossi would then continue. Another tweet. Pat Brisson, agent for Sidney Crosby, told me just now in text message that speculation about Crosby leaving the Penguins are baseless rumors, so there's a name for you. So then George Laraque, the next day, he comes back around, and this is a lot of words here from George. Okay, so to be more specific about the Crosby rumors, yesterday I heard that at the deadline there's a good chance for him to be dealt. We have been hearing about this for a while, but it makes sense. Crosby's a winner after winning 3 cups. Does he want to end his career by missing the playoffs 4 years in a row? The best part of hockey is the playoff. Why do you think he played in the World Championships this year? Oh, I don't know, George, because he would never say no to Canada. Well, I mean, what the hell? He loves the game, loves to compete. As for Pittsburgh, my former team that I loved, every team goes through a rebuild, and think about the future of the franchise. If you keep all your top players too long, it's going to be a long process of rebuilding. So, when I have a conversation with someone much closer to him than me, it makes sense. Sadly, the team mentioned was not Montreal. Stay tuned. We will see what he decides at the deadline. Look, Crosby has said a bunch of times now he wants to finish his career here. And he's a human. I'm a human. Things change. And I would never rule out the possibility of him wanting to change his mind. But until I hear it from him, I ain't buying it. Because we all want different things. Yes, Sid is the ultimate winner. He's won 3 championships. They won at the Four Nations face-off. You've got Olympics coming up, which I think actually helps Sid a lot. You got the World Cup of Hockey in 2028, but these are opportunities for him to win, even though the team he plays on in the NHL isn't going to do a lot of winning. But if he says he wants to spend his entire career here because that's what his idol Stevie Y did, his other idol and roommate Mario Lemieux did, then I'm just going to take him at face value because Crosby's been nothing but honest his entire career.
I think this is a situation where George Laraque was trying to piece things together and trying to use his hockey acumen and to make a decision on what he thinks is happening with Sidney Crosby and what's happening in the NHL and what he thinks Crosby should do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously he talked to somebody, but you could talk to anybody and somebody could say oh yeah, this makes sense that this guy is going to get traded or once traded. I think George Laraque was just using his mind of piecing things together to say, yeah, this makes sense. If Sidney Crosby were to get traded, I want to get out ahead of it. I don't know,
I'm with you on all that.
You know what I'm saying?
I love George Laraque.
Oh, absolutely.
Who doesn't love George Laraque?
Absolutely. I had one of his sticks after the game.
What?
One of the games, yeah. Taglianetti gave me one of his sticks after one of the games back in 2007 or something like that. But yeah, this is a hockey player and a former teammate trying to piece things together that makes sense in their mind. And it's just Sidney Crosby, if he were to do that, he wouldn't have signed. If he wasn't ready for the rebuild, he wouldn't have signed.
Yes, I think he knew exactly what he was signing up for.
Exactly. Why would he get it? He knows what is happening.
People talk about frequently, people who know the game, about how smart Sidney Crosby is. And that if he wanted to, he could run a team later in life, and maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. He's a hockey lifer. He's that smart. He doesn't see what's going on around him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an understanding that they're not going to be a good hockey team. Doesn't mean this year's going to be easy. We tackled that. It's going to suck for him, I would imagine, this year. But he knew what he was signing up for when he signed the deal. And he has said it a million times. Loved Stevie Y. Loved that he played his entire career with the Red Wings. Loves that Lemieux spent his entire career with the Penguins. And I'll tell you what, I love Sid so much and appreciate what he's brought so much that if he did ask to be traded at the deadline, I'd be all for it. He has earned the right because he's an all-time great and an all-time great Penguin. Whatever he wants, I'm doing. If he wants to keep signing here, yeah, by all means, I want him to sign here. If he wanted to leave, I wouldn't blame him for that either. But I think he wants to stay. Now I want to have fun with George LaRocque. So George played 695 NHL games, racked up 1,126 penalty minutes. You go.
Nice. He used to warm up with boxing gloves before games.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
He only averaged 8 minutes and 20 seconds a game.
He got every bit of the 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes,
though.
he did. And my favorite stat was, which season was it? So with the Penguins, he scored 4 goals. That's the most he ever scored in a season with the Penguins. 2 of them were game-winning goals. So 50% of the time, when that guy was scoring, he was scoring the deciding goal, baby.
Is he? Do you think he's one of the most feared hockey players of all time?
I mean, definitely that era, he's right up there. Yeah, I mean, there's not a place for those guys really anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, that Rempe clown for the Rangers who's a big jackass.
Wilson, maybe.
Yeah, but he's a really good
skilled.
player,
Yeah,
too.
he's a
Yeah,
skilled hockey
he was a
player.
first-round pick. George was just going to beat ass, and that's how he was going to stay in the league. And, yeah, dude, I think he is.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Because
whenever
you
he was
stick
on
around
ice,
for
right.
12 years and you're playing only 8 minutes a game, there's a reason why you're hanging around for 12 years. It's because no one's as good at that as you were. Sorry to cut you off. I'm going off on a LaRocque tangent.
No, I mean, LaRocque in his prime and Ryan Reeves in his prime. Who do you like?
I want to see it. Second-round pick. I want to see it's escaping me how long Ryan Reeves has been in the league. 14 years!
He's been in there for a while. He's my age, right?
He's played 912 games. Holy bird milk. Averaged 8 minutes and 46 seconds a game.
Look at that.
What a disconnect there at the beginning of his Penguins tenure.
Oh, man.
We need to get tougher. We need to get more physical. They got that guy Tom Wilson in Washington. Let's go out and get the toughest son of a gun we can find in Ryan Reeves. And Sullivan's like, all right, yeah, I'll play him 3 minutes a night.
Right.
6 minutes and 45 seconds he played his in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Holy cow. Okay. Coming up next, another feared guy, James Harrison, one of the baddest dudes around. Critical in his praise of Mike Tomlin. We'll get to that next. And then we got Mark Cabali for a full hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, St. Louis Cardinals begin a 3-game series tonight at 6:40 at PNC Park. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates swept the New York Mets over the weekend and outscored them 30-4 in that 3-game series. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Harry Crowley here for Window Nation. I know you've been looking into replacing your windows. Bit overwhelmed, though, by all the options out there. Window Nation makes it easy. From the moment you reach out, you'll work directly with local experts who are proud to call Pittsburgh their home, too. And with one-day installation, your home will stay cool and comfortable through the rest of the summer, and cozy and warm through the winter, too. And right now, you can take advantage of Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 full years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. Personally, I wouldn't procrastinate another day. If I could get top quality windows from local experts, get 50% off all window styles now. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Get your free quote on replacement windows.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, definitely not pleasant right now. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. In Homestead, we are dealing with an accident now. This is at the intersection of East 8th Avenue and Dixon Street. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound, outbound stack through 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. Outbound jammed at the bend at Bates. And Route 28 delays past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Hey, it's Doran. One reason I love working with Keystone Custom Apparel is because they're a locally owned and operated company that is the best screen printing and embroidery company in the region, and they offer an online spirit wear store. This month only, if your group or organization opens an online spirit store, you'll get an additional $500 once your online store reaches $2,000 in sales. The Keystone Custom Apparel online spirit wear store, easy and effective. Get started today at KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Hey, it's Crowley here. It's one of the best weeks of the year. It's 4th of July week, and Hampton Beer Outlet will give you all that you need for your cookouts. When it comes to beer, 30 packs of your favorite brands: Coors, Coors Light, Bud, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. The best deal around. Imagine you're grilling out, beautiful, hot day, fireworks upcoming later in the evening, and you get a nice cold beer in your hand. Coors, Coors Light, Bud, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
You wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right. Simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodies. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait. These in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Pittsburgh Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essentials. That's Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
With Mike, the biggest thing, I guess, that I like about him is he is a player's coach. And the thing that I disliked about him is he is a player's coach to a point of sometimes it can disrupt, you know what I'm saying? Because it goes maybe a little too far with allowing certain things, you know what I'm saying, with certain players. And then it becomes an issue, you know, with that player.
James Harrison talking about Mike Tomlin. Best quality is a player's coach. Worst quality, he's a player's coach. And I don't know that anybody would disagree with that. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What I'm wondering is how many non-players coaches exist anymore. Like, how many badass coaches do we got these days?
I mean, badass now is Campbell from Detroit, but he's a player's coach.
He cries when they lose because he feels like he let his dudes down.
Sean McVay, player's coach. Sirianni, player's coach. McDaniel, player's coach. Ben Johnson, I don't know. I guess to be determined.
Now, Caleb Williams came out. Ben Johnson, I'm happy you brought him up. He's the head coach of the Bears now, was the offensive coordinator under Dan Campbell in Detroit. He said, Caleb Williams did, that Ben Johnson has been all over him, and that he likes it, coaching him hard.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a player's coach. I don't think so. Just by his demeanor.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he's like come into my office, kick your feet up.
Did you watch whenever he walked into the Bears facility?
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah. He talked to all the employees, and it reminded me of that scene from The Bear, which you need to watch that show. It's a really good show.
Yeah, I watched a couple episodes, but couldn't get into it.
And it's about cooking.
Yeah.
He said there's non-negotiables. Bang! Puts it up on the wall, and he's a real hard-ass about it. Yeah, I could see Ben Johnson being that way because that's kind of what he seemed like when he walked into the meeting room. I think it's few and far between, though.
Like Andy Reid's always been a player's coach.
Yes.
Always.
Think about all the stuff that T.O. got away with. And he's now vaulted himself into the all-time great conversation. I'm not playing defense for Tomlin here because there are times you got to sit a guy down. We saw Donnie Kelly do it with O'Neal Cruz the other day. Sometimes if a guy's detrimental to the team, you have to cut off your nose to spite your face. Mike Tomlin should not have allowed George Pickens to play on Christmas Day when he showed up late. And I realized that they had been losing in large part because they didn't have George Pickens. But you got to see the forest through the trees. You got to think beyond just that game. So I'm not playing defense for Tomlin, but I think the days of there being like a 50-50 mix of old school and players coach, I think those days are gone. And Cowher was tough on guys, but Cowher was also a players coach too.
I mean, even Harbaugh, players coach. I mean, Jim Harbaugh is even a more players coach than John Harbaugh.
Oh, he's out there with gloves on, wearing his khakis, throwing the football.
Big time players coach. But that works to an extent. Like I think that whenever you're a players coach, there has to still be that line of authority. You know, you still have to demand it. Like Campbell. Like he still demands I'm the authority here in the building. Like I am boss. But yeah, like I'll treat you, like a player, but I am boss, and you respect that. And I think that there's a fine line, and I think he does it probably the best. But even like a McVay though, he's a player's coach, but I think he has so much respect because he's so smart. It's not like he's like I'm the boss, like walks in and everybody knows it. I don't think he walks in a room and commands that respect. But I think he's just so smart and so good at what he does that the players just automatically respect him. But he also, is a player's guy.
I think Tomlin kind of is like the substitute teacher where you're always trying to see how much you can get away with, like depending on who you are. Because you talk about McVay and his brilliance. Tomlin, you would think, hard-nosed guy, wants to run the ball, wants to play defense. He's a defensive guy at heart. And so with that, you would think there'd be more of an old-school mentality, but there's really not.
I mean, Tomlin's that substitute teacher that's not the younger substitute teacher that you would get, but the older one that you think is not paying attention. But you're in a class mixed of seniors, juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, and the seniors will be messing around, but the substitute that's old looks up and yells at the freshman.
Yes,
and knows that I'm not gonna yell at the seniors. I'm going to just yell at the freshmen because they're freshmen.
That's a good point. Joey Porter, you made a mistake here. You're a rookie. We're going to phase you in real slow. Meanwhile, we played Antoine Blake every damn snap because he was in the league for a little bit. No, I think you're right about that. We'll talk to Kaboli about this because Harrison also talked about his final season in Pittsburgh. And, man, I think there's some revisionist history from James. We'll let people hear the quote when we come back. That's when he wound up getting released and going to New England. We'll get into that coming up next. Fan weather, though, first brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High today of 86. That's Heinz Ward. Low of Evgeny Malkin, 71. The big kaboom when we return on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. So did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats, because you've hit your goal this week. What took you years to pack on, Awaken 180 helped you take off in just weeks. Pretty easy, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started with Awaken 180 yet, what is stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds in just 8 weeks. And Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Callis, my friends, all set their Awaken 180 goal and reached it. Here's the deal. With Awaken 180, you set real tangible goals. You literally watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking around 5 pounds a week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking at? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we did. Don't wait. Hit up Awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800, the official weight loss program of summer.
Getting warm. Summertime, let's go. Schultz Ford, all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. What a store down there. Always at schultzford.com. Listen, Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about my great friends at Schultz Ford. And now that the weather's heating up, I had an idea. Why don't you get to one of these locations ASAP and see about a new Mustang? What a summer car. Oh, yeah, that could work for you. But they got so much more. A gigantic selection of inventory. There is that. All those locations. The customer service cannot be beat. How about mobile service? You get into that new car, and there's something they can fix right in your driveway. They'll do that. Also, pickup and delivery. Maybe they need to take it back to the shop and do something. They'll grab it. They'll bring it right back. Schultz Ford offers so much at all those locations. Get online right now. schultzford.com.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew still checking reports of an accident in Homestead, West 8th Avenue near Dixon Street. It is off the roadway, though, so no lanes are affected. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound to Parkway Center. Outbound delays from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays from Bates Street up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 clearing up. It's still heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
That's right, Mark Cabali joins us now. It's a Monday. He joins us for a full hour, 9 o'clock until 10 every Monday. And Mark Cabali brought to you by Bet365. Before we get into what James Harrison had to say about Mike Tomlin, a little breaking Pirates news. Johan Oviedo has been assigned to the Florida Coast League Pirates for a rehab assignment today. Johan Oviedo hasn't pitched for the Pirates since 2023, had Tommy John surgery, had a 4.31 ERA that year in 177 innings. So we've talked about the Pirates' pitching depth for a while now, ad nauseum really, and that they could trade from a position of strength to get some bats, and we don't ever really talk about Oviedo anymore. But hopefully he'll get up here sooner rather than later. I don't know that it'll be this year. He's in the Florida Coast League, but That's great news. And the injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Mark, did you hear what James Harrison had to say about Mike Tomlin?
No, I did hear him talk about riding a motorcycle at 190 miles per hour, thinking that he was. Did you see that part?
I did.
He says, yeah, I was thinking, I'm driving down the road going about 183 in the morning. I'm thinking, okay, what would happen if a deer would run out in front of me? I'd just speed up and run right through it.
I don't think that's how that would go.
No, I don't think so either.
No, I think you'd go flying like 800 feet.
Yes. That's the part I saw. I didn't see anything what he said about Tomlin.
See, it's one thing, real quick, to go super fast in a car, and I think it's reckless, and Shedeur Sanders has gotten in trouble for doing that twice already since being in Cleveland.
Twice
now.
Oh, I didn't know there was a second time.
Twice. I told you, Steelers should have drafted that guy, Doran. I was all over it. If you're going 190 in a motorcycle, forget deer, James. If there's a pebble in the road, that skeezes me out.
Coming home from the pump show last night, somebody got me. I was on 51, and they just showed out of nowhere and just went. I'm going to use my hands here for some.
Watch on YouTube.
It was like zoom, 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 zoom.
Live stream.
I swear to goodness, another eighth of an inch, and I would have clipped him. Because he just came out of nowhere, bam, bam, bam.
In a car or motorcycle?
He was in a motorcycle. He was just banging, man. There had to be a fraction of an inch if he would have hit me, because he was coming in and out, weaving in and out. It was crazy.
I've always thought motorcycles are cool, but you got to follow the rules of the road, because it's tougher to see a motorcycle sometimes. It really is. So there's your public service announcement from your friends today of the Fan Morning Show. What Harrison said is that Tomlin's best qualities is that he's a player's coach, but it's also his worst quality because sometimes players will walk all over him. But we were sussing it out in the last segment, Mark. How many old school coaches are there in the league anymore?
Not many.
You played with Belichick, and he had expectations, and
But he was a player's coach too.
Yeah.
In a sense, he was he wasn't the military sergeant that people think he is.
He would sit Malcolm Butler down in the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah, he had control.
Yeah.
And you knew who the authority was, but it's not like he was yelling in practice or anything. No.
He wasn't a screamer.
No.
But guys probably knew better than to cross him. Yeah,
exactly. If I'm thinking of the non or even 50-50 players coach to non-players coach in the league right now, I would have to probably go Todd Bowles, maybe. I'm thinking of old school guys.
Sean Payton, definitely.
Sean Payton, 100%.
Yeah.
Because he's a
Yep.
Jackass?
Yes.
Yeah.
McDermott, maybe.
Tough.
I just remember what happened with DeMar Hamlin in that, and that showed me a different side of him. I don't know that means he's a player's coach, because that's obviously extenuating circumstances, but, it seemed like he genuinely cared about him and his other guys. That doesn't mean you can't be a yeller, though.
I feel like it's more defensive-minded coaches that are the 50-50s compared to the offensive-minded coaches that are full players coaches.
Think Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll, big players coach.
Big players coach.
Massive
big
players
time.
Coach.
Yeah, I think first of all we'd have to define what a player's coach is really. I don't think Mike Tomlin hides the fact that he treats certain people differently, and one of those guys was James Harrison near the end of his career, right? And maybe he's still sore over having T.J. Watt play instead of him.
Okay, let's put a pin in this real quick, because Harrison did talk about that situation. Here, we got it for you. Do you have headphones? You don't have headphones.
No.
We'll turn our mics off so that you can hear it. You can participate in the radio show. Everyone turn your mics off. Now we're going to listen to James Harrison for 35 seconds.
Especially towards the end of my career, the biggest thing was, you ask a tough question, you get a tough answer. Well, I was asking tough questions and I wasn't getting the answer. I was getting told things that weren't the answer that was the true answer. So that was something that, towards the end of career, listen, if you want to sit me here and just have me here, as a security blanket, say that. I'll sit back and I'll do whatever it is. But you want to sit me here and say you got a plan, but you don't have a plan. So the biggest thing, ask a tough question, get a tough answer. That didn't come true for me.
My bad. I turned the microphones on, so then Mark couldn't hear the end of it. I don't think that's how it would have gone with James. I don't discount his telling of the story. because T.J. Watt came in as a rookie, and then all of a sudden James was spending an awful lot of time on the bench. That happened. That's true. But I don't think if Tomlin said, hey, we just need you here as an insurance policy, he would have changed his actions one iota, where he's fallen asleep in meetings.
On purpose.
No, he'd have been even more mad.
I agree.
I think, honestly, though, I think it might not have been more with TJ than Bud Dupree. I'll never forget. I'll never forget the time that he finally got traded, released, or whatever, Harrison, of how elated Bud Dupree was in that locker room, of just talking about, thank God this piece of you-know-what is gone. He never – somebody asked him, I forget who it was, hey, James, he helped you out. And he just started laughing uncontrollably. Hey, guys, he asked me if James Harrison actually helped me out during this, and he just like laughing. So he probably thought he was better than Dupree at the time and sitting down. But at that time, as a player, don't you know? Can't you see the writing on the wall? Why does he have to tell you that? You know you weren't going to play at that time when you got Dupree was a couple years in and you just got T.J. Watt.
Well, if you're James Harrison, and James Harrison at that time, he was a very established player, very, very good, obviously, one of the best defensive players during his era. If he's still on the roster, I think that James looks at it like, all right, like I've done all this stuff. I'm here. At least you can do is tell me what my role is. And you know what? And James Harrison, he could be rebellious at times, obviously. And you know what? If you don't tell me, then I'm going to fall asleep in meetings. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to. I could see it going like that. All right, you don't want to give me what I want? Just tell me what the deal is. But if not, I've earned the right to sit up and put my feet up and go to sleep in meetings. If you don't have a plan for me, I don't have a plan for you. I could see him being like that.
It was actually more than that.
Well, I could see him being like that.
I've heard times where they would keep his uniform and his pads out in his locker room in a road game where he was then inactive and he just left. He grabbed an Uber or a taxi, gone. So
they probably didn't tell him until he showed up to the stadium and he was inactive.
Isn't that very un-Tomlin-like? Because what I'm saying is every person you talk to right now you're like, what do you like about Tomlin? Man, he tells you direct to your face.
You know what, though? But I think for the people who are here now, they can only have that answer. But I think of Melvin Ingram. I think of LeGarrette Blount. Guys thought that they were told one thing and something else happened. Look at Mason Rudolph, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
All these guys.
These are mid-level guys.
But with James, I think that, and I'm just my opinion, I think that Tomlin didn't have an answer for James, and he didn't want to give an answer to James.
Because he wanted James to be around.
Well,
glass case of emergency.
There's some other things, too, because James Harrison, I don't think that he wanted to have that conversation with James and figure out what's going to happen on the other side of that. If he tells James that there's bad news, that he ain't a part of this, I don't think Tomlin wanted to have to deal with that and cause another distraction, and a distraction for him personally, too.
Yeah. I mean, that was during the 2017 season where they had 8 million distractions as it is. You had the anthem stuff going on from the game earlier in the season in Chicago. You had Antonio Brown. You had Le'Veon Bell, who didn't show up for the walkthrough before the playoff game. You had Ryan Shazier's injury. You had Tomlin telling Tony Dungy we're playing the Patriots for the first out of 2 times, and now you've got James Harrison. And you're probably right, Dorn. He didn't want it to blow up.
But you think of the coaching staff. LeBeau was still there, right?
Yeah.
Joey Porter was his position coach.
He's not listening to anybody.
I mean, no, you tell him. No, you tell him.
Yeah, exactly.
He had to have been and he was cut a lot early in his career. He had to be the scariest guy in the history of the league to cut. We don't want you here. That might be a text. I don't know if I want him coming up into my office, James Harrison. Tomlin should have, if he was not forthcoming, and I don't believe he was, Tomlin should have had the respect for James Harrison to have the man-to-man conversation. Totally agree with that. At the same time, in Cincinnati in 2013, James had 2 sacks, then 5.5, then 5, then 5. Like, he was a shell of his former self. You need to understand where you fit in, too. And I feel like Tomlin could have been clearer with him. Listen, James, we need you as a situational guy. We need you to, even if he told him we need you here to be a leader.
That's it.
And use those words in particular, maybe it would have been different.
It probably would have been.
Maybe they didn't know either because TJ's a rookie. Maybe at that time they weren't sure until he got into the season as well when he felt he was going to play. But you're right. I mean, he was a shell of himself. I mean, he left to go to Cincinnati too, right? for, a year? Was that a bad
13.
year, too? That was a bad year, too, for him. So
Then why? And then you go to it's like, why do you have me here then? Why'd you bring me back? If I'm going to show it myself, why am I here? Why are you wasting my time? I mean, a paycheck to him at that point was, I don't even know what his contract was like at that point, but it probably wasn't whenever he was in his heyday. So he's probably like, whatever.
yeah, but he was probably a distraction.
Yeah.
But once again, you had a bunch of distractions that year, and they were a team of distractions. At that point, you're not as good to be able to overcome distractions like that. He probably should have been gone a lot before. What was it, in December?
Yeah.
He probably should have been gone a lot before that.
Like, if I'm Tomlin, I look at that situation while I'm in the thick of things in the middle of the season, and it's a lose-lose situation. If I go talk to him, it's a lose situation. If I don't talk to him, it's a lose situation. So Mike Tomlin was probably like, hey, we're just going to ride this out. He's going to ride this out.
I can't believe he would leave games, though. I did not know that.
I
They're
can't
like,
believe that.
keep the pads up, because he didn't know if he was inactive. He was inactive a couple of games.
See, that would
I mean,
rub me
I've
the
heard
wrong way, too, if I didn't know.
You only find out whenever you get to the stadium. You don't find out in the hotel even in the morning. Like, you find out whenever you get to the stadium, and he's probably like, man, I got one of the best plays in Super Bowl history, and you're going to treat me like that? Man, F you guys.
I don't know how true it is.
He was only.
I can see that.
No, I'm talking about taking the Uber from like Cincinnati home or anything like that. Maybe that's just an old crazy, tell there, but something to that effect.
Did we have Uber in 2017?
A taxi, a car service.
Well, probably
his
rented
buddy
a car.
come get him. I don't know. I think some of those. That's what I hear. I mean, I'm sure he'll be denied, but
I think there's some nuance here with Tomlin in the way he handled stars. Like, many will argue that he enabled Antonio Brown, and
absolutely he did.
I think he did. But if he didn't, don't you think it all would have come to a head much earlier? Like, they finally benched him for that final game of his Steelers career, and he came in and he was wearing the fur coat and all that, and they're like, yeah, you ain't playing today. And I think once that happens, it's irreparable for a guy like that. If he had done that 5 years earlier, he wouldn't have had those great 5 years with the Steelers. So I do think with certain guys, there is this fine line, because Antonio Brown, pound for pound, his heyday as good as just about anybody's in the history of the game. But if you start going bad cop on him, he gone.
Do you give Tomlin any credit for how he handled Antonio Brown, or his best thing about Antonio Brown was looking the other way? It's always, wow, he's the only coach who can handle Antonio Brown, so he deserves credit. Now, maybe he's the only one to put up with a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I think
too.
he put up with it.
And I think there's a track record, too, of these guys that were distractions here, and then they leave, and it's worse elsewhere. Like Deontay Johnson being the number one recent example. Chase Claypool, I guess, is another one of late, where he goes off and it doesn't work out. And we'll see what happens with George Pickens, but they seem to know when to pull the parachute on those guys, too.
I'm just, however Tomlin handled Antonio, I think I'm fine with it, how it turned out. I mean, there were stories about, hey, if I'm going to go bed check Antonio Brown at training camp at 11 o'clock, I'm looking for trouble type of situation here. I'm okay with it. I mean, you're putting up 140 catches and 1,800 yards.
Like, you knew that he was coming to work.
Fine.
Like, that's how a lot of those coaches are. Like, if you're showing up and you're James Harrison, you know that he's going to be in the weight room at 5 a.m. no matter what he does. You know that Antonio Brown's going to be running routes after practice, catching on the jugs, about 1,000 catches. You know they're going to show up. So I'm probably let them do what they want to do to an extent.
Yeah, because they're out here working their tails off, and they're productive on the field.
But it changes when they can't do that anymore.
Right.
Or when the craziness winds up affecting the on-field performance. Like, Juju Smith-Schuster fumbles in that Saints game. AB had like 300 yards. Juju fumbles, and that week Juju's named the team MVP. Oh. I mean, come on. I'm not defending AB, but I can see where he's coming from on that one. Juju's the team MVP? Get the hell out of here. All right. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A former pit great says he wouldn't mind a reunion with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do we expect it to happen? We'll talk about it next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, St. Louis Cardinals, they start a 3-game series tonight. Pirates continue their homestand after sweeping and blowing out New York Mets in all 3 games of the series over the weekend. You can listen to the game right here tonight on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45. Game time is at 6:40. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cone Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Hall of Fame horse trainer Dwayne Lucas died Saturday night at the age of 89. Lucas won 15 Triple Crown races, including 4 Kentucky Derbies and a record-tying 20 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Asked what motivated him to keep working into his late 80s, Lucas said, "If you have a passion, you eliminate all the excuses." I'm Boomer Esiason.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you hate working on your feet all day because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain?
As a waitress, you're running all over the place. If you have a 4 or 6 hour shift and you're in pain the whole time, that seems like an eternity. I was aching. My feet were throbbing, just genuinely hurting. I kind of lost hope. And then I saw the Good Feet store and I decided to stop in. That's when everything changed. My name is Kristen, and that's my Good Feet story.
You deserve a better life, too. Come to the Good Feet store today. Good Feet. No shots, no surgery, no medication. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the 2 areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. A little bit heavy past I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East inbound jammed at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound delays from Bates Street up through the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Bates Street also jammed in both directions between the Boulevard and the Allies and the ramps to the Parkway East. Meanwhile, we do have midday work going on the Smithfield Street Bridge. Watch for a lane restriction across the span heading toward the south side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oh, I got a point of order here. This is unreal. NFL.com. NFL.com. Longtime Bengal, but Pennsylvania native and Pitt alum, free agent wide receiver Tyler Boyd would have no qualms with switching sides to an AFC North rival. Speaking at a youth camp in his hometown of Clairton, Pennsylvania, Boyd said he believes he still has a few more years left to play in the NFL, touched on the potential of getting a call from the Steelers. Absolutely. Boyd told Pittsburgh Sports Now's Austin Bechtold regarding whether or not he'd suit up for Pittsburgh.
I don't know about you, but I saw a video where it said The Fan on it. No, it's Sports Now, right?
Well, it should say The Fan.
Yes.
It should, on NFL.com, it should say 93.7 The Fan's Austin Bechtold. Now, that's no disrespect to Pittsburgh Sports Now and Alan Saunders and all those guys. We love those guys. They're good people. But for God's sakes, Austin Bechtold is a producer of an incredibly highly rated radio show right here on 93.7 The Fan, and NFL.com, they flubbed it. They screwed it up.
Imagine his ego now.
Oh.
He's gonna be strutting in here like Vince McMahon, baby.
Are you sure he didn't insert his own quote in there? You know, somebody didn't reach out to him and ask him for like a quote from one of us, and
Callis hasn't said anything on the air since the 6 o'clock segment.
Nothing.
And now Bechtold, he takes a shot across the bow. All right, here's the story though. It's Tyler Boyd. He goes on to say, all my family's here. I'd be able to have the majority, all my family be able to support me. And he said he'd be okay with being a Steeler. Should the Steelers be interested in Tyler Boyd?
They won't be.
You asking me?
They won't be. They should be, maybe.
Well,
if I'm Tyler Boyd, yeah, I'll play for anybody at this point because I'm not getting any calls.
Right.
So, you could say that, any team. He'd probably say, yeah, absolutely.
I'd have been all over it last year if I were the Steelers. He was coming off a season where he had almost 700 yards. Slot guy. I thought at the time they needed that. Now I need someone to play on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That could be impactful. He had 390 yards last year. Now that was like the worst offensive line in the league, the worst team in the league. They picked number 1 overall in the draft in Tennessee. He's probably better than those numbers would indicate. And he's only 31, so it's not like he's totally over the hill. But I think they got enough in the slot.
Here. So, do you want the real story?
Go right ahead if you've been sitting on it here, Mark.
I've just been waiting for today. I texted Bechtold and I said, hey, good story there, Bechtold. Now do you want to know the truth? He got mad.
What's the truth?
Well, first of all, I think that what I've under the impression or been told that the Steelers did offer him. But
this year or last?
This year.
Wow.
But I don't know about the offer. They talked. What I'm under the belief is the money is not there for him to make a decision there, not only with the Steelers, but across the board. A lot of teams are trying to lowball him right now, and he doesn't want to play for minimum, blah, 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 whatever, 2 years, $3 million. He thinks he's much more worth it. So that's why he's waiting out to see how this plays out right now. But I did hear that at least the Steelers were talking to him. Now, I don't know if it was a formal offer or, hey, would you be willing to do this? But there has been interaction between those two.
Tyler Boyd for 2 years or a year, $3 million, $6 million. What do you think about it, though?
They could depends on who's available, I guess. Of course, I would take somebody like Cooper before that. But I don't think that would cost you much because I don't think there would be a lot of guaranteed money attached to that as well. I would bring him on. Why not? I mean, I think he's still got some play left in him. But, I mean, you have to worry about the risk of him being the next Van Jefferson, Robert Woods, and stuff like that. You don't want to commit to him a lot, knowing that it can go south in a hurry. I mean, I think it would be a great story. I think he could help them out. But I think as this progresses into the preseason, other teams are probably going to offer him some more. And that's where he's probably going to go.
I'd rather have Amari Cooper, but it's going to have to be a two-way street.
Yeah.
But if you're Tyler Boyd, do you want to come here and be thrown in that hodgepodge of Scotty Millers and Ben Skoroneks and Robert Woods and say, okay, the best guy comes out? Or do you want to go to, I don't know.
It doesn't sound like there are many suitors though, to Doran's point. Like,
yeah, I don't think the money is making him jump at any offer.
I would want to come and and see, like, roll the ball out there and see who the best guy is. Because if I think that I'm worth more money than teams are offering, I'm thinking that I have a lot left in the tank, and I think that I could beat out Robert Woods, Scotty Miller, Ben Skoroneks.
Yeah,
and I would get to and I have a feeling that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers' offense are probably going to be more of a throwing offense on the opposite side of DK or in the slot next to DK. I think that this will be a great situation for me to end my career.
I mean, I'd rather have him than Robert Woods.
Yeah,
same guy, really.
I mean, this is a guy he's made a lot of money, Tyler Boyd. So you're not coming back at age 30, 31 for peanuts, unless you absolutely want to and love to play for a hometown team. And I don't know if that's the case or not. But a lot of these guys, when they say, okay, here's the minimum money or a little bit more than the minimum, come try to make the team. I'm like, I've made like $40 million. I don't need this.
Right.
I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where he's at any of that. But I think he does believe that within this next month or so that he's going to get better offers with more money somewhere.
Who do you think, if they could, and I guess they're in this position right now, but who do you think they would want to be their number two guy?
Right now, they would probably want Calvin Austin right now.
Inside. I asked it terribly.
You mean outside?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, we already know they had Gabriel Davis in here. You're telling us that they've had conversations with Tyler Boyd.
They probably have had conversations with many people.
Keenan Allen said he's not interested in coming here.
I don't even know if they've talked to those guys at all. It seems like Amari Cooper, which is strange to me, is his name always pops up, but you haven't heard
nothing.
Peep.
Nothing.
I mean, does he even want to play? Normally his name would be thrown around a little bit more than just look in the free agent list and say, oh, this guy's pretty good. Let's see if maybe he doesn't want to. Who was that? Was that last year? Hunter Renfrow, right?
Yep.
Yes.
He ended up going through some stuff that you had no clue what was going on. So he was never an option because he wasn't healthy. I mean, maybe Cooper has something else. I don't know. I haven't heard his name anywhere. But if I'm at this point, right now, if I had my choice, I would definitely take Keenan Allen. But then Cooper would be number two.
And that's what every other team's thinking. So if you're Tyler Boyd, those two guys are going to go off the board before you. If you think you're going to get more money somewhere else. So you're going to wait this out, and if a team does get desperate and wants to sign a number 2 receiver or number 3 receiver, they're going to sign Keenan Allen, they're going to sign Amari Cooper, and then you might be left out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
see, I know he
depends on how bad you want to play.
He went to Tennessee last year because of Callahan. I think he really wanted to play with. He played with him in Tennessee,
in Cincinnati. Yeah.
So what was he, the coordinator in Tennessee? Yep. He really wanted to go there, and that's what pushed him over there. Now, obviously, that didn't work out when you have Will Levis throwing you the ball 80% of the time. So that's out of the way. So maybe he does want a year or two left in him. I mean, he got family here, and he's played at Pitt. Everything's here. It would be a nice story. I mean, I wouldn't say no, but I don't know what's in it for him right now.
I thought the Steelers didn't want to sign him because of what he said. So now we're finding out that they offered him.
No, it turns out what he said, I mean, you know how that goes. After a year, you forget about certain things, right? You do what's best for the team, right? And if he can help the team, then he's coming, you know.
I thought that Omar wanted him and Tomlin didn't. Wasn't that the word on the street last year?
Well, the word on the street was there was some player that wasn't really thrilled about him potentially coming on. I don't know who it was that didn't really want him there, so they looked the other way. Once again, I mean, Who could it be? I have no idea in the world. Who has enough stroke to say, no, I don't want this guy? And if it's not TJ, no, it's not Cam.
Minka screams likely candidate
He's
here.
so quiet. I don't think he would care.
Hey, punched Deontay Johnson.
Well, he deserved it. He chased Claypool, too.
All right, we're going to ask you this question, and you'll give the answer when we come back. What happens first? Steelers get a wide receiver, too, or they sign TJ Watt to his contract extension? That's next with Mark Cabola. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they swept the New York Mets over the weekend. Pirates outscored the Mets in that series 30-4. Pirates are going to stay at home, and they're going to start a 3-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals, which begins tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's time to get down with my guy, Chase Brown. The former Illini had a great sophomore season, and things will only get better in year 3. Brown finished top 20 in the NFL in yards after contact and missed tackles forced. I love Chase Brown. 1,000-plus rush yards at plus 175. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Take the highway to the flavor zone with the Roadhog Rib Sandwich at Get Go Cafe and Market. Featuring a juicy rib patty with barbecue sauce, topped with cheddar cheese, pickles, and crispy onions on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order in the Get Go app to grab and go. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Tom Pelissero, big-time NFL insider, says that Watt wants more than Garrett. I mean, we've all assumed that. I don't know if he's guessing or reporting that, but he said to expect that that's what the Steelers will hand to TJ Watt. So, A, do you buy that, Kabali? And B, what happens first? They get that done, or they get another wide receiver?
I would say a wide receiver, because I've been saying this for a while now. I don't see any reason why TJ Watt would be in a hurry to sign. Why? He's going to training camp, right? He's going to hold in, even if he has a contract. What's he going to do? He's going to take part in some drills. He's not going to play the preseason, right? So why not wait until the last possible moment to see where Micah Parsons goes, see where if Aiden Hutchinson, whoever else signs. I mean, I just don't see any reason why it motivates TJ Watt to get the deal done himself, not the Steelers, him, signing on the dotted line, and between now and September 8th. What's in it for him? Nothing.
So let's say he's prepared to sign a deal for like 40 and change, so a little bit more than Myles Garrett, and he's prepared to do that. But you're right, he's going to wait on it. What if Micah Parsons signs one that'll pay him $50 million a year? Do the Steelers have to then top that for TJ Watt?
Yeah, probably. It would be close. See, I don't know if does TJ want to be the highest paid edge rusher, or does TJ want to be a buck more than Myles Garrett?
Yeah, I would say
I don't know.
If we had to guess, I would say more than Garrett. I don't think he kind of looks at the other guys of being in this category.
Because they're young.
They're young.
Plus, Micah is a different position, too. I mean, I know he's considered, I don't know, he plays like 7 different positions in my eyes.
Everyone's under that umbrella of edge anymore.
Yeah. I just don't see it. Myself is, if I'm TJ, I'm worried about 2 years and guaranteed money. The same thing you gave me 4 years ago with those 2 years of guaranteed money, I want that included in this one. The Steelers might be like, I'm going to give a 32 and 33-year-old guaranteed money? I don't know if that's something we want to do. Maybe that's the sticking point. I don't care. If I'm TJ, I don't care about 40. You can manipulate those numbers all you want. You can give him bonuses or not, not likely to be earned just to get him to that number. To me, I want guaranteed money through 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then if it's a 4-year deal or whatever it is, then we'll deal with year 3 and 4 when it gets here. If I'm TJ, that's what I want.
And I want it to look good on the press release. I want the manipulation to go on so that I'm making more than Myles.
I mean, honestly, though, what can you say about TJ that he can't reach. I mean, you could say
playoff win.
I set myself up for that.
You did.
But pretty much everything else is on the table. If he's going to break the record, if he's going to lead the league in sacks, he's defensive MVP. Those are all on the table.
What you're talking about in terms of incentives?
Yeah, incentives.
Yeah, you're right. Any of them are possible. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. So maybe they aren't not likely to be earned. Maybe they're potentially be earned. Maybe Super Bowl champion, something like that.
Or
games played.
Games played.
Yeah, that's huge.
Regular season games played.
Yeah.
That's probably one.
Yeah.
He hasn't finished the season in how many years?
I mean, but he's only missed 10 games. I know he's missed parts of a lot of other ones.
And he played through it at the end of this year and just was clearly not the same guy.
Probably shouldn't have played, but he did. I think they need T.J. Watt. That's just me. I think.
Of course, yeah, they do.
I mean, people are like just ready to dismiss him, say we use that money somewhere else. Where? You're gonna go sign Lamar Jackson? Where are you going to use 40? The cap goes up every single year for a reason.
They're still going to have a ton of cap space after
over
next year.
$100 million at least, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just right now, just spitballing it. They got the money, and you have to use it somewhere. And I don't know if there's too many guys up for extensions. Who's up for extensions that you have to pay a ton of money to coming up here? Who?
Boswell, well, that's not going to be a lot.
That's not a lot of money.
That doesn't count. He'll make like $7 million. Minka, I guess.
He might have a better chance of being out than in, right?
I agree with that, too.
Who? There is nobody.
I did see something really funny. Pro Football Focus did their defensive line rankings, and they, for the purposes of the conversation, include edge rushers in their defensive line, even though that Watt's an outside linebacker. They had the Steelers as the number one defensive line in the NFL. And I'm sorry. I can't watch what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl and what the Steelers did against the Ravens and not look at that and think the entire list is bunk.
Yeah.
Steelers got a great line. They do. I mean, if you include Highsmith and Herbig and Watt, yeah, okay, great. But they gave up 299 rushing yards. Meanwhile, the Eagles had Mahomes on his back for 60 damn minutes. Like, what are we doing
I think Warren Sharp had a list out that had the Steelers' offensive line like 29th or something.
26th. I did see that.
I was like, I'm shaking my head here. Okay, there's a lot of potential in that offensive line. I just don't think people are seeing that.
But
which is crazy
potential is
to me.
different than having proved it. I mean, you've got a first-time right tackle and a left tackle playing a full
Derek
season
Harmon
for the first time.
and Keanu Benton. What have they really proved?
Keanu Benton's going into year 3, and I think T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward carry a lot of weight in those
36,
rankings.
one's unsigned, one's unproven, and one's a rookie.
Cam Hayward just came off an all-pro season. What are you doing here?
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I mean,
Not well.
I am doing well. What I'm saying is I'm back in the offensive line here of saying they have I think they're being very slept on.
I think there's a chance it could be a top 10 offensive line. I do. They've got the talent for it.
Yes. They haven't done it yet, though.
They have not,
Yes.
which is why they're 26th.
And their defensive line hasn't done it either.
That's right. I was just ripping on, what is it, PFF for their ranking. All right, coming up next, we are less than a month away from Steelers training camp. Let's get the way too early look from Mark Cabali at Steelers camp, things he'll be paying attention to. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and St. Louis Cardinals begin a 3-game series at PNC Park tonight. It's a continuation of a Pirates 6-game homestand. And game time tonight's at 6:40. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Homestead, crews on the scene of an accident now in the 300 block of East Waterfront Drive. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale inbound. Outbound delays just past Bate Street, heading up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Crowley here. 4th of July coming up on Friday, and you need beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is the place to go. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about those prices? Imagine yourself playing some wiffle ball in the backyard with the fam, with the friends, an ice-cold Yuengling or Michelob Ultra in your hand. 24-pack cans Michelob Ultra, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at MetzPlumbingandSewerLining.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We are less than a month away from Steelers training camp. Doran reminded me before the show this morning. Cavoli, your summer's almost over, big guy. 4th of July rolls around, it's done.
That's what I say. I said that to somebody the other day, and they said I was nuts. I said 4th of July, summer's over.
Yep. I felt like in school, whenever you had summer vacation, like 4th of July was like the start of summer. And now it's the damn end. So what are the big storylines that you're thinking about this far removed now, Mark? I mean, there's like 0 position battles. I mean, there really is there? I mean, I guess wide receiver too. Is that it?
Wow.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that might be it. Well,
running back.
Yeah, that's an interesting
but
one.
I don't think there's any way Warren loses that job.
He doesn't lose it, but he can also, Caleb Johnson can also look really good.
But something tells me there's going to be a lot
That's
to
a good
talk
one.
about with AR8, right? See if he goes to Dino's with Tomlin and Glazer, type of situation. That's what we're going to have to be worried about.
I guess we're about to see those guys go out to Malibu here.
After 4th of July.
It's after 4th of July?
Or right before, one of them.
Yeah, didn't they just have tight end U?
Yep.
So I would imagine Fryermuth's not going to miss going to Malibu.
Well, and Fryermuth's about to do the George Pickens camp.
Yeah, what a great guy.
He is a good
I
guy.
messaged him, said, dude, good job. Or I don't say good
We
job.
chose
I
to
just
focus
said,
on the positive side of that story than the negative side of that story. And I said, Fryermuth, good guy. Someone tweeted me. He was like, what? You don't know the guy? I'm like, all right. You don't think this is a nice gesture? And also, I do know him. He makes fun of me all the time.
Yeah, he does.
The good thing is probably they were looking for somebody, I don't know, and the first person you think of is him because he's going to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he sat down with Donnie Football, for goodness sakes.
What about offensive line?
Who's going to be there?
I mean, for just
depth-wise.
No, like camp stories. I mean, if I'm paying attention to something, whenever camp does open up,
It's going to have to be Broderick. But I don't know how much more than camp that you have to see in preseason.
What about Faltano? I mean, what about even
I'm
McCormick?
not really worried about Faltano.
I think those guys are going to play a lot in preseason.
They should.
Yeah.
They should.
But-
Sam Alu won't.
No. But on the flip side of that, you got to find yourself some decent backups.
Yeah.
I mean, who's your
Spencer
outs? Spencer Anderson can play multiple positions. Calvin Anderson, I guess he's played a number of years. I think he's played in Denver as well, right? But I mean, that's not solid. But what reserve offensive linemen are around the league?
I think their
You don't
line
have
is
a
more
lot.
talented than it's been. I think their depth's a little bit worse this year than it was last year.
Who's the backup center?
Probably McCollum. He played like 2 or
McCollum.
3 years last year.
Okay,
But
yeah.
Spencer Anderson can jump in there in a pickle. The Gherkin Roofing, right?
Hey, thanks for that.
All right.
Texter writes in, what a stupid bleeping take on summer. It's only 10 days old right now. The things that get people hot and bothered.
No, it's easy. It's easy.
Yes, I mean, it's over.
Wait till I say that I'm going to start drinking pumpkin beer at the beginning of August.
Oh, you're
Get this
done.
guy real hot.
Tell this texter he's going to blink twice and it's going to be like August 7th.
Yeah, but we're talking about us. I mean, Doran, you played football your entire life. 4th of July rolls around here going, dang, how many hot dogs do we eat? Because I got training camp.
Now.
Caboli's got to stay up at St. Vincent College for 6 weeks.
Actually, I'm going to the old Mountain View. You could probably come sleep on the floor there, Crowley, if you want.
What's the Mountain View?
It's just a hotel heading.
Oh, they don't put you guys up in the dorms anymore?
No, the COVID thing, they conveniently kicked us out and never brought us back.
Yeah, but is that a bummer? Is McAfee putting you up in the hotel?
Of course.
Well, then it's not. It's better. It's way better.
Well, the prices of the hotels have been out of control up there. I looked right away and it was like, wow. So, especially if you're up there 15, 16 days or something like that.
What are you worried about?
Well, I'm not a guy that likes to spend other people's money. I don't know.
You're working for it.
Well, you know what I'm saying, but I don't. I mean, if I can save a couple bucks, I could.
Why are you talking about the prices of hotels? He don't have to pay for it.
But if I can save money.
Pat McAfee's on College game day. Some slob misses a kick because they're drunk, and he says, "You know what? I'll give you another opportunity. This time instead of $50K, it's for $300,000."
I just don't like to spend.
I think
money.
he'll be fine.
I know it's not my money. I know that, but I just don't like to do that. I'm not going to go spend $500 on a Hilton hotel when I can go to the old Mount View or whatever it is, or the Red Roof. Where did I say that one time? The Red Roof? I don't even know. I can't even say these names probably, but whatever.
You're about to spend the money though.
And I try to be frugal on the road.
I think we've reached the point in the proceedings here. It's 57 minutes. This is when Mark just starts speaking in tongues. So
at least I didn't lose my train of thought today.
Yeah.
All right, Mark. This was fun.
Yeah, you really.
Doran, this was a blast.
Yes, it was great.
Let's do it again tomorrow at 5:40.
Yes.
Neil Walker going to be back with us tomorrow. So excited about that.
And Jake.
And Southside Jake. We'll see if the Bucks can win 4 consecutive baseball games.
Don't forget Callis.
Yeah, that was great. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 86, low of Evgeny Malkin, 71, 70% chance of rain. Goodbye.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, Donnie here. Remembering the comments from a few years ago. Yeah, Donnie, you lost weight, but keeping it off, no chance. That's after dropping 45 pounds with Awaken 180. Where am I at today? Down 50 pounds. It's fun proving some people wrong, and this is a big one. Here's the best part. I haven't given up pizza. I haven't given up ice cream, or really anything that I love to eat. I know my body now. Awaken 180 taught me how it works, so nothing is off limits. It's second nature, and the proof is the 50 pounds mark. I still weigh in once a month or once every 6 weeks for free. My coach keeps me on the track, and I look forward to those calls because my guy Pat has advice in all areas. If I start working out more, what are the best protein shakes to go with? What if my sweet tooth comes back for a minute? How do I curb all that stuff? The tips, the tricks, the continued support is how Awaken 180 is in their 11 years of helping people just like you and me. Make the call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams. For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit. People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way. So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at petitekitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Homestead, crews on the scene of an earlier accident, 300 block of East Waterfront Drive. That's near Amity Street. Parkway West, jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound, outbound, fairly a delay as you head past the lane restrictions, just past the I-79 interchange out towards Settlers Ridge. Parkway East jammed inbound at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound delays at the Bend at Bates up into the lane restrictions there. Route 28, the Parkway North are up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Get out the brooms. The Pirates sweep the Mets, and it was in truly dominant fashion. 9-1 on Friday, 9-2 on Saturday, 12-1 yesterday. The Pirates absolutely annihilated the Mets. In the 12-1 final score yesterday, Carmen Mlodzinski earned the victory as O'Neill Cruz hit 2 home runs, a 2-run shot in the bottom half of the first, and a 2-run shot in the bottom half of the seventh. He now has 15 on the year. Brian Reynolds, 2 home runs on the weekend, a solo shot in the bottom half of the fifth inning, gave him his 10th of the season. And Tommy Pham homered to right, bottom half of the first, for his 2nd home run of the season for the Buccos, and both coming in the last week. 2 hits for Adam Frazier, 2 hits for Reynolds, a 3-hit day for Ke'Bryan Hayes. He drove in 2 runs. Henry Davis, 4 for 4 with 2 hits. Buccos next will play against the St. Louis Cardinals tonight, PNC Park. It's a 6:40 first pitch, first of 3, with Andrew Heaney on the mound. Eric Fetty will go for St. Louis. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. 5:45 is when the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli begins. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Line sharply to right field and over the head of Juan Soto. Hayes trots in to score. Triolo heads to third on that ripping double the other way by Canario. 2-0 Pirates. Swing fly ball. That one's hit high above the wall in right. 3-run homer for Reynolds. Number 9, and the Pirates blowing out the Mets tonight. It's 8-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging a bouncer on second. Could be the ball game on the short. There's one. Relay. Scooped by Triolo. A double play. And that ends it. The Pirates beat up on the Mets 9-1. Here's a 1-1. And a swing and a liner up the middle. Falling fast and down for a base hit. Taylor has to smother it, keep it in front of him. Barton will come in to score. RBI single. Ke'Bryan Hayes. It's 2-1 Pirates. Here's the pitch. Swing and a liner, ticking off of Alonso's glove and into right, a base hit. Everyone up a base. RBI single, Ke'Bryan Hayes. It's 4-2. The pitch and a swing and a soft liner over second into right, base hit. 1 run is in. Hayes is going to score as well. 2-run single for Andrew McCutcheon, and it's 7-2 Pirates here in the 8th inning. Here's the pitch. Soto swings through it. He strikes out on the splitter. And the Pirates have won the first 2 games of the series. They beat the Mets 9-2. Cruz belts one. to right and deep and gone. A line drive home run for Cruz. Like it was shot out of a cannon. Pham out to deep right field. Soto back to the wall. There it goes. Opposite field home run for Tommy Pham. Break up the Buccos. 5-0 in the first.
Series for offense we've had.
Hard base hit into left. Hayes around third. He's going to score. Pham knocks in another. His second RBI today. 8-1 Pirates. Pirates with 7 extra base hits in this game. By far a season high.
Oh.
Cruz soars one out to right. No movement at all by Soto. Another home run for Cruz. His second long ball today. And the Pirates are up 10-1. Pitch swung on and missed. And the Pirates complete the sweep. A resounding 12-1 win this afternoon over the Mets. And for the first time in 10 years, the Pirates take them all against New York. What a series for the Pirates.
The six-pack is brought to you by Bet365. How about a six-pack of whoop-ass? That's what the Pirates gave the Mets this weekend at PNC Park. What a weekend. What a series at the ballpark. The Pirates outscore the Mets 30-4 in the 3-game sweep. The most frustrating offense in baseball, flipping the script on the mighty Mets, the league's most expensive active roster, and bullied them in all 3 games of the weekend. One team has been atop their division all season, while the other has had its season feel like it's over since May. But it didn't feel that way Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. It was fun, even if it was short-lived, and even if it doesn't mean much over the course of the season, it was fun. I hope you enjoyed the weekend. Sometimes you have to take those victories as a team and as a fan base and enjoy them, regardless of the team's record. We are allowed to enjoy it. Donnie Chedrick with you on 93.7 The Fan this morning, taking you up until 2 p.m. Today is the rescheduled Bob Pompiani golf outing at Chartiers Country Club, so Pomp is obviously out today. And Joe will never pass up an opportunity to golf, so he is there as well. That means you're stuck with me for a few hours. Our pal Austin Bechtold, City Limits Behind the Glass. He was a I don't know if I'd say news breaker, news gatherer of sorts over the weekend. We'll get to that a little bit later on. What's on, or off the top, I almost said what's on tap. That's a Pirates read. Off the top, that's presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We will dive into this Pirates sweep of the Mets. We will pay tribute to Dave Parker next hour, the former Pirates outfielder, who was just about a month away from his Baseball Hall of Fame induction. Former Pirates broadcaster Lanny Fratteri will join the show at 11:30. He saw some of Parker's best seasons in his Hall of Fame career. We will open it up to you if you want to reflect on the life and career of Dave Parker. We'll do that around noon. That will just be sort of an open forum at 412-928-9370, remembering the legendary Pirates outfielder. 12:30, we will play a little game called Weekend Winners and give 3 winners from the weekend, sports related or not. As I mentioned, a local high school legend told Austin, among others, that he would be absolutely open to playing for the Steelers if they made the call. We dive into that later as well. Pirates and Cardinals tonight at PNC Park. We will preview that game before we are done today. 6:40 first pitch. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. So a baseball-heavy show, as it should be. And you can join the conversation, as always, at 412-928-9370. If you want to share your enjoyment from this weekend, you can hop on the fan hotline, which is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So you can hop in if you were at the ball game yesterday, if you were at any of the games this weekend, maybe you went to all three. 412-928-9370. Is it more enjoyable when they do this to a big money team? I think it is. But what say you at 412-928-9370? The Pirates did something this weekend that they haven't done in 90 years. This came from Alex Stumpf on Twitter. He covers the Pirates for MLB.com. Per the Elias Sports Bureau, this is the third time in franchise history the Pirates won every single game of a series by at least 7 runs. The last time was May 13 through 15, 1935 against Philadelphia. Ron Cook was covering the series. The Pirates won those games 10-1, 8-1, and then 20-5 in the finale. I was looking back at that game, that finale on May 15th, 1935, just to get a little bit of a laugh, but also just see some of the names in that Pirates lineup. By the way, that game that saw 25 runs scored, that game lasted just over 2 hours. What a beautiful sport it was back in its heyday. Big Poison and Little Poison had big games. Lloyd Wainer, 3 for 6, 5 runs scored. Paul Wainer, 2 of 5, 3 runs scored, a run batted in. Archie Vaughn had 6 RBI in the finale. He was hitting .404 at that point in the season. It was funny looking back at some of these names. Guy Bush got pulled after a third of an inning because he allowed 5 earned runs, but don't worry. Bill Swift, he went the rest of the way, shutting out the Phillies over the final 8 2/3. 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. Nobody ever struck out back then. Austin, you ever look at like an old box score of a game from long, long ago?
Oh, everyone was Tony Gwynn back then. They just hit everything in play, hit contact, not a lot of homers, but the velocity was also not there. But yeah, everybody was just absolutely mashing the baseball.
Yeah, I mean, the really like any game you could pull up, you would just see. And a pitcher's line was always very funny because it would be like 9 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, no walks, 1 strikeout, 85 pitches. It's like something laughable that just makes no sense in today's baseball. But that's just to paint a picture of how long ago it was that the Pirates did something like this. And baseball in 1935 was certainly not the way baseball is now in 2025. 90 years ago, we weren't talking about players that were making $250 million on a contract. We weren't talking about that at all. In fact, the late Dave Parker, when he was the first guy to sign $1 million contract. And now just think of how far we have come since. So if you were at the ballpark this weekend or watched any of the games, you did see a bit of history. The Pirates winning 9-1, 9-2, 12-1 over a 3-game series. And it just felt so satisfying. Because it is fun seeing that happen to a big market team. And the team that spends more on their active payroll than any other team in baseball. Which, by the way, you are allowed to celebrate and credit and enjoy what the players are doing without celebrating the owner. Because that always seems to be like a caveat of this conversation where you're enjoying the Pirates beating up on a team that spends as much money as the New York Mets. And you very quickly find the detractors pointing out that the Pirates don't spend anything compared to them. Like, oh, why are we celebrating the fact that Bob Nutting's team is winning these games? You're allowed to celebrate the actual players. Okay, the players on the field are not the ones that dictate how much money gets spent on the roster. You can still cheer for those guys go to games and enjoy what the guys in the field and on the mound and at the plate are able to do. Because we see something like this weekend. It's been done 3 times in the Pirates' history, a pretty storied history at that. Maybe not as of late, but over the course of time, a pretty storied baseball history, and we saw something the Pirates had not done in nearly a century. We can acknowledge that the Pirates still have plenty of issues within their front office, but I'm not going to acknowledge how fun of a weekend it was at the ballpark. You know, turning on the game yesterday, I had just missed the top half of the first inning, but I turn on the game just as Brian Reynolds hits the double in the bottom half. And it was a 2-out situation, 2 guys in scoring position, and you're thinking to yourself, given what we have seen over the course of the season, they'll end up screwing this up. The Mets will get out of it, and who knows what type of momentum that brings to the New York dugout. That didn't happen. The Pirates went on to score 5 times. Couple of home runs. Tommy Pham hitting home runs. O'Neal Cruz hit 2 home runs yesterday. Just days after one of our part-time guys had the bold take Saturday morning that they should trade him. That might be a question I pose to Austin here in a little bit, but it was just enjoyable sitting down and watching the Pirates score runs. An offense that has been so stagnant and frustrating to watch. An offense that has been shut out more times than anybody in Major League Baseball this season. A lot of times just looking lifeless. We get to see this team, this lineup, put up 30 runs in a series, 10 runs a game on average. You're allowed to enjoy that. The season has not had many enjoyable moments. We are allowed to enjoy the little things. Individual games, individual accomplishments. We're allowed to. I know we have been beat up and battered as Pirates fans, but I certainly did. It was an awesome weekend to do it. On top of all of this, Pony also owes 5 people a Paul Skeens jersey, which might be my favorite development from the entire weekend. And I know that he has already been in contact with some people on getting those jerseys, so it does not sound like it will be Andrew Filipponi weaseling his way out of fulfilling a commitment, fulfilling a bet of sorts. And I know what Pony was doing here, which is why it was funnier and more, enjoyable to me on that end. I know the guy well enough to know that his favorite team is the New York Mets. So his goal this weekend, when he put that out there, when he put out the tweet that if the Pirates take 2 of 3 against the Mets, I will get one of my followers a Paul Skeens jersey. If they sweep the Mets, I will get 5 followers a Paul Skeens jersey. I know what the guy was doing. I'll put this out there as goodwill to Pirates fans, but I know that this is basically the kiss of death. Speaking as Pony here. And Pony, being the Mets fan that he is, grew up a Mets fan. And since that team is going to be playing competitive baseball all the way through this season, he thought that was his way of saying, well, now there's no way that the Mets go any worse than 2-1 this weekend. Not only did they get swept, they got massacred. That made it even funnier. The reverse jinx did not work. The Pirates swept the Mets. He is now on the hook for 5 Paul Skeens jerseys to his loyal following. And Austin, from my impression, he has already started to make some waves on acquiring those jerseys, so he's not getting his way out of it.
He is not getting his way out of it. Now, how he will be acquiring those jerseys will be a question, but I think Pony is making some good calls right now on trying to acquire the jerseys to help out some fans, which is going to be cool. I'm glad that he's going through with it.
And, Austin, you had some important games yourself this weekend.
Oh,
you were talking to me about your day-long wiffle ball games yesterday. I think you played like 5 games or
I did
something around
As you
there.
know, I am the wiffle ball connoisseur of Western Pennsylvania.
But from a Pirates perspective here, I mean, you are a diehard Pirates fan. You see them do this to the Mets. I mean, you can't help but have a smile on your face the whole time.
Oh, no doubt. I played 23 innings between 2 leagues yesterday, including my own, but I was able to catch a good part of the game, some on TV, some on radio. And I was at the game on Friday. And the first thing that came to my mind at the game on Friday, because I was sitting out in center, Juan Soto has no idea what the hell he's doing out there defensively. Just no clue. He is inept as a defender. And, you hear a lot of Mets fans that have just been complaining about Soto and the huge contract that they gave him, and he's not the true 5-tool guy that many make him out to be. Well, he's definitely not defensively. He might be a top 5 hitter in all of baseball. I think that's unquestioned. But it's an adventure anytime that there's a ball out there and right. So that was cool to see. And I remember just going to so many games in 13, 14, 15 against the Mets, J-Hay rundown games, walk-offs where they beat the Mets. And over the last couple of years, that kind of went away, where the Mets were starting to get back at the Pirates at PNC. This was really cool to see them be able to go out there and just give it to a team with one of the biggest payrolls in all of baseball.
Yeah, highest active payroll in all of baseball, second to only the Dodgers in overall payroll, because the Dodgers were able to finagle some things in their favor, certainly with Shohei Ohtani being the lead example. But you're right, it brings back some of the memories of good Pirates teams. And we're not saying that this Pirates team is in that conversation. And I don't think that either of us are getting caught up in the Pirates all of a sudden being a good hitting team or a good offense. That's not what we're saying. But it does bring me back to the times in 2013, 2014, 2015 when we saw the Pirates match up with the Mets and more often than not get the better of them. I think one of those years they were 7-0 against the Mets, 7-1, something like that. Like, they dominated the Mets every time they played them, and I think that actually ended up being more frustrating in the end because that was the year, that was 2015. The Mets got to the World Series that year, and we're sitting here watching a team the Pirates beat 7 out of 7 times. It does kind of bring back some of those memories, and they also got to do it, even if there were a healthy amount of Mets fans. There was a pretty packed ballpark all weekend.
There's nothing like when there's a bunch of road fans, and I hate seeing that personally. Like when I go to a game, and like Philadelphia over the last couple of years has really taken over the stadium at times. And same thing with the Mets. I love when there's just an absolute spanking of the opposing team that those fans have to drive home just disgusted by what they witnessed. I think it's awesome. Now, I'm sure that they would wish the same thing if you or I went to like Cincinnati or went to Wrigley or went to, the bank in Philly or went up to Citi Field. They probably would expect the same thing, but I don't know. There's something about just being a Bucco fan and don't say anything to those Mets fans. Just walk on by and be polite, but watching their faces just look all upset as they walk out of the ballpark, it brings a little bit of joy to your friend limits.
Yeah, especially with a team like that because you're coming into the stadium that weekend and assuming that you did make the drive all the way from somewhere in New York, you're going to be there for at least 2 out of the 3 games, maybe even all 3.
Or if you're Greg Finley, you're making the drive from 20 minutes away.
I don't know if Greg got out to a game. He went to a game either last year or the year before he tried to make the trip. I think he went to one of them with Pony. But luckily for those guys who saw their favorite team get whooped on this weekend, they did not have to sit through it at all in the stadium. Because that would be a deflating feeling. If you're a Mets fan that traveled to the game thinking, well, I mean, we're playing the Pirates. They're there's no way. Maybe they beat us Friday night, but they won't do it the next 2 days. And it's not only that they lost. None of these games for Mets fans were fun. They got killed in these games.
And the Mets always have like that section of people, I don't know what their names are, but that like huge fan section on Twitter where they decide, they're like, yeah, we'll go to a road game. We'll go to a road series. And they decided that they've done this, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but there's a conglomerate of like 100, maybe 200, 300 Mets fans that'll all pick a section and sit somewhere. And I guess, as one of our texters, Nick in Stanton Heights, points out, there were 3 sections of the upper deck just filled with Mets fans, all wearing like the same shirts and everything. And to be able to see them walk out the stadium and as losers, Nick points out, is pretty funny.
And I saw somebody else, which I guess is just somebody that did not want to live it up this weekend. They were asking on the text line why the highlights were being played from all 3 games. They did something they didn't do in 90 years. 90 years.
Yeah, that's why.
They have not beaten a team this badly. They have not swept a team and won each game by 7 or more runs since 1935. There has been a lot of baseball played, good, bad, and ugly, since that point. And we got to enjoy it this weekend. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Would love to load it up with some people who got to experience these games this weekend. One of them, 2 of them, all of them. Maybe they just watched or listened at home, whatever it may be. It was a fun weekend to be a Pirates fan. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on that fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We will get to our guy here, Troy in Mount Washington, before the break. What's going on, Troy?
Donnie, what's up?
What's going on, man? Did you hit any of those games this weekend?
I caught a little bit. It was my son's first birthday this weekend, so we did a big kind of party for him. But
very
I
exciting.
A little bit on the radio in passing. I just want to say what Nick Gonzalez said about retiring his number and him having to change his number, one of the most classiest things. I think he's a player for years to come that the Pirates need to focus on putting their attention as one of their main guys. And I mean, it's time to retire guys' number before they pass away. I mean, Terry Bradshaw did enough for the Steelers to where that should be retired. We need to start normalizing getting these players' numbers retired before it's too late, first off. Second off, I'm normally the most positive guy. Bechtold, like I'm optimistic towards things, but I get what you're saying about the players feeling good about this weekend, but like as a fan, like I'm just like overseeing this and knowing that it's not going to continue or not going to happen. It's like I feel like we're the nerd, like the fans are the nerds at school, and the Pirates are like the pretty girl, and like she maybe like turned and said something to you one day or asked for a pencil or an eraser, and you go home and you're so happy, and then like 2 weeks later she's kissing her new boyfriend and you're like, oh man, I really thought she was going to talk to me a little bit more. And I'm just tired. This aggravates me as a fan more, and I'm more upset to see that they beat a team where they know that team's leaving and being like, yeah, we're going to the playoffs. So
yeah, Troy, I get what you're saying there. Like, I don't want to get caught up on this weekend and think that this will continue. I mean, hell, I wouldn't be stunned tonight if the Pirates went out there and got shut out or scored less than 3 runs against St. Louis. That would just be so fitting if they went out before the All-Star break here and, just lost a bunch of games. I'm not going to act as if one big weekend against the Mets with this team, they're bound to win 8 in a row or 10 in a row or 12 in a row. I'm certainly not going to go out and say that will happen. So the point is taken. I just hope in a season that has been very ugly, we're able to at least enjoy a little bit. And I also want to touch on the comment there about Nick Gonzalez, what he said after the game on Saturday how he wanted that number to now be retired and he would happily take another one. I do think that's a super classy move on Nick Gonzalez's part. And he is somebody who is turning into a fan favorite of sorts. And with a team like this, not to be harsh, but it probably doesn't take a whole lot. I mean, show up every day, be a dude that gives 110% no matter how good or bad the team is, and be an actual solid player, which he is. And then you say the right things off the field as well. That's going to score you points with people, and I think he did that. And to Troy's point there, which I fully agree with, and this isn't the first time that we have seen a team in this city get caught up in this. I've said for a while now, Austin, that especially I would say the Steelers and Pirates more so, the Penguins do a pretty good job of this. We know that they retired Yager's jersey in recent memory, but the Steelers and Pirates, the Steelers got, an example of this was with the Franco Harris passing. These teams just wait around too long to retire numbers, and unfortunately the guys that donned the numbers at their peak and were such great players, and in this case, Gonzalez had the number. We've seen a couple of other Pirates wear number 39, but we have also seen cases with both teams where nobody else is going to wear a certain number. So why not just retire it? Like, they just kind of sit there unofficially retired forever.
Very classy move from Nick Gonzalez to say that. I don't think that they're going to ultimately retire Parker's number. I don't think they're going to retire Bonds' number. And a big reason why is because of the amount of times that they've given out the number since the player has retired. Like, if they would have retired Parker by now, I think it just already would have happened if they were prone to do it. But I'm with you on the Steelers. Like, we all know that 12 is not going to be worn by anyone else. And if it was, Aaron Rodgers was the perfect candidate. We all know that Bradshaw's number is basically retired. So why not just retire it for real with a real ceremony and everything? This year would be the perfect year to do it. You're talking what? The 50th anniversary of the second Super Bowl, where Bradshaw was more of an active participant, for the team as he really started to figure it out. Like, you're going to wait for 2028, 2029 or whatever, 2030. Just get it over with. Do it. Like, I don't understand it from that perspective. And same with Mel Blount. Same with, what other number? Lambert.
The Steelers, there's a list of like 8 to 10 guys that are unofficially retired. You're not going to see another 12. You're not going to see another 58 or 59.
No one's wearing 7 again for Ben.
Yeah, you're not going to see another 7 or 36 or 43 or 86. More so the guys that played in the 2000s. You're not going to see that because they just kind of wait around too long. So a good point there by Troy. But I want to hear from more of you coming up next at 412-928-9370. Your experience this weekend, Pirates and Mets. Did you take in any of the games at the ballpark? Maybe you were just at home watching or listening here and there. Whatever it may be. How did this weekend make you feel about the Buccos? Is it more enjoyable when they do this to a big money team in a huge market like the Mets? And also something else we'll get into next. Did it sadly feel like this could have been a tryout of sorts for some of these guys this weekend? 412-928-9370. Want to take more calls of yours coming up next. You can also hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Donnie Chedrick in for Pomp and Joe on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Donnie, we have a trade, and it's a big one. I had to check to confirm just to make sure that it is the official Ian Rappaport, and it is. Ding, ding, ding. Dolphins and the Steelers have finalized a blockbuster trade to send all-pro corner Jalen Ramsey to Pittsburgh. Whoa. We'll talk about that coming up next. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Among the storylines as Wimbledon's opening round gets underway, can anyone stop Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz? They're heavy favorites to collide in the final as they did in their epic French Open championship match. Women's French Open finalist Aryna Sabalenka and Coco Gauff are also seeded 1 and 2 again. However, number 8 Iga Swiatek is the betting favorite. I'm Boomer Esiason.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars, Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Granbury Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
What a turn to the show. We have limits. As fun as it was talking about the Pirates this weekend, an absolute blockbuster. If you didn't hear Austin's headline going into the last break, the Steelers have finalized a trade to acquire all-pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey from the Dolphins. Sources telling Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport. Ramsey's adjusted contract includes a $1.5 million raise in 2025, so his salary this year, $26.6 million. The Steelers have now acquired some massive names this offseason to go along with DK Metcalf, Darius Slay, Aaron Rodgers. It is now Jalen Ramsey. The corners on this team are now Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr. I got to give some credit, not thinking they would have another splash in them, but they certainly do. I think Ramsey can still play a little bit. I want to let the people sound off on this at 412-928-9370. As of last week, the reports from Adam Schefter and company were, they've checked in, but probably no chance this happens. Well, this is the big breaking news of the day, and this will carry the load for probably the next several hours. I know that the guys in the afternoon, they now have their plans for the entire afternoon. Jalen Ramsey is a Steeler. 412-928-9370. I think this really shows, given the finances of the deal as well, I would love to see them still add somebody at receiver, but this does tell me these guys are going all in on 2025. And even though I'm not going to toss this team into the Super Bowl or anything like that, Austin, you can't say they're not making an effort at it after getting Aaron Rodgers, already acquiring DK Metcalf.
They're making moves like a team that is all in on 2025.
It's significant, Donnie, and we still don't know what the full return is going to be yet for Ramsey, but I mean, this is a move of Omar Khan basically saying, all right, Jonnu Smith has been thrown out there. There's been discussions about Jalen Ramsey as well that you mentioned was shut down prior to this. It's surprising to me that they did this. I am surprised, especially after the Darius Slay move. I thought maybe they would do something to try to find a corner that can play a nickel position or play in the slot, whatever. I wonder what this means for Joey Porter Jr. Or is this ultimately extra insurance in case Darius Slay, who's 34, gets hurt? So this honestly brings up more questions than answers with this move for me.
I think it's kind of a backup plan of sorts with Darius Slay. I feel like those guys would split a little bit more. But even so, if it's sort of a three-man rotation at corner between the three, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world either, because maybe the Steelers after last season felt as if there was a little bit too much on the plate for Joey Porter Jr. It was his second year in the league, a big step up in responsibility into his second year, and we saw in some of those matchups he was clearly outmatched. I can't get the one performance against Cincinnati out of my head, and he was mostly on T. Higgins, their number 2, not Jamar Chase, and he had himself some trouble. He gets into penalty trouble, so this, I think, a big-time insurance policy for both. But, hey, I'm not against just acquiring good players, and given the Steelers' cap situation, they can't afford it. And on top of that, given how the game is played now, you can never have enough guys to defend the pass. You can never have enough guys to catch passes. You can never have enough guys to defend the pass, especially. So you keep bringing in corners or defensive backs that are playing good football. I don't know if I'd say the Steelers have the best defensive backfield in the game. I mean, there's a team in their own division that has a pretty good one, just added Jair Alexander a couple of weeks ago. But this is the Steelers' counterpunch to that. You have your 3 top corners as Ramsey, Porter, Slay in whatever order, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Deshaun Elliott, Juan Thornhill was one of the offseason acquisitions. I like what this team is building on the defensive side, but again, it just adds to the pressure that the defense is now going to have.
Can I play devil's advocate for a moment, Donnie?
Sure.
So people, obviously, there are some out there that are not optimistic about Rodgers, that think that he's done at 41 and he doesn't really have much of a chance to still be able to play. I know Ramsey is 30 and he'll be 31 in October. Plus adding Darius Slay. Do you think that it's a realistic possibility that the Steelers are bringing in a lot of big names that might still be able to play, but it just ultimately all collapses in on them and all of them cannot play anymore?
I think there's a possibility of that. I don't know what percentage I would put it at for each guy, but I get what you're saying. Like, they're bringing in a lot of what they're doing, and they've kind of done this over the last couple of years, but this year it seems so more than any. They really are collecting football cards.
Yes.
You look at the back of that football card for Aaron Rodgers, you see one of the best resumes in NFL history. You got a pretty good football card with Darius Slay, an even better one with Jalen Ramsey. Metcalf, I wouldn't say at the same level, just due to he's still a pretty young player, given where a couple of these names are at. But there is the possibility that things could crumble for every guy. I think the nice thing is, really, besides quarterback, they're pretty good in terms of depth at most of these positions.
So Ramsey, according to PFF, had a 77 overall grade. That was 16th out of 222 corners. So PFF, who I know we talk a lot about when it comes to the Myles Garrett and TJ Watt discussions, he ended up playing a ton too. He was 13th out of 222 corners and snaps. So Ramsey, available, was on the field. The one thing about him that has always kind of frustrated me is sometimes he can be overly aggressive. And I wonder in Tomlin's defense how much freedom they're going to allow Ramsey to be. Because sometimes, whether he's jumping routes or he's playing extra aggressive right at the line of scrimmage, he was also 10th out of all corners in run defense. And that's something that they significantly needed improvement with as well from the secondary, especially after getting run all over against Baltimore. I wonder how Tomlin's ultimately going to deploy him. Like, is it going to be Ramsey and Porter opposite each other? Are they going to play more packages with Ramsey, Porter, and Slay all on the field at the same time? Does Beanie Bishop just get phased out of the offense or out of the defense? Was swiping his feet on the pit logo enough for enough people to be infuriated with Beanie Bishop, or he's going to be parked on the bench for a little bit? I don't know. But what I do know is that one of the biggest positional groups that we had questions with, corner and wide receiver, corner has been upgraded. How big of an upgrade? I think it's something. I just don't know if it's significant.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them the ability to be pretty creative with things defensively, too. But we mentioned the added pressure. This is a defense that in the very recent playoff games has gotten beat up over the course of 60 minutes. I know that it was more so the run defense against the Ravens where they ran for 300 yards on them. But this just does add a layer of pressure because it is yet again a first-round pick, a former first-round pick being added. And not just any other first-round pick, a guy that is a multi-time All-Pro, multi-time Pro Bowler. He has been a great corner in the league since he entered. I mean, he used to be a menace with the Jags. I mean, that was certainly him at his peak early in his career. You remember that defense with, we got something
Donnie,
else.
we know the return.
Okay, what do we got?
You are not going to believe it. According to Adam Schefter, this is the trade. The Steelers are acquiring Jalen Ramsey for Minkah Fitzpatrick. A one-for-one, player-for-player trade. The Steelers are trading Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Dolphins back to Miami after acquiring him years ago for a first-round pick from the Dolphins, which they don't do, giving up a first-round pick. They are sending Minkah back to Miami for Jalen Ramsey.
Holy crap. Okay, now this just
changes everything.
Wow.
So Juan Thornhill and newly extended Deshaun Elliott, where when Elliott was extended, I wondered, what does this mean for Minkah? This is unreal. They're trading Minkah to Miami, one-for-one for Ramsey. Never could I have expected this coming.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, so that the Steelers defensive backfield I just ran through, you can put a big X through the name Minkah Fitzpatrick. This got to be one of the bigger NFL trades, player for player, that we have seen in years.
This is one of the biggest trades in Steelers history.
We have not seen, we just don't really see a straight player for player trade like this anymore.
No, not when you're trading two All-Pros.
And one guy back to his old team.
Yes.
Where he
demanded out.
Wow. This is a blockbuster. In every sense of the word. The Steelers are trading Minkah Fitzpatrick and acquiring Jalen Ramsey. So
here's what this means to me, Donnie. Is this more about how the Steelers feel about Jalen Ramsey, or is this more about how the Steelers feel about Minkah Fitzpatrick? And obviously there have been all the talks and all the discussions of how Minkah was utilized. More interceptions in the Pro Bowl than he had in the regular season last year. And was Minkah being able to communicate well enough defensively? And clearly, they thought that it was enough to get out of this contract and move on from Minkah. which is still stunning to believe.
Yeah, so this will certainly have a lot of contract tie-ins and such, since Minkah was one of their big money players. This is massive. 412-928-9370. I do want to take some calls before we get to break here, but now we know the return. It is a 1-for-1, a rare player-for-player trade. The Steelers are acquiring Jalen Ramsey from the Dolphins in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. 412-928-9370. Maddie is in Newcastle. What's going on, Maddie?
Wow. I'm absolutely shocked, man. Oh, my gosh. I was going to talk about a little bit about, obviously how we could make some moves in the free agency market to maybe go grab, Gabe Davis or Keenan Allen, anyone to help that depth. But now, obviously, with this return that you're talking about, obviously changes how I want to speak about it. So, with this move, I think we can all analyze Minkah going back to Miami. He's kind of been, I don't want to say not a bad ball player. He's been a great safety for us, but he's been kind of obsolete the past 2 years. Now with him moving out, now we get some really good depth at corner, which we've really been lacking, along with the wide receiver position. I have a proposition. What if they moved Beanie Bishop into the safety position? That Minkah's gone.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought there, Maddie. I'm wondering what their play will be here. I think that Beanie Bishop could still hang out at corner and be that slot corner guy. I know that he could see his snaps go down now with 3 much better corners in play. But, it's going to be Deshaun Elliott and Juan Thornhill as the starters. The Steelers also picked up a safety undrafted, Sebastian Castro, I believe the kid from Iowa. Maybe he ends up being like the undrafted free agent darling of 2025. Now I'm wondering if there is another move in the works of some sort, because this is massive Steelers news. Trading Minkah Fitzpatrick, bringing in Jalen Ramsey. 412-928-9370. Roman is in the north side. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. What do you got?
I can't wrap my head around this, man. This is crazy. I want to say it's a good move off instinct, but because we all know what happened in the AFC wildcard game. It was just awful. Minkah was getting stiff-armed. It looked horrible. So part of me wants to say I'm happy, but what does this mean for our defense? What does this mean for Joey Porter? Are we still playing him? What's going on here?
I think Joey Porter's still going to play. We might just see a 3-man rotation of sorts at corner. And given that Slay is a veteran who is into his mid-30s, Jalen Ramsey is now 30 years old, I don't think this really spells the end for somebody like Joey Porter Jr. I still think he has plenty of time to prove something in a Steelers uniform. I think this is more an insurance policy of sorts for a player like him.
Donnie, we're not done.
Oh, my God. Now what?
Omar Khan is at it again. Steelers-Dolphins, according to Adam Schefter, trade part 2. Dolphins are trading tight end Jonnu Smith to the Steelers for a late-round pick swap, and Smith will get a 1-year contract extension for $12 million.
All right, Limits, we're going to go to break. We're going to take a deep breath here. This is all happening at a speed to where it's hard to believe it's real.
And, Donnie, you know what's really cool about it? While others are out golfing, here we are to react to it. Let's go, Donnie.
That's right, Limits.
Let's go, Donnie.
Because we're not the golfers, we get to prosper in this moment. Let's do it, buddy. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cloudy today, a high of 86, so some good weather for the Pompeani golf outing. I want to hear from you. Coming up next, a plethora of Steelers trades with the Dolphins. The Steelers are trading in one part of the trade. It is Minkah Fitzpatrick to Miami for Jalen Ramsey. Second trade, the Dolphins are trading tight end Jonnu Smith to the Steelers for a late-round pick swap. Let's react to all of it together. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Get in queue. Our buddy Austin will get you ready to go. 412-928-9370. We react to the massive Steelers news, really the rest of the way, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the span of the last 20 minutes, we've heard one of the most stunning Steeler trades in franchise history. The Steelers acquiring Jalen Ramsey from the Miami Dolphins, the all-pro corner, in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Steelers all-pro safety, going back to Miami. It's a one-for-one deal. Also being included in the deal is tight end Jonnu Smith of the Dolphins, and the Steelers, in exchange for Jonnu Smith, are doing a late-round pick swap with Miami. Wow. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Fight Fest weekend is on July 11th and 12th. It's a weekend of hard-punching thrills with a festival vibe held outside in the live casino parking lot, featuring MMA Fighting Friday and then Championship Boxing Saturday, plus food trucks, cigar vendors, and a special appearance by boxing legend Roy Jones Jr. Tickets on sale at FightFestLive.com. Let's take it outside at Live Casino, Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sunsquat sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deal's end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sunsquat sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
That's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here. It's one of the best weeks of the year. It's 4th of July week, and Hampton Beer Outlet will give you all that you need for your cookouts. When it comes to beer, 30 packs of your favorite brands, Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. The best deal around. Imagine you're grilling out. Beautiful, hot day. Fireworks upcoming later in the evening, and you got a nice cold beer in your hand. Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
You wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine, and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodies. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Pittsburgh Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essentials. That's Verizon.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here is the full trade between the Steelers and Dolphins. Blockbuster. The Steelers receiving Jalen Ramsey, the all-pro cornerback, tight end Jonnu Smith, who is signing a one-year, $12 million extension. Steelers are also getting a 2027 seventh-round pick back in the deal, with Miami receiving safety Minkah Fitzpatrick from the Steelers and a 2027 fifth-round pick. It was originally believed to be Minkah and Ramsey, a one-for-one swap, but Jonnu Smith also included for late-round pick swaps in the 2027 NFL Draft. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ramsey reaction continues next.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Fabiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at 937thefan.com on the contesting page. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And my goodness, the last hour is some of the craziest 60 minutes, Austin. I mean, I would even say the last 45 minutes more so, around 10:30 when this all went down. This is some of the, how do I want to put this? One of the craziest 45-minute sets, I think, in station history.
Yeah, this tops it for me being on the air. The only other thing that I can even come close to remembering was when Matt Canada was fired, and I was at the morning show and got to break the news with those guys. This is just a significant blockbuster, probably the biggest trade we've ever seen in Steelers history, Donnie. I mean, what comes close to it? Acquiring Minkah for a first-round pick, but that didn't include an all-pro like Ramsey. The Bettis trade was big, but again, when you're throwing significant players into the deal, and we're not even getting to Jonnu Smith yet, like, this isn't like, oh, yeah, Minkah for just a first-round pick. These are guys who have candidacies for potential Hall of Fame inductions years from now.
Yeah, and we rarely ever see in the NFL anymore the player-for-player trade. The one that I always think of from my childhood, Austin, you were maybe a little bit young to remember this. You know the names, but this happened when I was, 7, 8, 9 years old. The Washington Redskins and the Denver Broncos, they traded each other. It was Champ Bailey to the Broncos in exchange for Clinton Portis. And, yeah, Clinton Portis didn't reach the heights that Champ Bailey did, who was a Hall of Famer, but the guy was a hell of a running back in the 2000s. That was like the rare player-for-player deal, and it worked out for both sides. We just don't see this happen anymore. It's very often a player for draft picks, or it's a player for a couple of draft picks and then maybe a player that's clearly a few rungs lower to the guy getting sent elsewhere. We don't see it like this, where it is two guys, and you put it well, two guys that are building legacies to hopefully be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day that get traded for one another. Not to mention, the Steelers now have another tight end on their team. They love collecting tight ends who just had a career season in Jonnu Smith.
And that's, I think, an underrated part of this deal, just because when we first heard it, I really thought that, at least the way that it was framed, and that's something that you have to pay a lot of attention to, and it's put out there by reporters, it seemed like, at least to me, that it was Jonnu Smith's agent going to Adam Schefter and basically saying, hey, put this out there, and basically say, sure, there's been discussions about a trade. We don't think it's ultimately going to happen. We just want to see if Miami can fork over the money for Jonnu to get the raise that he wants. And ultimately, it seems like Miami was not willing to do so, and the Steelers were willing to part ways with Minkah to make the entire thing happen. And look, Jonnu Smith is a good tight end. He's an athletic tight end. He's a Pro Bowl tight end. However much you want to look down on the Pro Bowl, it still means something at certain positions, more so than other. I think tight end is one of those. they're going to run a bunch of 2 tight end sets. It's going to be a lot of Freiermuth. It's going to be a lot of Jonnu Smith. And if they don't add another wide receiver, this is probably that number 2 receiver for them, and Jonnu Smith will play a lot in the slot.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have no choice but to run multi-tight end sets, which we know that Arthur Smith is a fan of doing, because now you have Smith, you have Freiermuth, which you just said, but they also, you still have Darnell Washington, who can certainly be used more than what he has been his first couple of seasons. I do think this either maybe not puts the player on the chopping block when I talk about Connor Hayward, but it certainly limits him to more of a fullback role of sorts. He can kind of be a Swiss Army knife still, but he is certainly not going to see playing time over now the 3 guys ahead of him at tight end.
I don't even know if he's going to be on the roster.
That's what I'm saying. It could put him on the chopping block.
Like, where is the positional fit right now for Connor Hayward? I guess as a fullback, but how much do they even utilize a fullback? Once every couple weeks? I mean, you don't see them running a lot of I formation anymore. If they ever run their version of the tush push, usually don't see Connor Hayward in there very frequently. And if so, he's at the very end of the line. And Jonnu Smith is a bigger body than Connor Hayward. It basically makes his role defunct a little bit on the team, especially when you have Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, and Darnell Washington. Are you going to keep another tight end? And when you have Cordero Patterson still occupying a roster spot who really doesn't have a position?
Either. So somebody like Patterson should not be. Hayward, it's going to be a very important training camp for him. Connor Hayward, that is. Obviously, the other Hayward is very safe. It makes me wonder, is this it? Or will another move be made? Will they try to acquire an actual wide receiver? Now, it also gives the benefit to one of these tight ends that maybe they can sort of bump out and act more like a receiver than a tight end.
Now, I did just see Jeremy Fowler tweet that Gabe Davis, there is still some interest there with the Steelers at wide receiver, but he's likely going to take his time and basically wait until around training camp before he ultimately signs. I talked to Tyler Boyd this weekend, and he says that he would absolutely want to play with the Steelers. So that's another option for them if they go down that route. But adding Jonnu Smith is just another weapon for Aaron Rodgers to prove that they're going all in. Whether you want them to or not, that's their full intention. It makes me wonder about Minkah, though. What are they doing at safety? Like, is Juan Thornhill, is he the guy that's going to occupy that spot? Or are they going to move Ramsey to safety? Are they going to move Slay to safety?
They do have those options now where they can kind of play around with things on the back end. And we know that Deshaun Elliott very quickly became a fan favorite here. I mean, he was one of the most enjoyable Steelers to watch last season. But here's the thing with Fitzpatrick. You almost kind of wonder, because they said they wanted to have those conversations with him about, going back to what was working better for him, where he was more of a playmaker, more of a ball hawk back there. Last year, it sucked to watch him used the way he was. I mean, he was a center fielder of sorts. He would
20 yards off the ball.
Yeah, at minimum. I mean, you'd see him even more than 20 yards off the ball.
He wasn't on the TV screen. You wondered if he was even out there.
Yes. And if you're at the game watching in stadium, you would see the ball is set at the 40-yard line going in, and Fitzpatrick's hanging out at like the 5-yard line. Like, just so nobody gets behind him. You're basically taking a defender off the field when you do that.
Pretty much.
Unless it's a situation that calls for it, where the other team is going to be sending multiple receivers to the end zone. So now I kind of wonder, was there something that happened in those discussions where he didn't care for the way he was being used here? Because we know that's what spurred things when he was first in Miami.
So I don't know how good of a comparison this will be, but my good buddy Zeke is a football coach in the area, and he played football at Duquesne. And it's funny because over the last couple of days, him and I went back and looked at old footage of plays that Minkah made over the last couple of weeks. And, he played as a defensive back and was basically showing, like, what communication would look like, cover two and everything, when he's switching on man. And there were a lot of things that he was saying, like Minka just does not communicate well enough in the back end, or a lot of guys are just kind of putting their hands up and basically saying, what the hell is going on here? And I was basically like, okay, man, like, I don't know if you can actually, like, necessarily tell exactly what's going on there. But I think there's a little bit of credence to his argument based on them dealing Minka today.
I noticed, I will say this, I did that show last season with Landon Roberts, who is now in Vegas with the Raiders. But I did notice with some on- and off-air conversations with him that the communication issues, it wasn't just like Patrick Queen wasn't communicating with people. It was more than just that. And he kind of gave the indication that it was Minka on the back end, things would be crossed up, and that's why we would just see breakdowns and huge plays at, unfortunately, major times of the game. Now, the Steelers were still able to make their plays, but Minka Fitzpatrick made very few of them. It took up until one of the final games of the regular season for him to force a turnover. And, I mean, it was the running joke pretty much every single Friday that I was on with Joe. He would ask Ray Fittipaldo, when's the next time we're finally going to see Minka Fitzpatrick intercept a pass? Will it be 2030 by the time we get there? Well, it happened very late last season, and otherwise it seemed like one where he was being wasted in the back end of the defense, or the miscommunication factors, I think, were real. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Fan text line at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Want to take some calls here before we do get to break, but want to load it up. Your thoughts on the massive Steelers and Dolphins trade, Minka Fitzpatrick, and a late-round pick being sent to the Miami Dolphins in exchange for Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a late-round pick. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on all of it. Our buddy Paul is in Washington. I'm sure he's got a banger here. What's up, Paul?
What's up there, head of the young guns? You got two of you young guns running the show today. You and Austin. All you need now is Harry Callis.
Hey, it benefits us that we don't play golf.
This is true. The three best producers on the fan there. But anyhow, what does this mean for Darius Slay? I mean, is he going to move to safety? Is Joey Porter going to move to slot? Or is there another trade in the works? Because if they really felt that strongly about handsy Joey Porter Jr., I don't think they make this trade. I think they have doubts that Joey Porter Jr. is ever going to be a complete one-on-one cover, take away the opponent's best receiver. I think that's what this tells you. The only thing I was hoping is maybe we traded Mike Tomlin and we got the head coach of the Dolphins back. But as for Dave Parker, Barry Bonds, and Roberto Clemente, the three best outfielders to ever play the game. R.I.P. number 39, the Cobra. You boys behave yourselves.
All right, Paul, that's a great call on all fronts there. A little ode to Dave Parker, who I planned on getting to, a little tribute to Dave Parker around this time of the show when I was putting it together last night and this morning. But this is massive news. When it involves the NFL, it normally takes over, but when it involves the Steelers, and in this amount of news involving the Steelers, this magnitude, it will certainly take precedent as it is breaking. Minka Fitzpatrick sent back to Miami in exchange for Jalen Ramsey. Jonnu Smith also coming to Pittsburgh in a late-round pick swap between the Steelers and the Dolphins. I don't know if I'd say they fully doubt Joey Porter Jr. just 2 years in, but I think it is fair to kind of question how much they are committed to him. And I think maybe they're a little bit worried by some of the things they saw last season, thinking that Porter would take that step. He really didn't. The other idea here, you pair him with two of the better corners of the 2010s and 2020s combined, maybe it's the right tutelage that somebody like Porter Jr. needs. Maybe that helps him flourish a little bit. These guys can teach him things to be some of the best in the game. I mean, Ramsey, when he was at his best, I think was the best in the game, even if it was for a year or two, and Slay was close to it. So kind of like the mindset that people are having with, hey, Aaron Rodgers is here. He can be that mentor for Will Howard as the next man up. Same kind of idea here, I think. 412-928-9370. Another Paul. This one is in Weirton. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are we?
We're trying to keep up with everything. It's been a bit of a crazy last hour. What do you got for us, Paul?
You guys aren't lying. First things first, I want to wish you guys a happy 4th of July week to you both. Secondly, I want to say that this trade seems like they're going all in on this season and putting two great weapons on both sides of the ball, one to help Rodgers and one to hopefully with pass coverage better than Minka did last year and a couple years ago. So we'll see how it goes. Third and final, I still think they go out and get a receiver. Don't be surprised if the Pitt native Tyler Boyd comes to the Steelers to fill in that third position. You guys take care and have a happy 4th of July.
Paul, I appreciate that, and the well wishes right back to you. Have a very nice 4th of July weekend. I'll actually be filling in for the morning show on the 4th of July, so we'll see if any Steelers news breaks during that from 5:40 to 10 on Friday morning. The point about Tyler Boyd there, and I know Austin got to talk to him. He was the one that really broke that over the weekend. It was a chat that Austin had with him at a youth football camp, and Tyler Boyd said that he would absolutely be open to playing for the Steelers if the opportunity presented itself. Now, I didn't really plan on getting to this until later in the show, but now it has risen right up to us here because you asked yourself, is something else in the works? What would be next for the Steelers in this case? Will there be another trade? Austin, I'll let you sound off in a moment. I have a few reasons as to why I don't think a Tyler Boyd to the Steelers move would happen. I do, oddly enough, think it goes back to the comments that he made a couple of years ago, early in the season, 2021, when he said the Steelers quit in a game. Not that I disagree with him. By the way that they looked, it would certainly add up that way. But just the way, the pride that the Steelers have, the pride that Mike Tomlin has, that tells me things could still be a little bit sour there. And it would also be different, I think, if Boyd was playing at a level that was truly game-changing, or at least in some way, shape, or form able to move the needle. But he saw the numbers get cut in half last season. He is now on the plus side of 30. I'm not sure what he would really add to the Steelers' offense other than a good veteran locker room presence to the receiver room. I don't know otherwise what sort of traits he has at this point in his career that tells me, okay, like they're really making a jump with their offense by adding Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, he's not a 2 anymore. He's not the same guy that he was in Cincinnati. I do get the feeling, in a way, that Boyd realizes what he said about the Steelers previously. Maybe didn't cross a line, but I think he realizes now, and maybe that's because his options are thin, that he wants to try to make good with the Steelers. And he wants to try to maybe get the message out there that, yeah, he has a good relationship with Tomlin. And maybe that was his way of publicly apologizing in the media without even saying it and without completely acknowledging the situation. I think he could come here and be a 3. Like, it would be a good situation if it was Pickens, Metcalf, and Boyd, and it would work. He could still contribute, but if you would bring him in, you cannot expect him to be a wide receiver too. I would do the deal, but only at the right price.
I also wonder, is he better right now than what Calvin Austin would be as like a third wide receiver?
I think slightly, yes, I do. I think his route tree is just more polished.
I also wonder, in that same vein, if they are finally going to give Roman Wilson a shot. It seems like those guys kind of play a similar style. Like they'll be the somewhat smaller in stature guy that will get you like 9 to 10 yards per catch. He is like the third and short merchant. Like I feel like they would kind of be the same style player too, which is where I wonder if they even see that as worth it.
Well, especially with having another tight end now in Jonnu Smith, who's probably going to factor in a decent amount in the offense. If you're paying him $12 million at tight end, that's what, more than Freiermuth's making? You would imagine that Jonnu Smith is going to get on the field a significant amount of time, and more than likely what they're going to end up doing is an offensive set with Metcalf, Calvin Austin, 2 tight ends, and a back, whether it be Warren or whether it be Caleb Johnson. That is most likely what their offense is going to look like, and probably rotate between Calvin Austin and whether it be Roman Wilson or Robert Woods. So doing this trade also makes me think that there's less likely of a chance that Boyd is ultimately going to be signed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really questioning if they bring in any sort of actual wide receiver now with the addition of Jonnu Smith. They may try to treat him like a hybrid player, or treat Freiermuth as a hybrid type player where they can kind of set those guys out wide and, still play with another tight end in the offense. I mean, you put Darnell Washington at the end of the offensive line, he really is just an additional offensive lineman. That's how good the dude is in the blocking part of his game. 412-928-9370. Your reaction to the massive Steelers and Dolphins blockbuster trade that came down about an hour ago. Jalen Ramsey, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jonnu Smith, a late-round pick swap, all of that involved. Your reaction to it. What do you think is coming next? Anything? Do you think there's something else coming down the pike for the Steelers before they get to Latrobe late next month? 412-928-9370. Your calls and reaction to the Steelers-Dolphins trade next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, if you want to look ahead, the Steelers and Dolphins will play Week 15 Monday Night Football in primetime on December 15th. Maybe the schedule makers knew something there, as the Steelers and Dolphins pull off a blockbuster trade. Dolphins sending Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 7th to the Steelers in exchange for all-pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick going back to the Dolphins. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media of the 125th U.S. Open from Oakmont. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
At least pick somebody that can swing a golf club. Like, god damn. Hey, I can swing a golf club.
Stink.
I shot a 113 at
113?
I'm upset. I did watch maybe 5 minutes of the U.S. Open too, which is ironic.
You watched 5 minutes?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. LeBron James can be a man of many contradictions. A few weeks ago on his podcast, he talked about how ring culture was out of control. Everyone put too much stock in the championships. But yesterday, he opted into his Lakers contract, and his agent sent a message to the world. LeBron might want to leave and have a chance to win another title. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkyland.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Showers and thunderstorms this afternoon, the high 89.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Donnie Chedrick in for Pomp and Joe. It is the Bob Pompiani golf outing this morning and afternoon. Chartiers Country Club. That is where both of the guys are. Pomp, obviously, as the host of the event, has to be there. Joe, given his obsession with the sport of golf, is also there. So I have you until 2 o'clock at 412-928-9370. We may even get Joe on the line here in a bit. I believe we will have Brian Batko, who covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette, at 12:30. Been trying to effort somebody who covers the Dolphins for the last 45 minutes, and I may have been left on red. We will have updates on that further in today's show. But your calls as well, your reaction to the massive Steelers and Dolphins trade. And if you are just hopping on and joining us, the full details of this trade. The Steelers are receiving Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 7th-round pick. Miami is receiving Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 5th-round pick. 412-928-9370. Going to kick off this round with our guy, Mr. Old School. What's going on, man?
My man, going on. Hey, listen, I love the deal because I think Jalen Ramsey, he's either going to be, now here's my thought, he's either going to go into the slot or he's going to take over that safety position. And if he goes into the slot, think about this. Justin Simmons is still out there. Steelers didn't even think about Justin Simmons because they already had a free. But now that we don't have a free, they can pick up Justin Simmons, and that'll be a monster defense. But, you know, Minkah the last couple years, he didn't really impress me all that much. I don't know if he was disillusioned with his role. I don't know what it was, but I like this deal. I like Jonnu Smith, and I like Jalen Ramsey.
Mr. Old School, thank you as always for the call and good stuff there. You bring up Justin Simmons, a multi-time Pro Bowl free safety in his own right. Back in 2022, he was the league leader in interceptions with 6. He had a pair of interceptions last season in 16 games, his only season in Atlanta. I'm not sure if they jump right on and make that call. They could. That's somebody out there. They also have the financial flexibility to do something like that since they have a quarterback on a cheap contract. And the money here is basically a wash in the deal when it comes to the Ramsey and Fitzpatrick part. The Steelers were paying Minkah Fitzpatrick a very healthy salary, and I almost wonder, and I questioned this earlier this hour, did it get to a point with both sides that they just had a philosophical difference in how they wanted to go about things? If you recall, when Fitzpatrick left Miami or worked his way out of Miami to be traded here, he didn't like how he was being utilized. I, for one, hated how he was being utilized last season. I wonder if those conversations is what sparked this move to take place, because within the last week, this is how it has gone down. It did not seem like the Steelers had any sort of they had interest in Jalen Ramsey, but it didn't seem like they had much of a chance to pull it off because we saw people like Adam Schefter and company who said, yeah, they've checked in, but it's probably not going to happen. 412-928-9370. Rob in West Mifflin. What's going on, Rob?
What's up, Don? How you doing, man?
Good. How do you feel about it?
I like it because this is just my opinion, our opinion based. I think that this takes a lot of pressure off of Joey Porter. I hope he's not thinking negative about it. He should be thinking, okay, now this takes a lot of pressure off of me. Now, for example, we play a team like Cincinnati. Instead of him being on Higgins or Chase, he's on Yeshivas. However you pronounce that guy's name, which is good. So I just hope that he takes this as something, not negative. It takes a positive out of this, and gets his game together in the next couple of years. Because he's the future. Those guys aren't going to be here long. He's the future. Get himself together. Get back to playing Joey Porter football. Stop the grabbing with the hands and stuff, and just go out there and play. Don't look at it as a negative, man. If he's listening, please don't look at it as a negative.
Yeah, Rob, see, I feel that same way. I think that those two guys, that Ramsey and Darius Slay, they can sort of be that veteran in the room that helps Joey Porter along after what was a bit of a struggle in his second season, where we did see a little bit of that sophomore slump. We thought he would take a jump. He didn't quite do that. So the tutelage of two veterans, and not just any veterans, like two of the best in the game at their peak, I think that would help Joey Porter Jr. in the long run, because he should be the future of that cornerback position for the Steelers. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. That's where we find the full-time host of this show at the Bob Pompiani golf outing. Joe Starkey is on the line. Joe, first I have to thank you for this. Your golf love and obsession. Limits and I have gotten to experience the most stunning trade in Steelers history in your absence, but I do want to get your reaction to it.
Man, well, first of all, I'm out here with Mosey, and what a legend he is. He's hitting the ball 300 yards. My initial reaction is, oh, wait, I thought Minkah, we were all wrong about Minkah. Those of us who said that Minkah had lost a step, those of us who had said that I don't care what the Steelers say, they put him in center field, they put him as de facto linebacker, and they put him everywhere in between, and he can't make plays anymore. I thought we were all wrong. Well, obviously, they seem to feel a certain type of way about Minkah as well. So that's the first thing that struck me. The second thing is sort of an odd deal, if you ask me. I'm not a huge Jalen Ramsey guy. 3, 4, 5 years ago, I would have killed for him. Mm-hmm. Not now, but who plays safety? Juan Thornhill, he's had more calf injuries than Kevin Durant.
Some people are calling in asking if Ramsey would play around at safety or if Darius Slay would play safety.
Maybe. We've seen other guys who also have lost a step. So basically we're trying to work our way around two guys who have lost a step, one guy in Joey Porter Jr. that we don't know if he can play or not, a guy who has a bum calf. Anybody else I'm forgetting here, Donnie, in the secondary? Oh, Deshaun Elliott, who hammers people but has trouble in coverage. And then go look at the Ravens secondary. You want to match up one by one with Kyle Hamilton and all the dudes they've got right now? I don't think so.
I do still think the Ravens have the better secondary of the two. I also the way that this happened in real time, Joe, I wish that I could have seen your reaction, because it was really one by one. I was going through, okay, they just acquired Jalen Ramsey. We don't know what the return is. And then I see Limits waving his hands frantically and then saying, you're not going to believe the return. And I'm thinking, okay. And he said they are trading Minkah Fitzpatrick. That adds a whole layer to this. And then, 15 minutes later, the Jonnu Smith thing. So it has been a whirlwind this last hour and a half or so. Poor Lanny Fratteri. We were going to have him on at 11:30 to talk about Dave Parker. We are hoping to have Lanny later in the show before we're done. But man, it's been wild. Now, how do you come down in the Jonnu Smith part of it?
I mean, another pass catcher is fine. We'll see. But he's put up numbers in the past. But there's nothing wrong with having another weapon. I don't care if it's a tight end. It's the same thing on defense. To me, it's all positionless football anyway. Right? I mean, he's basically a receiver, and so is Freiermuth for that matter. Mm-hmm. He's not exactly one of the 7 blocks of granite when it comes to blocking. They're all receivers. So another guy who can catch balls, I'm fine with that. I don't know if Arthur Smith can take advantage of it, but the one thing that stands out by far above all, Donnie, and I don't know how you feel, is if you think you have a star, like a future Hall of Famer, still well in his 20s, you don't trade him unless there's either a problem or you think he's lost a step. And obviously, one of those things is true with Minkah Fitzpatrick. You don't get rid of a guy like that in his 20s. He's lost a step. I think that's pretty clear. The guy gets an interception, about his – well, no, I was going to use Limits in a joke there. I won't use Limits in a joke.
Limits get the date?
Thanks, Malsey, from the background.
Malsey
from
said
the
it
peanut
from the
gallery.
Background.
Often as Limits get the date?
Well, that's been pretty frequent the last couple of months.
Oh! Maybe that's your lead story today. Forget about Minkah. But that's the way I feel, is everybody who said that Minkah had lost a step and wasn't the same guy anymore was right out there. So all the callers, listeners, people, you were all right about Minkah. And the Steelers were basically deceiving themselves and you. Thank you, Donnie. It's time to tee off.
All right, Joe. Have fun. Be safe. Don't hurt yourself. The folks will hear from you tomorrow. Hello, Malsey.
Bye, Malsey.
Oh, Jim Colony. Hello, Jim.
Hi, there's Jim. Say hi, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
What's your grade on the trade?
Minkah sucks.
Oh, boy.
What a call.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you later. Thank you, Joe, hopping on from the Bob Pompiani golf outing. We have a whole slew of callers, so let's get to them. 412-928-9370. Tim is in the North Hills. What's going on, Tim?
Donnie, I love this trade. The first thing I love about it is now the Steelers have 3 guys that are 6'3" or taller, pass catching. I mean, that is a matchup nightmare for most defenses. Then you have, on the other side, you get rid of the guy who looks more lost than a Cleveland fan when you show him a Lombardi trophy. And then he's getting slapped around like a bad child by Derrick Henry in the playoffs. You get rid of him, and you bring in a top 20 corner opposite JPJ. I mean, all the defense has to do is get to the quarterback, and there's no wide receivers for the quarterback to throw to. So I don't know. I love this move. I think these guys, if Jonnu Smith does well, I think he could be here for another few years. I think they're doing a great job of laying the groundwork for the next QB that comes in. But, I mean, I think this team is going to be a force to be reckoned with next year.
Oh, Tim, I like the boldness there. A force to be reckoned with. I don't know if I don't want to be caught drinking the Kool-Aid on this, but I do feel better about the Steelers next season right now than I did 2 hours ago. Let's just say that. It felt to me, I liked Minkah Fitzpatrick as a player his first couple of seasons here. He was awesome. I mean, if you remember his first 3 games here, he was a clear difference maker in that season that Ben Roethlisberger blew out his elbow. But he was not the same guy last season, whether it was him as a player or a philosophical change where they just kind of wasted him. They had him hang out 30 yards off the ball, and he was mostly a non-factor. He did very little of impact in games last season. That role was taken up by Deshaun Elliott, who I thought filled the void very well. Elliott, you could think of pretty much every game, and there was at least a play or two where he made an impact, a tackle for loss, a forced fumble, a key tipped pass, an interception, whatever it may be. Deshaun Elliott was all over the place. That was not Minkah Fitzpatrick last season. Now you bring in Jalen Ramsey, who, even though he's 30 years old, he did have a pretty good season last year. Was it his peak season? No. Those days are behind him, but he was still a pretty good player last season. You bring him in, and you already have Darius Slay here. And I think, to the point that Rob and Wes Mifflin made earlier, and I fully agree with, I don't think this is a move that tells Joey Porter Jr., hey, we're done with you. I think, if anything, it is a way to show him, hey, okay, you had some rough patches there in 2024 in your second season. We want to have these guys here to help mentor you to become a great corner, because these two guys at their best were two of the best in the game. 412-928-9370. Will is in Cranberry. What's up, Will?
Overall, I feel like the trade wasn't horrible. I don't think it's a bad trade. I think it's a decent trade. Like, if I had to give it a value, I'll probably say, a B. I think Dolphins got the better end of it. Their backfield was totally trash. They couldn't really I think it was 63.9% of deep balls were collected off the Dolphins' safety position. So I think Minka's going to boost that up. But I actually had a theory here that I think I'm going to shock you guys with. If we would have kept George Pickens and included him in that trade, do you think we could have got Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle out of it?
Will, I don't think you're off base there at all. I don't know about Jalen Waddle just due to the age, but I don't think acquiring Tyreek Hill was out of the question if the Steelers still had George Pickens. I mean, how do you feel about that one, Austin? I think it's a good question there from Will. If they still had George Pickens as of this morning, and say the trade was basically Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill and a late-round pick to the Steelers for Minkah Fitzpatrick, George Pickens, and a late-round pick, I don't think that's really, out of this world crazy. I think that's actually pretty realistic. That could have happened.
That would have made a blockbuster even a bigger blockbuster, one of the biggest blockbusters maybe of all time in the NFL. But yeah, I would have been okay with that, because Tyreek Hill does provide a little bit of a headache, and he's very expensive. And would it work with the books? I think Omar Khan would probably find a way to figure it out. But Hill is still fast. He's still explosive. He's not the same Kansas City Tyreek Hill, but he still makes big plays. And maybe he's going to chirp a little bit like he does in Miami. But I think it would be better than what you got from George Pickens and what you can expect from George Pickens. You don't hear stories of Tyreek Hill showing up late to Christmas Day games like you heard with Pickens, or not wanting to block. Now, is Tyreek Hill an emphatic blocker? And he's not Hines Ward out there. But I would much rather have Hill than Pickens. So, yeah, if that was ultimately the deal, I would have made it. I would have been okay with that.
Yeah, I would have too, because I still think, even though Hill saw a dip in his numbers last season, I mean, Tua was injured for half the year. Even though he saw a dip, I mean, that dude is a game changer just because of his speed. He's still, even at over 30 years old, he still has not really lost that speed that he has as, maybe the fastest player in the NFL. 412-928-9370. A great question posed by Will just then. I want to hear from more of you. Coming up next, we have Brian Batko around 12:30. He will join us to break down the trade. One of the biggest, and I think the most stunning trades in Pittsburgh Steelers history, and we all experienced it together. The Steelers are trading Minkah Fitzpatrick and a late-round pick to the Miami Dolphins for Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a late-round pick. 412-928-9370 to join in on the fun. Fan weather, cloudy today, a high of 86. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Your calls coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here's the full deal and a stunner that nobody really could have expected on a Monday to start the week. Steelers trading Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round draft pick to the Miami Dolphins. So Minkah goes back to Miami, where the Steelers traded for him years ago during the year that Ben got hurt for a first-round pick. The Steelers, in return, received Jalen Ramsey, the all-pro corner, Jonnu Smith, Pro Bowl tight end, and a 2027 seventh-round draft pick. More headlines are at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or mid-size all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats, and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. So did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats, because you've hit your goal this week. What took you years to pack on, Awaken 180 helped you take off in just weeks. Pretty easy, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started with Awaken 180 yet, what is stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds in just 8 weeks. And Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Callis, my friends, all set their Awaken 180 goal and reached it. Here's the deal. With Awaken 180, you set real tangible goals. You literally watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking around 5 pounds a week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking at? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we did. Don't wait. hit up awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800, the official weight loss program of summer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates swept the New York Mets. That has now become back page news after the Steelers' huge trade of Jalen Ramsey and Minkah Fitzpatrick, after the Buccos just annihilated New York. The Mets, 9-1 winners on Friday, 9-2 winners on Saturday, 12-1 yesterday. Pirates with an emphatic sweep over New York. They're back at PNC Park again tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at 6:40. 5:45 leadoff show will begin. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app. Andrew Heaney to the mound for the Buccos. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There was a text from a good friend of mine, a friend of yours, Austin, our guy Joe Smeltzer, who said a little bit over an hour and a half ago, whether it's a good move or bad move, we would have never seen things like this before Omar Khan, and that is 1,000% true. If you're just joining us, Donnie Chedrick with you on 93.7 The Fan, in for Pomp and Joe. The Steelers and Dolphins have executed the most stunning trade in Pittsburgh Steelers history. The full details of said trade: the Steelers are receiving Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith, as well as a 7th-round pick in 2027, in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 pick in round 5. Getting your reaction at 412-928-9370. Brian Batko will join us in just about 20 minutes' time. Mark Cabali, Steelers correspondent from the Pat McAfee Show, he put out there about 5 minutes ago on Twitter, quote, "What I have been told is the Steelers view Jonnu Smith as a tight end, a slot receiver, and a fullback, and they will use him in a very hybrid way in Arthur Smith's offense. And they see Jalen Ramsey as an outside corner, slot corner, and he can maybe take some snaps at safety." That first part there, Austin, especially when they include fullback in it, that does not make me feel warm and fuzzy inside if I'm Connor Hayward.
Not at all. But Jonnu Smith is a fullback. What?
I mean, you're also going to see fullbacks used, I feel, so rarely that I don't know. Like, they could say that, and then the dude could play one snap at fullback next season, and they'll use a way to justify it. I have also reached out to another Steelers tight end, the man that joined me on our latest episode of Breaking Bread, Pat
Congratulations on all your success.
And his response, I'm pumped on the acquisition of Jonnu Smith. I mean, I think it gives them a lot of creativity to do a lot of different things in this offense. I think that, and now I'm going to say this, and it has no bearing on the guy's activities outside of football, solely on what he did on the football field. But this could be sort of an Aldi brand, a light version, if the Steelers want to try it, of what the Patriots did 10 to 15 years ago with Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, when they ran the most effective two tight end set in the modern game. That could be what they try here, because they can move around Jonnu Smith. They can really move around Freiermuth, too, if they want to. And you have Darnell Washington that could always be in there as an extra blocker, because we know that is the part of the game where he excels the most. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. We have Kevin in the north side. What's going on, Kevin?
Tony Football, how you doing today, my man?
Good. What do you got for me?
Not so much on the football side, because sort of old school on that. I think they moved to more of a touch football league, but I think that's a mistake going hard on defense, because it's a more offensive-based league now, and I think we should have just tanked. And I think we will with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's going to make us that much better like a lot of people do, but I think there'll be an average, maybe a little above average.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to cut you off there, Kevin, but there are a few other calls to get to there. I get the frustration there could be by going all in on defense, because it's just another sign that this defense has to be good. And we have that fear, we have that PTSD of what they have done in recent playoff games. But the Jonnu Smith acquisition, I mean, you're at least coming in here and You're adding to your offense. You're adding a target. Is it a wide receiver, like an actual outside wide receiver? No, but you are adding somebody. Time is 12:15. It's time to make that call to Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. And what do you know? We do have Steelers correspondent Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show on the line with us here for a few minutes. So, Mark, you were on with the morning show today from 9 until 10, and a half hour after that happened, this all goes down. Did you have any idea that this was on the way?
No, absolutely not. I don't think too many people would have anticipated this happening on June 30th here. I mean, we're not talking about a run-of-the-mill trade here. This is, I would probably label it as a blockbuster, right? You're looking at three big-time players in the NFL moving around here this late in the season, or at least late in the off season but I don't think there's too many people anticipating this. And wow, you can go within a million different ways, man, of what this means and how it's going to work out here. But I do think if you look at the grand scheme of things here, they're probably better than they were right now than they were at 12:30. No, maybe not by much, but I think they're better.
Did something happen with Minkah Fitzpatrick? Like, was there a conversation that was had where he didn't care for how he was being utilized? I mean, that's what got him into, like, sour territory when he was first in Miami before he got traded here. So did something like that happen for them to say, you know what, we'll trade him?
No, I don't think so. I mean, everything, he was at every OTAs, every mini camp, worked long, spoke. I said when he did talk, he said everything right. I didn't feel any, anger or ill will towards the team whatsoever, where he would go up and to be able to ask for a trade. I think the Steelers wanted to add to their defensive cornerback room, and they targeted a guy like Jalen Ramsey, who's, still a pretty significant player in the NFL. And maybe what that took was Minkah and the Jonnu Smith. If you're going to get Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey, you're going to have to give us Minkah Fitzpatrick, especially with the salary involved too, Donnie. I mean, both of them are making significant money. So I think it was a lot that they probably felt that Minkah's time here was limited, which I say is maybe they wouldn't have extended him past this year. Maybe they made that decision and they decided to move on in that way whatsoever. But I didn't see any ill will or anything. There were some issues last year. We do remember that, where there's a lot of stuff happening in the secondary, a lot of bickering, and a lot of people pointing towards 39 as some of the problems. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think they felt that in order to get a Jonnu Smith, who's probably a better receiver than anything that's still out there, free agent-wise or trading-wise, and to be able to get the level of cornerback that they have in Jalen Ramsey, that they were going to have to give up a significant piece of their team, and I think that's how it went down.
Now, how do you think they plan on utilizing Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr. now in this thing? Because they get rid of Minkah Fitzpatrick. Juan Thornhill, for the time being, would step in there. But can any of those corners, I guess more so Slay or Ramsey, can either of those guys bump back and play safety?
Yeah, they do believe that they look at Jalen Ramsey as a potential slot guy, but maybe not every single snap. It's basically going to be, 3 for 2, And they're not going to move on from Joey Porter or Darius Slay, but they're going to mix and match a lot of those guys. I know they view Jalen Ramsey as a guy who can potentially play some safety as well. Guy could play the slot, guy could play the outside as well. So he's not just a one-trick pony as well, but that's a place that you needed. I mean, we all pointed at that position. If there was one thing you were a little bit, curious about how it was going to work out, was defensive back. So be able to get a guy like Ramsey and he's going to play. I mean, there is no more 3-4 defenses anymore, Donnie, for the most part.
Right.
It's all specialties. And if you can give Beanie Bishop some time off or move him around a little bit, you can be able to do that. It's just a lot of options there as well. But they believe he can play multiple positions, and that's why they can bring him in. He's not going to just say, okay, he's replacing Darius Slay. That's just not good. Or Joey Porter. That's just not going to happen. But he's going to play. I mean, $26 million or whatever he's getting paid, he's playing. He's going to play a lot.
Right. And with the move to acquire Jonnu Smith, now we had texted each other back and forth a few times when those first reports came out, a month or so ago, Mark. Adam Schefter put out there how that there were rumors of the Steelers having interest in Jonnu Smith, and you kind of indicated it's probably just an agent play here from Smith's guy. I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock into it. It ends up finally happening. The Dolphins weren't paying him. He finds a home here. He gets a raise now in Pittsburgh. How did that come to be from what you know, and then how do they plan on utilizing his talents?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't very interested in the Jonnu Smith, whatever, 1-for-1 trade. But if you had to be able to pull off the rest of this trade by doing that, then they were more than willing to revisit that. So that's how that came up. Plus, I mean, it was all about him getting paid as well, Jonnu Smith. And if Miami would have offered him anywhere near a raise like that, he'd probably still be in Miami. But it's going to be interesting how they use him. I was just recently told that they're going to use him in the multiple positions. He's just not a tight end. They don't view him as a tight end. They view him as tight end capable, a guy that can split out and be a receiver type routes. And the one that shocked me was they can use him as fullback too. I'm not quite sure where that is going to come in at here, but that position was thrown out there as Jonnu Smith playing. I'm guessing it's some sort of hybrid fullback, H-back type of situations in specific scenarios as well. But they're not just going to use him as an end-of-the-line tight end. Or it's not going to be like, oh, my goodness, we got 4 tight ends now. What are we going to do? They think he's talented enough and has tape enough on him that he can play more of a receiver-like role. Now, the big thing is Arthur Smith now has to grab all these pieces and fit them into a puzzle that works. And he got a bunch of different pieces. I mean, just new ones with Jonnu Smith, Kenny Gainward, Metcalf. I mean, the Warrens, Aaron Rodgers. You got to now somehow find a way for this all to mesh. I think the onus now is on the offensive coordinator to figure this out. It's up to him now because I think they got enough pieces.
Mark Cavalli, Steelers correspondent from the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, we know you got to run, but we appreciate you hopping on here for a few minutes to break things down. Thank you.
All right, Donnie, take it easy.
There we go. So we do get Kaboom on here. I don't know if he's already hopped on the McAfee Show or not. Maybe he'll do that in a little bit. We're going to have Brian Batko join us in a few as well, but we'll keep taking more of your calls at 412-928-9370. You can also hit us on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go to Scott in Upper St. Clair. What's going on, Scott? Oh, we lost Scott. The moment I clicked on him, he left us.
Man.
Cheerios in McKeesport. What's going on?
Cheerio. What's going on? How you doing?
Good. How you feel about it?
Pissed. I'm honestly pissed. Like, what Will said, I would have liked it if we could have at least held off with Pickens and traded him with Minka for Ramsey and Tyreek. Honestly, got rid of Minka. I feel like that was dumb. I feel like he's going to go off this year, but that's just my personal opinion. The Jonnu effect of it all, we'll see how it goes. I don't honestly believe anybody can ever truly really replicate what New England did with those 2 tight ends. Those were both 2 bona fide Hall of Famers, God rest that killer soul. But they were 2 bona fide Hall of Fame tight ends. So that's going to be hard to replicate. Watching Jonnu's highlight tapes right now, not bad. Would have preferred if we could have got another receiver, but we'll see what we can do. Ramsey coming in is going to be great. Maybe we can go get Justin Simmons to tighten this up because Juan Thornhill, love the guy. He's a thumper, but we already got a thumper in Deshaun. We need a cover takeaway guy on that back end because with Ramsey, Darius, Joey Porter, they're going to lock it down.
Thank you, Churio. I appreciate the call. I mean, Doran Dickerson put out there that he does not think the Steelers are done. I don't know what Doran knows. I don't know what that would mean on which side of the ball, at which position. But they have certainly made things very exciting these last couple of off seasons. They have done some very un-Steeler-like things. And it all seemed to start when they went after Russell Wilson and went after Justin Fields. Those are things we would not have seen in the past. Then they trade for DK Metcalf. They wait around and sign Aaron Rodgers. They make this trade here, which I will stand on and say is the most stunning in Steelers history. 412-928-9370. Dustin is on the fan. What's going on, Dustin?
Hey, guys, just real quick, I'll ask you who won the trade, and then I'm going to get off of here. But, yeah, in reality, who do you guys think won the trade? So I'll hang up and I'll listen.
I appreciate the call there. I mean, I think the Steelers did win out here. Just the way that they were using Minkah Fitzpatrick last season, I did not care for it. I loved him in this defense his first couple of seasons here, but last year, the man was not a factor on the defense. And you add Jalen Ramsey, who is coming off a pretty good season. You add Jonnu Smith, who is coming off his best season. Now, I will admit that Jonnu Smith was more of a beneficiary of the Tua injury than really anybody else. He saw a career high in targets by a mile. He saw a career high in receptions by a mile and in yards and touchdowns. Across the board, he had his best season, far and away. 88 grabs, 884 yards, 8 touchdowns. He was a Pro Bowl player in his 8th season, his only one with Miami. Now, he also has a tie-in to Arthur Smith. That is worth noting. The first 4 years of his career, he did spend in Tennessee with Smith. So he never caught for more than 500 yards in that offense. And, he did have 8 touchdowns back in 2020. But he has a relationship with Arthur Smith, and you hope that they can build on what they just had happen to him in Miami. The year he just had in Miami, you build from that, and you have another viable target on offense. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action, your youth baseball and softball teams, presented by Sheets, parents and coaches. If your 12 and under team has games on July 5th, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register. And the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Coming up, Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette. He will help us break down this trade, the massive trade that dropped about 2 hours ago. He joins us next on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers acquiring Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 7th-round pick in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick, the all-pro safety, going back to Miami, where the Steelers originally acquired him from for a first-round pick. A 2027 5th-round pick also going back to the Dolphins in the blockbuster trade. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now.
A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Shohei Ohtani is used to surprising us. On Saturday, Ohtani hit a career-high 101.7 on the radar gun. He's building up his innings as a pitcher and still hitting. Ohtani's already a 3-time MVP and world champion. If he can get the pitching going and hitting at full strength with the Dodgers, who knows what he can do? I'm Andrew Perloff.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's 72-hour sale is happening now. Save up to 72% off on top brands, with queens starting at $149.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and Lose the Weight or Stop Smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At LendSeek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Employee pricing for everyone at South Hills Lincoln in Peters Township. This is the Lincoln Motor Company Employee Pricing Program. That means below invoice pricing on new Lincolns. Pay what Lincoln employees pay, not a penny more. Save thousands during this sales event. Transparent pricing and a large selection of new Lincolns. The new redesigned 2025 Lincoln Navigator just arrived. South Hills Lincoln, Route 19 in Peters Township. Visit southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. Employee pricing not available on 25 Navigator. Offer expires July 7th.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Hey, it's Crowley here. 4th of July coming up on Friday, and you need beer, and Hampton Beer Outlet is the place to go. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about those prices? Imagine yourself playing some wiffle ball in the backyard with the fam, with the friends, an ice-cold Yuengling or Michelob Ultra in your hand. 24-pack cans, Michelob Ultra, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Price tags and smiles usually don't go together, but number one Cochran's Red, White, and New Celebration offers so much bang for your buck you can't help but crack a grin. That's because select new vehicles are marked with special tags indicating extra savings up to $1,000. And the fireworks don't stop there. You'll also find leases as low as $149 a month, financing from 0%, and savings up to $13,500. Number one Cochran's tag savings are available in-store through July the 5th, so hurry in for their Red, White, and New Celebration. Offers may include manufacturer incentives available to select customers only. Ultra-low mileage lease may include mileage overage fees up to 25 cents per mile. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. See dealer for details.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The record-setting steel curtain roars back at Kennywood. Soar through 9 inversions, the most in the U.S. Best deals at Kennywood.com. Pepsi Zero Sugar is a proud partner of Kennywood. Zero never tasted so good. Try it to believe it.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying for well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. On that hotline is where we find our friend and yours. I believe Joe calls him the Batconian Mongoose.
Yes, the Mongoose.
He normally joins you guys on Tuesdays, but given the weight of today's news and the trade, Brian Batko, Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette, joins us here on 93.7 The Fan. I don't know if either of you guys ever use the site Our Lads. It's like a good depth chart site.
Very good for college football.
They're already on it. They're already on it for the Steelers. They've already added in Jonnu Smith, Jalen Ramsey. They have taken away Minkah Fitzpatrick. The guys are on it over at Our Lads. I think they're the best in the business when it comes to Just pulling up a depth chart. Brian, your reaction this morning when you heard the news, and as it went bit by bit by bit, the more crazy it got. So your reaction to what we think is the most stunning trade in Steelers history.
Yeah, I think it's certainly up there, guys. You know, mainly because of Minkah Fitzpatrick going out the door in his late 20s when, you know, traditionally you're in your prime. But I think anybody, myself included, who's watched in the last couple seasons would maybe argue that he reached his prime earlier than others, and that maybe he was kind of on the backside already and didn't quite have the juice anymore. And I'm not just slagging the guy because he's gone now and it's easy to. I think I had been pretty critical of him before. However, I was also, you know, holding out some optimism that maybe he could recapture what we saw from him early in his Steelers tenure. So I'm not going to lie to you and say I wasn't floored by the Steelers trading someone who's been really a face of the defense. You know, the Jalen Ramsey thing, I would have not been shocked if you told me that was going to happen today. But I thought it would have been more of like, okay, let's add him into the mix as a chess piece and we'll see what happens on defense. I'm not sure what to make of the potential of him being an upgrade from Minkah. And then Jonnu Smith, you know, bringing in an old Arthur Smith friend, that's kind of that's almost become routine for the Steelers in 15 short months since he's been here on the job. So yeah, the Minkah part of it is the most astonishing to me. The Omar Khan franchise mode, dynasty mode, Madden video game GMing is less surprising because I think since he got into that role, it's almost struck me as like, hey, Mike Tomlin tells you who do we want to go out and get, and then Omar Khan's job is to do it in the most financially business savvy way possible. And if this all works, then it's going to look like the Tomlin Khan era is really hitting its stride.
We had Mark Cabali on last hour. He hopped on for a few minutes. He told us, Brian, that the Steelers didn't really have plans on re-signing Minkah Fitzpatrick after the season. They saw this as a good time to make the move. Is that kind of the gist that you got from all of this as well?
Yeah, and that kind of falls in line with, you know, some of the other staples of I guess the Omar era thus far here, is that it's like, hey, whether it's Deontay Johnson or George Pickens, and granted, I think those two they're not apples to apples because the headaches and drama that they caused, you know, transcended a little bit of just pure football decision making. But they also were going into the last year of their deals, and I think there is a little bit of a reluctance to, you know, let's not lose this guy for potentially nothing. Let's try to get something for him while we can, and then still work the comp pick formula like they did this year with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, James Daniels, Dan Moore. So, you know, those are sort of savvy moves again by Omar Khan that way. And if they were sort of soured on Minkah, and that's the big thing that, you know, I was just saying to Limits here before we popped on the air, is like, I don't know if there was a recent issue that became the tipping point with Minkah, because obviously he was there for OTAs when he didn't have to be. He was there for mini camp and, you know, was chatting with us and seemed as at peace with things as ever. Or if this was a slow burn of, yeah, the last couple of years, he hasn't looked like the same guy. He's been freelancing too much. He's been trying to make a play, and that's been an issue with the communication on the back end. So I truly don't know. Maybe it'll all come to light eventually. And yeah, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if they had already kind of decided we don't really want to be in a position next year where we have to look at extending Minkah and go through the old song and dance of trading him then, hold-ins, holdouts, cutting him a year early. They make a major blockbuster move and get a player in return for him, obviously.
And given the price tag that comes along with Jalen Ramsey and the resume that comes along with Jalen Ramsey, the dude is going to be on the field quite a bit. In your ideal world, how do you think this all works out? Because now there is sort of an opening at safety. You have Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., and there's some speculation, and you know, Cabali didn't really refute this either, that maybe they move Slay or Ramsey into that safety spot occasionally. How do you think this works out with the defensive backfield now?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question because, when people were asking me about Jair Alexander as a potential trade target and Jalen Ramsey or a signed target or Jalen Ramsey as a target, I said Ramsey made more sense because of the versatility. But that was through the prism of, okay, you've got Minka Fitzpatrick, Deshaun Elliott, and Juan Thornhill as your safeties. You've got Joey Porter Jr. and Darius Slay. That the plan was already to use them as your outside guys. Is Jalen Ramsey going to be a sub-package defender at that price tag? And with his resume, that might be a tough sell. But now with Minka gone, for all we know, once the Dolphins and Ramsey mutually agreed that he was going to seek greener pastures elsewhere, and they were cool with that, which that I think in and of itself has to, if you're a Steelers fan, make you a little bit skeptical of, geez, I mean, the Dolphins are ready to move on from this guy who, like you said at the beginning of the segment, I mean, had some pretty good numbers last season, and we know all the All-Pros to his name, and it wasn't long ago that they backed up the Brinks truck for him. So what the heck happened that they were like, okay, let's just let him go elsewhere? But I say all that to say maybe Mike Tomlin and company did speak to his people and say, look, we're going to use you on every snap. We're going to make you that chess piece that you've always wanted to be. He was a star position at Florida State, so he was playing outside corner, inside corner, dime linebacker type stuff. And then the last one that, again, I didn't think was going to be part of this conversation was, can he be a deep safety and replace Minka in that way? I would imagine someone like Jalen Ramsey, who was a top 5 pick, probably thinks he can do anything on the football field, and Mike Tomlin might be enamored with that as well. So I have to imagine Darius Slay still wants to be an outside guy. We know Joey Porter Jr. is his calling card, and maybe it'll be Jalen Ramsey is out there on every down, and the other guys will kind of revolve around him in a sense.
50-minute mark on the Fan. We're a couple of minutes away from that. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Ryan Batko covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette with us here on 93.7 The Fan. With the Jonnu Smith side of the equation here, it seemed like a month or so ago when Schefter put out that the Steelers were interested in Smith, that really seemed like the classic agent pull from him. But now it comes to happen. The Dolphins did not pay him. The Steelers will as he comes in. It seems like he will be played in mostly a hybrid-type role on the offensive side, though, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was definitely the potential for trying to drum up some interest there, but I wasn't going to completely discount it because of the Arthur Smith connection. I mean, Jonnu Smith is like synonymous with Arthur Smith. I mean, he was the coordinator who got the most out of him with the Titans and sort of put him on the map. And then I think it almost became a meme for Falcons fans and fantasy football fans because in Atlanta he had Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and it was like Jonnu Smith is still a featured piece of this offense at all times. But I think it goes to show you the respect that those two have mutually. And we know last year Arthur Smith got, no shortage of former Falcons to come join him in Pittsburgh. Now, I think the mileage very much varied on Van Jefferson to Scotty Miller to Michael Pruitt and certainly Cordero Patterson. You have to think that Jonnu Smith is somebody who, in a vacuum, the Steelers would be interested in and aren't just doing it for a familiarity factor. And if that's the case, then maybe it works out, for all parties and everybody wins there. Jonnu Smith gets to go with a coach who knows how to utilize him. Mike Tomlin gets to upgrade his pass catching core with someone who can line up all over the field. And, Arthur Smith is reunited with a player he's very comfortable with and that he thinks will be a good safety valve and potentially more for Aaron Rodgers because of his ability to kind of be a wrecking ball once he gets it in his hands.
Yeah, this feels like it's not necessarily great news for the Connor Haywards of the world either. A player of Smith's abilities coming in, and it's another tight end. They said it's another guy that could play fullback a little bit if need be. So, I mean, it feels like beyond his special teams performances, he's somebody that could be on the chopping block here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not good news for him. I think there's still a spot there for a fourth tight end. They carried 4 all last year with Michael Pruitt being the last one, and he actually started some games because I think the Steelers, like, when they face the Browns and the Eagles and teams like that with 4 down linemen, you do kind of want to condense that formation a little bit and get Darnell Washington out there, or Pruitt even as an inline blocker. Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth, I think they're going to be one of the best 1-2 duos as pass catchers, though, and that is Connor Hayward's path to the field other than special teams. So I think we already saw last year that Arthur Smith wasn't super interested in working him into the offense, and this further confirms it that this isn't going to be any sort of fourth-year breakout for him in the last season of his rookie deal. And I think there are some crestfallen Darnell Washington stockholders out there who don't love what this means for big number 80.
Well, now, how much does this mean for him? Because it did make me wonder if Freiermuth and or Smith kind of get moved to spots where, like, they're, almost slot receivers in a way. They can kind of move those guys around and be creative in the pass game. Washington is somebody who should almost always be in run situations because the guy's an excellent blocker.
Yeah, I wasn't really buying the Darnell Washington hype, if you want to call it that, from OTAs and minicamp. I thought he looked mostly like the same he had the first couple years, and to me, that's somebody who he's always going to be kind of a big, lumbering guy who he's got soft hands, and he can occasionally be open when he's not open and pluck balls out of the sky, and he'll flash down the seam every now and again. But I just don't think that was ever going to be his role in the NFL. And I think a lot of teams sort of agreed with that going into that draft, or else he wouldn't have lasted to where the Steelers picked him with his size and his athletic testing numbers and blocking ability and all of that. So I still think he's just kind of an ancillary piece. And, is there enough targets to go around to keep the likes of DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, and now Jonnu Smith happy? I don't know. That's up to Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers to dole it out. But at least all 3 of those guys can sleep on a pretty huge pile of money when they go home at night, even if they caught 1 ball for 12 yards that day.
Do you think they're done bringing guys in, Brian, or do you think there's another target that could be added to this offense?
I'm never going to say I think they're done anymore. If there's one thing we've learned these last few years since Omar Khan got on the controllers, it's like if he sees a move that, again, probably fits what his head coach wants to do, and he thinks it's good value for them and it makes the team better, even if it's just incrementally better, then he's not afraid and he's not shy to do that. And I do sort of think, like, was he sitting back in May and June watching what the Ravens were doing and say, I don't want to let the Joneses get too far away from us here. We got to keep up. Maybe that was part of it. So I'm not going to rule anything out, but I'll just say this. I think the versatility aspect of both guys that they just acquired, again, I'll use the chess piece cliche here. It could save you some roster spots with everything that they can do. It can save you some starting lineup spots when you pull up the depth chart on old R lads. So maybe they do think that they are covering a lot of bases here with just a couple of players, veteran players acquired, and it does lessen the need for I've already seen Justin Simmons thrown out there as a free agent safety name, or all the dudes we've been yammering on about at receiver, from Gabe Davis to Amari Cooper to Keenan Allen. But again, if Omar Khan sees something that he thinks is the juice is worth the squeeze, then I'm sure he'll be willing and ready to do it.
Does this mean anything for TJ Watt and his contract? And if so, what does it mean?
I don't think so. I mean, it's all a piece of the puzzle, don't get me wrong. But when they signed Aaron Rodgers for that price, $13 million, the Steelers had plenty of wiggle room. And Omar Khan's always been really good at playing that credit card football and moving the money around to make just about whatever move you need to. COVID year notwithstanding, where there was a drastic reduction in the salary cap that no one could have foreseen. They lost a couple good players that offseason, Javon Hargrave, Mike Hilton. But by and large, they can always kind of find money and continuing to get good value, and that's the nice way to spin it, right? Is saying get good value at quarterback. The other way to spin it is going dirt cheap at quarterback 2-3 years in a row since Ben Roethlisberger retired. Or I guess we're coming up on 4 years in a row since Ben Roethlisberger retired. That gives you the flexibility to bolster your roster elsewhere. So, it's interesting to me that, you're bringing in some big egos here too, Donnie. What is TJ Watt thinking when he feels like he's the face of this franchise and he feels like he's probably deserving of being the highest paid player on this team and being the highest paid edge rusher in the league? I still think they'll find a way to make that happen and want to make that happen for TJ, but it does take two sides to tango, and it could get more bitter before it gets sweeter, I suppose.
Are the Steelers a better team than they were at 10 a.m.?
I'd probably say yeah, but it's not like you kind of have to keep the main thing here. They still have 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off of a season with the Jets where, sure, if you want to get into the counting stats, they were nice, and there were other issues beyond him that contributed to that team going 5-12. But I think some of the, quote-unquote smarter metrics to look at for quarterback play, it wasn't very good. So I still don't think you're a team that is going to be able to string together a playoff run that goes through Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, if they can figure out how to get a single solitary stop one time on defense in Cincinnati, potentially Justin Herbert and the Chargers, if they're looking better, potentially a bounce back year for CJ Stroud in the Texans. So no, I still don't think the Steelers have put themselves in that class, but are they better than when I went to sleep last night? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but if it's just kind of swapping out big names for big names, it's almost like these coaches in the transfer portal anymore, Donnie. You're making these moves that on paper almost seem sort of, what's the point? But if there's an overall vision that I'm not privy to yet, I'll keep an open mind and we'll see where it goes.
Brian Backo, check out his stuff with the Post-Gazette. He covers the Steelers. Brian will be on this program tomorrow. Thank you, Brian.
Anytime, Donnie. See you, man.
There we go. Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. You can see the video that Austin put out there, the initial reaction we had to the Steelers acquiring Jalen Ramsey in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. The Steelers also acquired Jonnu Smith, and then it was a swap of late-round draft picks. 412-928-9370 to join in on the conversation. Coming up, we did have Lanny Fratteri planned around 11:30 to talk about the passing of the legendary Dave Parker. We had to push Lanny back about 90 minutes or so, but I have a text here that we'll see if we get him coming up next, just because of the massive move made with the Steelers here acquiring Jalen Ramsey. So 412-928-9370 to give your take on what is the most stunning, maybe the biggest player-for-player trade in Steelers history. 412-928-9370. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. More reaction to the Steelers trade for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After sweeping the Mets and outscoring them 30-4, the Pirates are back at PNC Park tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals, who are currently on a run. They've won 3 in a row and 7 out of their last 10. Eric Fetty will pitch for St. Louis. It's Andrew Heaney who will get the ball for the Pirates. He's 3-7, but a 4.48 ERA this year in 86 innings. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today. Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Hey guys, Donnie here. Remembering the comments from a few years ago. Yeah, Donnie, you lost weight, but keeping it off, no chance. That's after dropping 45 pounds with Awaken 180. Where am I at today? Down 50 pounds. It's fun proving some people wrong, and this is a big one. Here's the best part. I haven't given up pizza. I haven't given up ice cream or really anything that I love to eat. I know my body now. Awaken 180 taught me how it works, so nothing is off limits. It's second nature, and the proof is the 50 pounds mark. I still weigh in once a month or once every 6 weeks for free. My coach keeps me on the track, and I look forward to those calls because my guy Pat has advice in all areas. If I start working out more, what are the best protein shakes to go with? What if my sweet tooth comes back for a minute? How do I curb all that stuff? The tips, the tricks, the continued support is how Awaken 180 is in their 11 years of helping people just like you and me. Make the call, 844-346-1800. or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration, and the fun starts at 4 p.m. on July 4th on Pittsburgh's North Shore. Enjoy family activities, nonstop music, and fantastic food. And tune to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA for the Fireworks Bonanza Mix from TJ the DJ. Brought to you by Rome Monument, Teamsters Local 926, and Lamont. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers with one of the most unpredictable and unexpected trades that you could imagine in franchise history. Acquiring Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith, the All-Pro Ramsey, the Pro Bowler Jonnu Smith, as well as a 7th-round pick 2 drafts from now. In exchange for All-Pro safety Minkah Fitzpatrick, Steelers are also dealing a 2027 5th-round draft pick. Training camp just a month away from St. Vincent College. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hour 4 next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What a day, Limits. What a day. Donnie Chedrick filling in for Pomp and Joe. They are at Pomp's golf outing this afternoon. Austin and I are here until 2 p.m., and the Steelers have yet again Kool-Aid manned their way into the news. We thought it would be a heavy baseball day. On the outset, our whole first segment was the fun that was this weekend at PNC Park, and hey, you got to take the little victories with Pirates baseball because they're having a bad year. 10:30, I think almost 10:30 on the nose. I send it to Austin for a headline, and there it is. Just seconds before the Steelers making the trade with the Miami Dolphins. At that point, all we knew was the Steelers were acquiring Jalen Ramsey. Little did we know it would become probably player for player the biggest trade in Steelers history. The Steelers would go on to send Minkah Fitzpatrick back to Miami in the deal. We later found out the Steelers were also acquiring Jonnu Smith from the Dolphins. So they get an offensive pass catcher. They get a multi-time All-Pro corner. And it was a late-round pick swap thrown in as well between the Steelers and the Dolphins. And we are here getting your reaction to all of it at 412-928-9370. That's your way to get in queue. But Austin, today a pretty surreal one, I think, for both of us. We did not think that we would be on the air together for what is going to go, for the time being, as the most stunning trade in this team's history.
Yeah, not a chance. I don't think any of us could have anticipated that this would go down today. I thought Tyler Boyd potentially wanting to sign with the Steelers would end up being the biggest news, but as I think about this trade more and more, Donnie, it's Joe put a good word on it. It's kind of strange because Minkah obviously was not making a lot of splash plays over the last 2 years. 1 year deal, 1 year left on that deal. Ramsey's contract, also not much time left on it as well. So that kind of feels like it's the one-for-one change-up younger player Minkah going back to Miami, where I don't know if Jonnu Smith is seen as a throw-in in this. It seems like Miami values Minkah pretty significantly, which would make sense. They picked him in the first round years ago and got a first-round pick back for him. For the Steelers, basically just giving up Minkah in a fifth. So it makes them worse at safety. It makes them better at corner. They're better at tight end. But the biggest question for me now is, what are they doing at safety? They made themselves worse at one position that I don't really know if they were that good at to begin with, to improve at corner. So we had lots of concerns about corner. Now we have more concerns about safety. Sure, tight ends filled up, and I guess maybe you could say that about wide receiver, even though I still think they need to add one. So it still creates a little bit more questions for me than ultimately answers.
412-928-9370, and I think they are better than what they were this morning. I think you have Jalen Ramsey come in here. Darius Slay is already here. And in a way, you could look at this as maybe the team has doubts of what Joey Porter Jr. can do. Maybe they're a little bit worried by what he was unable to accomplish in his second season. But to take a positive out of that, I think you just put him with two of the best corners of the 2010s into the 2020s that can mentor him, and maybe under their tutelage he can turn into one of the game's next great corners. That's not a guarantee, but that's sort of the idea that I get from it. Okay, you take a little bit of pressure off Joey Porter Jr. in this case. You bring in Jalen Ramsey, and he is a pricey insurance policy per se, but he is going to play a whole lot. I think they have a pretty healthy three-man rotation here at corner. I know a lot of people like Corey Trice, but I would say that he is, clearly sort of a, break glass in case of emergency type guy back there, not to mention all of the injury struggles that he has had. And it seems like we had Mark Cabali and Brian Batko both on within the last hour or so. It seems like it's not out of the realm of possibilities that one of those guys gets some time in at corner. And Brian said, listen, Jalen Ramsey's a former top 5 overall pick. I think that dude probably has the confidence that he can bump back there and play safety. So maybe that's not out of the realm of possibilities. 412-928-9370. Sonny is in Castle Shannon. What's going on, Sonny?
Hey, Donnie, thanks for taking my call. To be honest, I really like the trade. I agree with Starkey. This Fitzpatrick is, he's in his 20s, he's young, and my argument is, I don't think it's Minka. I think it's the Pat Quinns and the Sour Milks, the defense. Looking at the Baltimore game, Minka could stop the run, and they were really struggling. I think he's an all-pro, and he's pretty good at his position. I can't see anybody stepping up. I don't see any beating Bishops or Elliott's to cover him. And again, I just don't like the trade. If the Roonies want to win now, I don't think this was a blockbuster trade to get them to the next level. I just want to hear what your comments said. I don't think it's a good trade. So could you tell me something, Donnie?
Well, Sonny, I'll meet you here. I don't think this makes them like a Super Bowl favorite or anything like that. I don't think this puts them in a spot like the AFC Championship game. I think they're in a pretty similar spot as to where they were when they signed Aaron Rodgers. I thought they were a team that could win a playoff game, best case scenario. Maybe this gets them an extra win. I don't know, but I think that's even being a bit generous, so I will meet you there. Now, you said this isn't the type of move for the Roonies to make to win right now. Well, that's the tactic they have gone with here. They are clearly trying to win now. All of the moves this offseason are very clear in their pursuit to take one, maybe last bite at the apple here. It's Aaron Rodgers on a one-year deal. Along with that, they trade for DK Metcalf the night before free agency opens. They bring in some other free agents like Darius Slay. They now make the trade for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. They are clearly in win right now mode. How realistic is that? Again, I don't think this makes them a Super Bowl favorite, but they're absolutely trying to win right now. And a good point by somebody on the text line there. Minka is 28 years old. People don't need to act like this guy is 22 or 23 or 24 like he was when he first came here and had some great seasons out of the gate. 412-928-9370. Mike is in Pittsburgh. What's going on, Mike?
How's it going? Hey, my question is to you is, what are the cap implications here? Are we coming out on top for the cap implications, or are we taking a bigger hit taking on Ramsey?
So I know Ramsey, and I appreciate the call, Mike. Ramsey's number is like 26.1, I want to say. Now, Minka Fitzpatrick was 22.3, his cap number this season. So I think Ramsey might be a tad higher than what Minka was. Do you have those numbers in front of you, Austin?
Yeah, so Rappaport and Schefter just both came out with it. The Dolphins have previously paid Ramsey $4 million already the offseason, and they're going to pay another $3 million in the trade. So the Steelers are going to pay the rest of the $26.5 million that he's due this year. So the Steelers will pay right around $20 million.
Okay, so I don't think that's a horrible side for the Steelers.
No, Dolphins are eating $7 million basically of that 26.6.
Yeah, so that puts the Steelers at just under $20 million that they are on for with Jalen Ramsey. Now we don't know if the Steelers will swallow any of that from Minka Fitzpatrick on their end, but the way that I saw it from the get-go was that it felt to me like it was kind of a wash financially for those two players in particular. If you just looked at Minka and Jalen Ramsey, it was going to be very similar money on each side. So that's not where I was really worried about. Plus, the Steelers do have some to play with. Now, Brian Batko also said last hour he doesn't think this will play a huge impact on the TJ Watt deal. He still thinks that gets done at some point. this offseason, and that what happened today doesn't really dictate the terms of what will happen with him. He did bring up the point, though, in that same answer, that does this say anything just mentally to Watt of, hey, these guys view me as their A1 defensive player, and they're not really treating me like it right now. They're doing business elsewhere. Does that just sort of tick off the psyche of TJ Watt? 412-928-9370. You can also hit us on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Todd is in Hermitage. What's up, Todd?
Hey, how you doing? I don't really like a lot of things the Steelers have done over the last handful of years, but I do like this trade. I think kind of moving Minka for Ramsey is kind of one of those situations where each guy gets a new start again and may be able to benefit their new team better. But I actually think this Jonnu Smith acquisition is a little bit underrated. If anybody out there watches his tape a little bit, this guy looks like more like a wide receiver than a tight end. A big wide receiver, but I think he may be able to help the Steelers tremendously in this scheme that Arthur Smith runs. So I like the trade.
Yeah, Todd, I do think Jonnu Smith is a nice little addition here, and he will get a pay raise, and we will eventually get the financials of that. But that was the big reason why he wanted out of Miami. And we saw a month ago when Adam Schefter reported that the Steelers had interest in Jonnu Smith and the teams were going to try and work out a trade, and then those reports sort of lost luster over the course of time. But now here we are about a month later, and Jonnu Smith will be a Steeler. He will be reunited with Arthur Smith, and away we go, potentially, with the Steelers' offense. It's not another wide receiver, but it is another tight end. And you wonder, are the Steelers done at making these moves? I'm not sure. And we have people on the text line asking about players like Jordan Whitehead, a local product, played high school football at Central Valley. Justin Simmons has gotten a couple of calls today. Will it be one of those players they look at, or do they go forward with Juan Thornhill, who they picked up from the Browns this offseason? They have Deshaun Elliott, who I already think is a pretty good player, had one of his best pro seasons in Pittsburgh last year. He got a little extension a couple of weeks ago, and that was really the first time there were some murmurs of, okay, this guy got an extension. What about the dude next to him? And Mark Cabali told us last hour, Brian Batko was the second source on it. They got the indication the Steelers had very little to no interest in re-signing Minkah Fitzpatrick once the year was up, and they thought it made the most sense to make the move right now. 412-928-9370. Join us on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where Mark in Butler is right now. What's up, Mark?
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to comment on you were saying about TJ Watt feeling disrespected. If I'm TJ Watt, I'm looking at it as, maybe they're not BSing me this time, and they're trying to do everything they can to put a better team out there. Maybe that's one of his hang-ups, is he's just tired of being the guy that never won a playoff game. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's I don't know what he is feeling right now. I mean, there's no way that I would know how TJ Watt is feeling following that trade. But here is something, if we go back to those financial details that got put out there a few minutes ago from Rap Sheet and from Schefter about how the Steelers are paying roughly $20 million of the $26.6 that is owed to Jalen Ramsey. Saves them a little bit of money there. Do they find some way to work that into the TJ Watt deal? But Austin, the way that things are shaping up, I still just feel that a deal with Watt will get done. I don't feel like today had a massive impact on his future. I agree with a lot of what Brian said last hour.
I don't really think it has anything to do with what they ultimately do with TJ Watt. It seems like these are just, I don't know if ancillary is the right word, but just other moves that they're doing to try to maybe build around Watt or change up things on the defensive side of the ball to basically fit whatever scheme they want to be in. And maybe it was because there was communications with issues with Minkah. And maybe it was that they were asking him to be a deep safety when they really just did not need him to. Maybe they didn't trust him enough around the line of scrimmage with the communication, and that's why they kept him back there. So, no, I don't think this plays much into effect of what they're doing with Watt. Money-wise, Omar Khan, we know, finds ways to just fix the cap to create money. They can restructure somebody. I still think they're going to get Watt done. I just hope it's not for $40 million.
412-928-9370. I do agree with your last point, too, there, Austin. We'll dive into that when we come back. And to finish things up, final call for you guys with me. Your thoughts, your reaction, how you feel about the Steelers after the blockbuster trade of the day. The Steelers are acquiring Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick. The Steelers and Dolphins also exchanging late-round picks in 2027. 412-928-9370. I want to hear from you guys on this, your take on the big Steelers trade. That is coming up next to finish things out right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, so the Dolphins previously paid Jalen Ramsey $4 million earlier this offseason. According to Ian Rappaport, they're going to send another $3 million to facilitate the terms of the deals of this trade. So basically, the Steelers, of the $26.6 million that's owed to Ramsey, are going to be on the hook for just under $20 million in the deal. And the Steelers ultimately acquiring Ramsey and Jonnu Smith with a late-round pick swap in 2027, including the Steelers giving up a fifth, getting a seventh back. That's all circled around Minkah Fitzpatrick. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. There's plenty to read into LeBron James opting in to $52 million from the Lakers for the coming season and the attached statement from agent Rich Paul. But to me, the headline might be that LeBron still isn't close to being done playing. Love him or hate him, it does not appear that this coming season will be his last. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no-obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here. It's one of the best weeks of the year. It's 4th of July week, and Hampton Beer Outlet will give you all that you need for your cookouts. When it comes to beer, 30 packs of your favorite brands, Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. The best deal around. Imagine you're grilling out, beautiful, hot day, fireworks upcoming later in the evening, and you got a nice cold beer in your hand. Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich. Enjoy tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. dressing. Plus, get cool drinks and cooler prices at GetGo. Mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands. Just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Chill with Mountain Dew and Pepsi. Sip Pure Leaf. Replenish with Gatorade or Propel. Energize with Celsius. But most of all, get ready to hit the road with refreshing summer savings at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Sweet, the iconic British glam rock band live at Jurgles, Thursday, July 31st. Known for their unforgettable hits and dynamic performances, Sweet is ready to rock the stage alongside special guests, Cream Doors, and Rattlebones. Don't miss your chance to be part of this epic night. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com and get ready to relive the magic of the 70s with Sweet. Another Trusky Entertainment event.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at Awaken180weightloss.com. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. You can also follow us on Twitter. That is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. I'm sure that Pony is very fired up. He will be joined, I think, midway through his show by Mulsey, who is taking part in the Bob Pompiani golf outing at Chartiers Country Club right now. I'm thankful for Bob's outing being rescheduled to today, and I'm also thankful for Joe's unhealthy obsession with the sport of golf because, Austin, you and I got to experience a very wild day together. This has been quite the roller coaster, quite fun. Everything that we had planned immediately thrown off the table by the time we hit 10:30 this morning. And you out there at 412-928-9370, and that man behind the glass, Austin Bechtold, the one we call City Limits, have been helpful the rest of the way. The blockbuster Steelers trade, again, if you have not heard it yet, if you're just tuning in, the Steelers have traded Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Miami Dolphins in exchange for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. The Steelers and Dolphins have also traded a couple of late-round picks, a late-round pick swap in 2027. Want to get more of your calls before we are done here in a little bit over 10 minutes' time at 412-928-9370. Our guy, Stephen Latrobe. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Donnie. How you doing, buddy?
Great, man. How you feel about the trade?
I think some people were missing the boat, and it's what I said to Austin whenever I got the call is, hey, Jalen Ramsey is a top 10 rush defender from the outside and a top 16 pass defender from the outside. Darius Slay's an outside guy. I'm telling you right now, Joey Porter Jr. is moving to safety. Why do I say this? He's got length, he's got athleticism, he's got speed, and he can be a little physical. He truly can. And then if you would just give me 1 second about the Pirates.
Okay.
Everybody but 4 people are on the table. There's no Paul Skeens, no Brian Reynolds, no Nick Gonzalez, and no O'Neal Cruz. Besides that, anybody they trade has to be for bats. There cannot be a single pitcher in the deal. It has to be for bats. It has to be for bats, football. It has to be for bats.
Yeah, Steve, I appreciate the call there. A little breakdown of the Steelers trade and then a breakdown of what you think the Pirates should do in regards to trades at the deadline. That's something we didn't really get to dive into today. I expected to have some conversations there, but the Steelers trade has certainly thumped anything else that we had on the docket. Interesting thought there from Steve that Joey Porter Jr. will be the one that moves to safety outside of all of this. I'm still going with the mindset that they're going to keep this kid at corner and they are going to allow these 2 veterans, 2 greats, 2 guys, especially in Ramsey's case, who was building close to a Hall of Fame career, help mentor and tutor Joey Porter Jr. 412-928-9370. Mark is in the car. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm just curious. Where do you think that Johnny Smith fits in this offense? We already have 3 tight ends they don't really use anyway. I'm just curious of why we had to get another tight end when we could probably use a wide receiver or something else.
So I think, Mark, and I appreciate the call, they're going to treat Jonnu Smith, and Mark Cabali put this out there, they're going to treat him kind of in a hybrid role, and I know that's a lot easier said than done, and Smith certainly has the body of a tight end. He's 6'3", 250 pounds, but I do think they are going to have this guy as a very viable receiving threat, and I think they're going to try to do the same with Pat Freiermuth and move a lot of those move those guys around. They have the ability to be creative with their tight end sets now. This hurts Darnell Washington in the idea of him being a true receiving threat, but Darnell Washington's ability to block, I think, will always have him in a good spot, at least on this roster for now, and any future NFL roster that he is on, because the guy is excellent in the blocking side of the game. He can make plays in the receiving game. They just haven't given him much opportunity to do so. But I think Smith almost takes the place of a second wide receiver in this offense. As odd as that might be to say, you have DK Metcalf. After that, Smith and Freiermuth are your best 2 receiving targets, and they're both tight ends. 412-928-9370. John is in Wexford. What do you got, John?
I love how Steve casually called you football as if that was your last name. I thought that was hilarious. Why does Miami make this deal, in your opinion? They're not improving at corner, and they gave up an offensive player. They switched picks, a 7 for a 5. Why do they make this deal? I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I like that call, and I've been kind of curious as to that myself all day. I don't think the Dolphins are going to be all that great of a team next year. I do think it's a weird trade on their end. Just a couple of guys that they weren't going to pay. Now, Ramsey, they could chalk up to, he's an aging star. Jonnu Smith wanted more money. They weren't willing to do that even after a career year that he had in 2024. The Dolphins, though, to me, they're always just simply one play away from being a bad football team. I don't think Tua is a player that would win them a Super Bowl, but he's a guy that can win them a lot of games in the regular season. He's a quarterback that I think can win a playoff game, maybe. But we saw last year he went down and everything went kaput. Boy genius Mike McDaniel turned into, we all thought, okay, maybe this guy's not as smart as everybody thought. A lot of that was Tua's doing. And this was kind of bizarre on their end. I know that Minkah Fitzpatrick was there in a different regime. It was Brian Flores who was the coach that he didn't see eye to eye with. But you send Minkah Fitzpatrick back there, who is coming off his least productive season. For them, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm not feeling great about this. I'm not feeling great about the season in general. 412-928-9370. Will is in Penn Hills. What's going on, Will?
Hey, guys. Man, you just broke the news to me, and I'm excited. We're getting Minkah out of there, and I think with Ramsey, like the last guy said, we can move Porter around, maybe safety, and get back to some of those old 09 blitz packages when we had the personnel. So I'm really excited about that change. They always seem to do something that makes people think we'll make it to the Super Bowl. So I'm kind of feeling this trade.
Good, Will. I'm glad to hear that. I'm also glad that we were the guys that broke the trade to you out there in Penn Hills. I mean, the Steelers, they will never take the stance of a team that's out of it. That's for sure. And I said early in the offseason, Austin, I was okay if they didn't get Aaron Rodgers. I was okay if they just sucked it up and had a bad year. The Steelers will never do that. They take way, way, way too much pride in always taking a bite at the apple, trying to go for it. And I think this year, more than really any other year that I can think of, they are really going for it. Rodgers, Metcalf, now Jalen Ramsey already made the move, already signed Darius Slay earlier this offseason. It is loudly and clearly, it has been portrayed to the fan base and the rest of the league that the Steelers are 110% all in on 2025.
I don't know about you, Donnie, but doesn't it seem like Jonnu Smith feels like a throw-in just because of how substantial the trade is with Minkah being included and Jalen Ramsey is an all-pro? Jonnu Smith is a Pro Bowl player who last year at 29 played every game and had 88 grabs, 8 touchdowns. Like, he was significant for Miami. Like, there were points in times where he was a better weapon in their offense than Tyreek Hill. Like, Jonnu Smith is a really good player that's coming to the Steelers. Like, he put up numbers better than Pat Freiermuth.
He also saw, and this even dates back to 2023 when he was in Atlanta, and he would have crossed over again there with Arthur Smith. His 2023 season, you saw that trajectory go up a little bit. He had those 2 down years in New England, but he was really just a middle-tier type offensive player his time in Tennessee. 50 for 582 and 3 touchdowns in Atlanta. And then, like we've been saying, 88 grabs, 884, and 8 touchdowns last year in Miami. He did benefit from the Tua injury because he became a big-time safety blanket for any quarterback they had in there. But you are right. It does feel as if this trade is circled around the 2 defensive backs because it is a very notable one in that sense. And I saw a tweet earlier about at this point in the careers of these guys. Yeah, Jonathan Jones from CBS. Minkah and Jalen swap marks the first time since at least 2002 where 2 5+ time Pro Bowlers were traded for each other. So they were the main event of this trade, and Jonnu Smith, I think, a pretty good player, but it did feel like a fill-in.
Since we just can't have enough Steelers news, Donnie, I'll give you one more before we go.
Jesus, what else?
Adam Schefter, sources. In recent weeks, Multiple teams have been discussing whether they can trade for Steelers standout TJ Watt, who skipped the team's most recent minicamp. Pittsburgh hasn't shown any willingness to deal Watt so far, but he's unhappy with his contractual situation, and sources believe outside team interest is likely to increase given today's trade.
Well, there you go. There's one to leave you on, because Andrew Filipponi will certainly have no shortage of things to talk about with you guys coming up next at 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Want to thank all of you who joined the conversation with us this morning and today. Austin, terrific work behind the glass. A ton of breaking news has been coming your way in the last 3+ hours. This was a fun one that I certainly won't forget anytime soon. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cloudy today, high of 86. PM Team is next. Donnie Chedrick signing off on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, so we'll give you that again from Adam Schefter. Some new news that is in. Just a plethora and flurry of news continues. So after the Steelers traded for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith, trading Minkah Fitzpatrick in what feels like a Madden simulation right now, Schefter reporting that multiple teams have been discussing whether they could trade for TJ Watt. Watt is unhappy with his contract situation. He wants an extension. Many believe it could be $40 million to surpass Myles Garrett. And sources are telling Schefter they believe that outside interest from teams, it's likely to increase given the trade that occurred earlier today with the Steelers trading Fitzpatrick. Whew. Did you get all that? More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. If not, Pony will have a field day, and the PM Team is next.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Rays on the run line against the A's at +115. I love Drew Rasmussen in this game at plus money. 7-5, a 2.45 ERA. Opponents are batting just .195 against him, and the Rays are 7-1 in his last 8 starts, beating teams by an average of nearly 4 runs. Jacob Lopez on the mound for the A's, but once he leaves the game, you cannot trust that A's bullpen. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The eyes of the golf world are turning to Western Pennsylvania this summer, and it's time for you to get in on the game with the WPGA. The Western Pennsylvania Golf Association provides local golfers with a number of great benefits, like play days, a chance to get out and play on some of the best private and public courses in the region at an affordable rate. Membership also allows players the ability to post their scores to the USGA GIN app, which gives golfers of all skill levels a handicap index, course GPS, and more. It's never been easier to connect with the West Penn golf community. To learn more, visit WPGA.org.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, guys, it's Donnie. So did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats, because you've hit your goal this week. What took you years to pack on, Awaken 180 helped you take off in just weeks. Pretty easy, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started with Awaken 180 yet, what is stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds in just 8 weeks. And Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Callis, my friends, all set their Awaken 180 goal and reached it. Here's the deal. With Awaken 180, you set real tangible goals. You literally watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking around 5 pounds a week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking at? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we did. Don't wait. Hit up Awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800, the official weight loss program of summer.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 9 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Texting Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A trade that came out of left field, a blockbuster. Minka Fitzpatrick goes back to Miami. Jalen Ramsey is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. So is Jonnu Smith, Arthur Smith's favorite. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the 34th annual Bob Pompiani Golf Classic. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
AB has scored a touchdown in 7 straight games. This pass to the end zone, and it's Ramsey who comes away with it. Oh, he tried to run it out. Was he touched down? Because he's still going. And he lands right at the feet of Roethlisberger.
Holy smokes. Good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bob Pompiani Golf Classic, benefiting the Partners for Quality family of nonprofit agencies. That's a mouthful, but they do great work. Bob's raised almost $2 million for this great charity. It is a jam-packed, eventful PM team. Mulsey is not here yet. I don't know if he's ever going to get on the air today. He's playing in this celebrity event. So is Joey Porter. The last time we were at a celebrity golf tournament with Mulsey and Joey Porter, Porter threatened to kick Mulsey's ass. He was dropping F-bombs. Our on-site producer had to pull us off the air, so T-Bird might have his hands full. And our on-site producer was our old boss, or off-site producer, Craig Riley, at the time, now our big boss, had to keep dumping us. So we'll see if there's fireworks. There might be, given things that maybe Mulsey has tweeted about this trade and the way it affects Joey Porter's son now. With, wow, this deal. I was at the gym. I saw the breaking news bulletin come up on ESPN, and then, bam, there it was. Jalen Ramsey traded to the Steelers. And I'm going to start by saying this about the deal. We'll open the phone lines right now. Intern Dom is manning them because we have both Starkey and Pop on the golf course here at Chartiers. So Donnie hosted from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. What a coup for him today, by the way, to have this story fall into his lap. Congratulations on all his success. Good timing. Serendipitous timing. And so Intern Dom's there, or Intern Dom and Intern Jack back for another week with us. So 412-928-9370 is the wind threatens to already take us off the air. And I felt like was that rain already? We got rain again. Awesome. More rain. Get back from vacation. Let's get right back into the rain, baby. Got to knock us off the air, and we got a huge show going on. Anyways, here's what I'm going to say right off the bat. I don't get how people, other than just trying to try to win Twitter, try to sound like they're a know-it-all, I don't understand how anybody could say right off the bat that they love this trade or hate this trade. I think this is a very nuanced deal. I think there's a lot of gray area. I think it's a pretty complicated trade. Now, the reason why I would say I side with liking it more than disliking it is because you got 2 players for 1. You got 2 for 1 here. You got 2 good players for 1 player. And Jalen Ramsey is the Steelers' best corner now. There's no question about that. He's better than Slay. He's better than Porter Jr. Sorry if Joey's dad can hear me. If he does, he might come here and drop kick me in the throat. But he's better. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. He won a Super Bowl with the Rams. The clip we played at the start of the show, he is to this day the corner who I think shut down Antonio Brown in his prime better than anybody else. That gets me to the negative side of the trade, though. That was a long time ago. That was 2017, 2018. It's now 2025. And that is the theme with the Steelers this year. They're the over-the-hill gang. That used to be the old Washington Redskins with George Allen. They were the over-the-hill gang, okay, with Billy Kilmer. And they went to a Super Bowl and lost to Miami. We'd be tickled pink if that happened here. But that's what this team is now. They're getting older. They got older with this trade. They traded for Jalen Ramsey. He's 30. He's a $26 million corner. He's overpaid. He's good. We'll see how they use him. But he's the second highest paid corner in the NFL behind Stingley. He's no longer the second best corner in the NFL, and you still have years left on his contract. So your corner room is better. Your secondary, I still think, is better, even with Minka leaving. But I don't think you've improved by leaps and bounds on defense. I think you've gotten a little bit better. There's a void now at safety. Thornhill, who they got from Cleveland, sucks. Let's not even pretend, Thornhill can go play that position. No, he's not. He's had more calf injuries than me lately. I've got this Achilles thing now that's driving me nuts. He stunk in Cleveland. He wasn't good in Kansas City. So I don't want to hear anything about him. He blows. If he has to play, he's the weakest link. Every quarterback in the NFL, when he's on the field, is going to line up and try to target him and throw at him. He's terrible. But the flip side of that is, and again, there's nuance to this, and there's a lot of layers to it. Minka Fitzpatrick, you ask him to play deep center field like that, like he's Omar Moreno, okay, a bunch of guys can play it that way. So they turned him into a bargain bin, run-of-the-mill safety last year. And I think twofold, again, a lot of layers to this. I think he's partially to blame because he's not as good as he used to be. And I also think the Steelers are partially to blame. Basically, they had a great bird and an amazing bald eagle or something, and they clipped its wings. And maybe part of it is because they don't think he's the player he once was, but they really took it to an extreme. There's probably, no joke, 35 safeties who could play center field like that. So if the idea is to have Jalen Ramsey do that, I don't love that either, even though you would expect him to be more of a ball hawk because he's got corner skills and he's got a lot of interceptions in his career. But I don't think that's the plan for Ramsey. It shouldn't be. Jonnu Smith coming here, I like it. I think he's a useful player. He'll never again have the season he did last year in Miami. That was a perfect storm where their offensive line stunk, so they had to get rid of the ball fast. They didn't have a quarterback that can get it downfield because of Tua's injury. So he shined in that offense, and we know Arthur Smith likes him. Now, I do think it's weird that he's now making more money than Pat Freiermuth with the extension they gave him. That's kind of odd. So he's making more money than Freiermuth. That means what you really have is an offense that most of the time will have two tight ends, and we won't see a lot of three wide receivers. They still don't have wide receivers beyond Metcalf. So that problem is persistent. It wasn't fixed this offseason. Metcalf is better and more reliable than Pickens, but the depth at wide receiver isn't much better. They're counting on Roman Wilson. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. So what happened here today with this trade is it's a monster trade in terms of names. It looks like a trade you'd see made on Madden or in fantasy football, even though it's defensive players. It seems like it's made up. If I didn't see it happen on TV and I just saw the tweet or someone told me it, I would think they got duped by a fake account. Like I wouldn't think it was real. There was reason to think the Steelers might trade for Jonnu Smith and maybe less of a reason to think they would for Jalen Ramsey. There was no indication or reason given that Minka Fitzpatrick was on the trading block until this deal happened. So that came completely out of nowhere. And maybe we'll find when we take calls today at 412-928-9370 that there's Minka Fitzpatrick defenders out there. Now let me get back to why I said that you can't really love this trade or hate this trade. It's more in the middle. Do you like it or dislike it? Are you up in the air on it? Are you going to sit on the fence? I think it makes them marginally better. And unfortunately for the Steelers, they're not in a tight race with the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills, where marginally better now puts them ahead of those teams. They're still not close to a contender. The best case scenario is, you made this trade, now you lose the wild card game by a touchdown instead of 3 touchdowns. Okay, I just don't see it. It's an all-in move that they did that didn't cost them very much. They didn't give up draft capital. They got rid of a contract they didn't love in Minkah Fitzpatrick, but they took a bad contract back in Jalen Ramsey. And it is a bad contract. He's a good player. He's super overpaid. He's not the second-best corner in the league anymore. You got marginally better, but what does that get you? You're still a middle-of-the-pack team in the AFC, I think. So now you're closer to Cincinnati than you were before this trade by a little bit? Yeah, okay. I'll buy that. But I still would take the Bengals in a playoff game against them, and I would take the Ravens in a playoff game against them. They got a little bit better. And they are super old. You've got a 41-year-old quarterback. Slay and Ramsey are both in their 30s. You got a 30-year-old tight end coming back. You got an edge rusher who's 30 who you might give $40 million a year to. That's a whole separate topic. Actually, it's kind of intertwined because Adam Schefter's now tweeting about that and causing people to lose their minds. So, hey, we're going to break this down all day. It is a super interesting trade. It is an un-Steelers-like trade, but I really can't say that anymore because this is the new Steelers way. Honestly, ever since they traded Kenny Pickett and said, we're going to give up on a first-round quarterback after 2 years, everything's changed. They do things completely differently. On one hand, I would applaud them for trying, but if trying doesn't get results, well, then what difference does it really make? But it is fun. I mean, it's June. This is supposed to be the dead season of sports. And we've got the biggest thing, again in Pittsburgh, the biggest thing that's happening in sports is with our football team. Everybody's talking about it nationwide, worldwide today. 412-928-9370. Let's start with, is this man's name Tree in Clairton? Okay, let's start with Tree. Hello, Tree. You're on the fan.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Hey,
Good
brother.
Afternoon.
Yep.
So, I hate it and I love it. I hate it because, yeah, I'm a Minkah defender all day long. I've been telling everybody for the last 2.5 years, this dude is a bona fide Hall of Famer when he gets his Robin. Troy Polamalu would have been nothing if we couldn't have paired him with Ryan Clark to give him that thumper so that he has that free ability to go do what he has to do.
Well, hold on, though. That's wrong, though. I mean, Troy Polamalu, he played with Chris Hope and was a great player. So it's not like.
But Chris Hope was a thumper of his time.
Well, right, but I'm saying though, like those guys kind of grow on trees. I mean, it's not like you got to go out and find. You don't have to pay that guy a bajillion dollars. Deshaun Elliott is the thumper. He's one of the best run defending safeties in the entire NFL. So he had a guy like that to play with last year. They just elected to play him 30 yards off the line of scrimmage, which made no sense to me.
At all. And so to me, obviously, I'm an outside man. I'm trying to get on the inside, but I'm an outside man. From what I could see, Deshaun was still learning. Minkah had been here.
I thought he had a good year.
Pre-COVID.
I thought he had a really good year.
I feel like he had a great year, but I feel like he's going to have an even better year this year. I feel like his cover skills have gotten better. I feel like his hitting and striking ability and forcing turnovers has gotten better. I feel like him and Minkah, if you had put Darius Slay, JPJ, we would have had the defense we needed. But instead we get rid of Minkah. I don't think that was a good idea. And then we had a caller that came in earlier that said if we would have just held off on Pickens and we could have packaged Pickens and Minkah for Ramsey and Tyreek Hill, then I would have loved this trade 1,000,000%. I'm not 100% on board with getting another tight end because what the hell are we going to do now with Connor Hayward? And so now we're just.
Well, who cares about that? I mean, I love Cam. I think Cam's a great guy. I mean, I think Connor's a good kid. But he's a guy without a position.
Connor's here because of Cam. Let's just be honest.
Right. So I don't. So thanks for the call, Tree. We got more people to get. We got more people to get to. Thanks for the call. I mean, no offense to Connor, but like, if the worst thing that comes out of this trade is what happens to him, sorry. I mean, it's the NFL. It's pro sports. There shouldn't be any charity cases here. He's made some nice plays. He hasn't gotten a ton of opportunity. He might be the odd man out now. That's them the breaks. He's the fourth tight end at best because you've got Washington, who's a great blocker. I don't know. Like, to me, if you don't like the trade because you thought there was a chance they could make some even more ridiculous fantasy football trade where you package George Pickens for Tyreek Hill, that's a dumb reason not to make a trade. Because the odds of something like that happening were not very good. 412-928-9370. Let's get Patrick's take next. Hello, Pat.
Hey, what's going on, Andrew? How are you?
Hey, bro. I'm good.
So, I was a little all over the place with this trade whenever I first saw it.
Which I think, by the way, I hate to, I'm going to cut you off. I'm just going to say this, Pat.
You're fine.
I think that's fine. I think, like, this is the type of trade where I think there's a lot of conflicting emotions and feelings here, which is why I said the people that are making this so black and white, like it's a great trade or it's a terrible trade, what drugs are you on? It's not a huge win. It's not a big loss. They probably got a little bit better, but I don't think a little bit better gets you very much based on where they were starting this situation, which was clearly they were in, at best, the second tier of teams in the AFC. At best. And that's it. I thought Pat was still there. Apparently, we dropped him. He didn't want to say anything else. My bad, Pat. 412-928-9370. I got a little excited. We'll come back with what Adam Schefter said about T.J. Watt now, which is driving people nuts up a wall, and your reaction on one of the splashiest trades in Steelers history. It is. They traded a multi-time All-Pro for a borderline Hall of Fame corner, and they got another guy back in the deal. So you got to have opinions on this, even though I think it is. I think if you think this is like the greatest trade that's ever been made by the Steelers, or if you're like saying it's an A+, I don't think it is. They got better. But they didn't get a whole heck of a lot better. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Let's get your calls in here next. We're live at the Bob Pompiani Golf Classic, but first, here's intern Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There is still a baseball game tonight. Cardinals at Pirates 6:40 right here on the Fan and the Free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and if you're trying to plan like the great corporate event that's going to make everybody do a little team building and have everybody having fun for real, look no further than DriveBox. DriveBox is a mobile golf simulator, and DriveBox delivers golf right to you, and it is totally turnkey. They even provide the clubs. From closest to the pin to long drive contests, DriveBox has you covered. You need to check them out on social media at DriveBox Pittsburgh. That's Drive with a Y, DriveBox Pittsburgh.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Islanders drafted Canadian defenseman Matthew Schaefer first overall in last week's draft and added a pink ribbon to the jersey they gave him on stage because Schaefer's mom, Jennifer, died of breast cancer just 16 months ago. The teenager kissed the ribbon and pointed to the sky. It was a beautiful gesture by the Islanders, and if you want to be high class on the ice, it starts by being that way off it. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult, 19 to 49, with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single-line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence too. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch. It detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Guardian Protection. Smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2:22, time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Every time I go out to Pop's Golf Classic, his celebrity tournament, there's a massive story. Last year we were here. Mike Tomlin got an extension. I argued with people for 4 hours about it. I think I was ultimately right about that. Today we're talking about this gigantic trade. The Steelers sending Minka Fitzpatrick out the door. Hollow words on their part. Acted like everything was great last year. No, it wasn't. Because you just dumped his contract on the Dolphins, the team you got him from, for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. And we know that Arthur Smith loves Jonnu Smith. Jalen Ramsey, Mike Tomlin has been an admirer of him forever. He's one of the elite corners in the NFL and has been for a long time. But I do say long time because he's another one of these guys in his 30s, and he ain't cheap. He's owed $26 million. So he's got to play like a number one guy. You're paying him to be one of the best corners in the NFL. And we'll see if he can do that, if they even use him that way. That's one of the questions that comes out of this. We'll ask Ray Fittipaldo about it when he joins us in a few minutes. Your calls are obviously welcome, too. I'm okay with this trade. I mean, I think the Steelers got better, but they need to get a lot better. And they're still counting on a 41-year-old quarterback who I don't believe in. And that's why I think all these moves for this year will be for naught, because I'm just not an Aaron Rodgers believer. I wish I was. I would have been 4 years ago. They made all these moves back in 2021. I'd say let's plan a parade and get to the Super Bowl. But these guys are available for a reason because they're a lot older. 412-928-9370. Now, I told you guys I'd give you this Watt story. So Adam Schefter says sources, in recent weeks, multiple teams have been discussing whether they can trade for T.J. Watt, who skipped minicamp. Pittsburgh hasn't shown willingness to deal him, but he is unhappy with his contractual situation, and sources believe teams' interest will only pick up after this trade. So teams thinking, hey, they're paying Jalen Ramsey now. Maybe they don't want to pay T.J. Watt. That's their big-ticket guy on defense. We can get Watt. That would seem to be counterintuitive and counterproductive if you're trying to win this year and then you trade one of the best defensive players in the NFL for a draft pick. So unless they get just completely bowled over by a trade, which I don't think they will. So I don't really know what the point. I'm not saying what Schefter's reporting isn't accurate, but I just don't see it going anywhere because the trade would have to be so incredible in terms of the package that it would cause the Steelers to pivot off their plan for this year, which is to try to win with Aaron Rodgers. I said this a month ago. Actually, I said this 2 months ago. I had heard that Mike Tomlin told people he thought he could win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. He actually believes that. And that's why they're doing these win-now moves like bringing in a corner in his 30s. 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Ryan. He's on the fan. Hello, Ryan.
Andrew, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm almost always a hockey guy with Pompiani, so this is rare to call about the Steelers. I totally agree with you. I'm usually on the Mueller side of camp with as far as takes, but I totally agree with you. This is really a side grade. In fact, I think I even saw where the Dolphins are eating like $7 million of Ramsey's salary, so I think that brings it down to like 19, which is basically makes it neutral with.
No, I think the $7 million brought it down to 26 is what I read, but that's okay. We'll figure that out.
That's a really overpay, but whatever. Anyway. I have no problem with Fitzpatrick. He's a good player. He's a good guy, which I like too. So he never caused any problems. But he wasn't getting it done. He's another one of Tomlin's defensive ballers who didn't ball. This has been going on for 15 years. I can't take that. My issue why I don't think it's really an upgrade is the Jonnu Smith part. Not because they can't use another guy. I don't trust Tomlin, Rooney, Art Smith. I don't think they're smart enough. I don't think their coaches are good enough. I don't think Art Smith is good enough to put on a winning offense. I know Rodgers is the X factor with tight ends and, half H-backs and all this other kind of stuff. I just don't see it winning. As far as the Schefter things goes, he's just stirring the pot. I don't think they have any guts to trade.
Which is weird because he doesn't really do that. He's not someone that just kind of just throws crap out there to see if it sticks.
That's got to be Watts Camp or somebody just looking to drum up business to force them into a signing. But here's the thing with Watt. Again, I don't have a problem with the guy. He provides highlights. But they're all he's Mr. October, which is a compliment in baseball. It is not in football.
Right. So that is actually the thing about Ramsey that's different from the other guys here. Ramsey's won a Super Bowl. He's made big plays in January. Okay,
I think Watt's making a business decision. And I don't blame athletes for doing that because they have a limited time. But he should be, and he's trying to be the highest paid player in bank. He's not. He has no legacy. They can't get to the playoffs. They lose the games in December. They need for seeding and to make runs. So, if he wants to be paid $45 million a year, enjoy Jacksonville. If they could trade him for a receiver, for some defensive line help, for some depth, I don't think it's a bad move at this point.
Well, you can't trade him for depth. You can't. You can't.
I mean multiple. A package of people that can solidify the team. Thanks.
Yeah, I hear you, Ryan. The point about Tomlin and, so Tomlin didn't get the most out of Minka at the end. Shouldn't that ring alarm bells about how they might use Ramsey here? Because they've created a hole. Now, me personally, I'd rather have a great corner than a great safety. So I know this team last won at Super Bowls with Troy Polamalu, and Ike Taylor was very good, but he wasn't a Hall of Famer. So they had the great safety. They had a good corner. I think it's flipped now. I'd rather have the guy who shuts you down than the safety who's, playing a million yards off the line of scrimmage. You look around the league, fewer and fewer teams are paying safeties. They're paying corners. So I think that's the way the NFL's, that's the trend. Look at the way the Eagles won the Super Bowl. They had a ton of corners. They traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson this offseason. They didn't have big-name safeties. So, I think that's the modern NFL. So I'd rather have, if Jalen Ramsey and Minka Fitzpatrick are equal players, I take the corner over the safety any day of the week. The offense and how it functions with all these tight ends is of is a valid question. Arthur Smith, first career as a league average offensive coordinator. His average offense ranks 16th in scoring. That's smack dab in the middle. So he's not great. He's not bad. He's a huge upgrade over Matt Canada, but you would be listening to the show right now if you were given that job. That's all he is to this point. He's competent. The last guy wasn't. And so Aaron Rodgers is going to play in a different offense than he's used to. I know he talked about how there's Shanahan influences in both here, but he's not used to playing in an offense that really showcases and focuses on tight ends. Jermichael Finley is like the best tight end he played with. It's not been a tight end-based offense. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Ray Fittipaldo and your calls, too, 412-928-9370 on this gigantic trade. We're live at the Bob Pompiani Golf Classic right now. It's headline time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cardinals and Pirates tonight at PNC Park, 6:40 right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Dom. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Love Mike's. Mike's a great place to go tonight or tomorrow if you're going to watch number 30 pitch, the big fella. Go over to Mike's beforehand. Get over to Mike's and discuss this trade. Get the fellas together. Guys in your neighborhood, dudes you went to college or high school with. Get over to Mike's. Experience the rotating taps of great local craft beer. All the great local summer beers are out. Beers from around the world. Hundreds of beers available at Mike's today. Right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
You wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine, and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodies. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Pittsburgh Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essentials. That's Verizon.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochran Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deals end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Crowley here. 4th of July coming up on Friday, and you need beer, and Hampton Beer Outlet is the place to go. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about those prices? Imagine yourself playing some wiffle ball in the backyard with the fam, with the friends, an ice-cold Yuengling or Michelob Ultra in your hand. 24-pack cans, Michelob Ultra, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they design custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're live at the Pompey Golf Classic, 34th annual, benefiting an awesome charity, Partners for Quality. Bob, over the years, has raised almost $2 million for people out there with intellectual disabilities, autism, behavioral health challenges here in Western Pennsylvania. When I come out here, big news breaks. Last year it was Tomlin's contract extension. Today it is this blockbuster deal. Minka Fitzpatrick goes to his old team, Miami. Coming back, Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. Here to talk about it is one of the best Steelers insiders going, Ray Fittipaldo, who tweeted 3 hours ago, "Don't discount the communication and chemistry issues that were present for much of last season when talking about the Steelers getting rid of Minka Fitzpatrick." So, Ray, is this another one of those addition by subtraction moves like we saw with George Pickens?
Well, no, Tony, I wouldn't go that far. I think comparing Minka to George wouldn't be fair to Minka at all. But, you know, you watched that team as closely as I did last season, and guys like Deshaun Elliott and Patrick Queen were not on the same page as Minka Fitzpatrick all the time. And listen, maybe when Deshaun and Patrick were talking about the miscommunication and guys not doing their job, maybe they were talking about guys like Cam Sutton and others. But if you would watch the tape and you would see what they were talking about after the Chiefs game where Minka got beat to the flat and things like that, it just seemed like if you pay close attention that there were issues there with the communication and maybe things had run its course with Minka being a centerpiece to this football team. So
what's your take then? Is your theory that they were talking about him?
I think at least partly. I think some of that might have been Cam Sutton, but I think a lot of that, yes, was Minka Fitzpatrick.
Who plays safety now?
Well, that's interesting because, Jalen Ramsey's a very versatile guy in your secondary. I mean, he made his bones in this league as an outside corner, but he played some slot last year. And I think, Tony, if you look at every great corner once they turn 30 or they get close to 30, I think all those guys who want to continue playing have in the back of their mind that maybe they can make the transition to free safety. Listen, Rod Woodson did it. There are a lot of other guys throughout the history of the NFL who added 3, 4, 5 years to their career because they were able to make that transition. Now, I don't have any inside information on whether that's going to be a full-time move for Jalen Ramsey, but I do know for a fact through sources that the Steelers plan to play him outside in the slot and at safety this year. They just view him as a very versatile piece in their secondary.
So they're going to play him like they did Patrick Peterson 2 years ago.
Well, I mean, from what I remember, Tony, I mean, Patrick played a little bit in the slot. I thought his exposure to free safety was rather limited until they had injuries, right? I mean, I thought that was more because they had injuries late in the season why he went back there. I truly think if you look at him, Jalen being 30 years old, probably a step quicker than Patrick was when Patrick got here, I would imagine they would move him around more and just take advantage of that versatility early in the season and sub packages and just approach it like that.
So when we show up to Latrobe next month and they put their base defense out there for the first time, you think Ramsey will be at safety?
Well, you know how Tom it is. Beanie Bishop's probably going to line up in the slot and maybe Thornhill at safety, but yes.
Well, how could you do that, though, with Slay, Porter, and Ramsey? You can't have those other two bums out there in that situation.
I just think they're going to work him in slowly. That's all I'm saying. Eventually,
at $20 million,
he will be a starter, but you're talking about when we first get to training camp. I think he's going to play everywhere. I think they're going to work him in slowly, and they're going to try to figure out where he fits best. But if you just look at it right now, I think he would probably start at slot corner first, play there. But I think they like Beanie. I think they'll find ways to use Beanie when they can utilize Jalen at safety.
Ray, how about the let's go to the Jonnu Smith part of this. So we know they like him because of Arthur Smith. He's tried to get him everywhere he's been. Now he's done it again successfully. And they immediately give him $12 million. They're going to pay him more than Pat Freiermuth to play tight end. I mean, that's a lot of money for a guy who's coming off a career year. I get it, but I'm surprised they turned around and gave him that much money, Ray.
Yeah, and again, just through talking to some people at the Steelers, I'm not going to tell you right now that they won't go get another receiver, but Jonnu Smith can play inside receiver, outside receiver. He can play fullback, and obviously he's listed as a tight end, so he does that as well. Again, versatility. I think the familiarity with Arthur Smith, I think they're going to be in two tight sets a lot, maybe even three tights a lot with Darnell Washington as a blocker. So, again, I'm not telling you they're not going to acquire a receiver now, but I think that likelihood declined with the acquisition of Smith today. You mentioned it. 88 catches last year, close to 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. Very, very productive player. Really on the hook with him for 1 year. So if you get him for 12 and he has that type of production again, I don't think that's a bad deal.
And they're only paying him $4 million this year. That's the extension for 2026 on him.
Right.
So the wide receiver thing then, you said you kind of tiptoed around that. So it sounds like you think there will be another wide receiver on their roster when we get to training camp. Is that fair?
Yeah, before today I thought there would be, but now I'm thinking, okay, they utilize Jonnu Smith as a receiver. Calvin Austin, produced good numbers last year as a 3 or a 4. Maybe you bump him up to where he's, quote-unquote, a number 2 receiver. But in terms of targets, I think Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith will be before him. So, I hate to get into labels and all that stuff, but
yeah,
as we sit here right now, Metcalf will get the most targets. Freiermuth, Smith, 2, 3. I don't know what order. And then Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, 5th. I would think that's the way it's going to work out if there are no injuries.
All right, Ray, let's do this Watt thing for a second, because when Adam Schefter tweeted out about Jonnu Smith coming here, people said, well, he's probably just doing an agent a favor. And then here we are today talking about Jonnu Smith in a Steelers uniform. Now he's talking about how teams are going to try to trade for Watt even more now, reacting to this news of this deal. And then I think more than anything else, he put the unhappy thing in there again, that TJ's unhappy with where the state of negotiations are. So give me your reaction to the biggest insider in the NFL putting that out there this hour.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Steelers still want to do a deal with TJ, but TJ has to be receptive to it. It can't be just a one-way deal where the Steelers are the only ones who are negotiating there. So I don't have a firm grasp on exactly what TJ wants, but I do know that he's not happy right now with what the Steelers are offering. So, listen, nothing is off the table. I'm not saying they would trade him. I'm not saying what Schefter is saying is wrong. But anything can happen when you get into negotiations like this. My expectation is still for TJ to sign with the Steelers, but as of right now, 3 weeks before training camp, things aren't going great in that regard.
Well, but when you say nothing's off the table, I know you're not putting a percentage on it or even a high one, but you are at least allowing for the possibility that a trade could happen.
Yeah, certainly. I think you always have to leave that little percent open that something like that could happen. But, again, I think eventually they will come together, but TJ's not talking right now. His agents played hardball in the spring. We'll see if they continue to play hardball in the summer when it's time to report to St. Vincent here in, 23 days or so.
All right, Ray. Great stuff, man. Thanks for coming on short notice. We appreciate it. You know that.
Thanks, Pony. Talk to you later.
There you go, Ray Fittipaldo. Coming up in 15 minutes, Bryant McFadden. Won 2 Super Bowls with the Steelers. Great talker. One of my good friends in sports media. Going to get his reaction to this trade and how all the puzzle pieces fit. Don't go anywhere. We're live at the Pompiani Golf Classic. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been considering replacing your windows but haven't found the right company yet. Window Nation makes it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years. Plus, with one-day installation, you can live more comfortably right away. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at MHIRoof.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The Battle of New York will take place on July 4th weekend as two of the best teams in baseball meet in Queens. Led by the reigning MVP, the boss from the Bronx will head down to Queens to take on a struggling New York team. The next iteration of the New York rivalry is ready to hit the field, and it should be a great series. Who will come out on top as two teams separated by only miles face off in a weekend series for the ages? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special, only $49.99. That's right. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight and let Mark Patrick hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800. With
24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Out of nowhere, humongous trade. The Steelers are wheeling and dealing, baby. Minka Fitzpatrick's gone. He's traded back to Miami. Coming to the Steelers, Jonnu Smith, longtime Arthur Smith favorite, tight end, and Jalen Ramsey, the three-time All-Pro corner. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Pompiani Golf Classic. It's the PM team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
He's on the sideline, and Campbell.
That was Ramsey, who jumped across the middle and got his second interception of the season.
50-minute mark on the fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Overcast skies, very humid, intermittent rain. They should get in Pirates Cardinals as the Buccos look to keep those bats a-going against their arch nemesis, the Cardinals, tonight. That is fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Obviously, temperature turned way up here on Steelers talk with this massive trade that got made today. Bryant McFadden going to join me in a few minutes, the ex-Steeler corner, to talk about it. No Mulsey yet. He's still on the golf course here at the Pompiani Golf Classic. And so is Joey Porter. And the last time Pompiani wasn't. Actually, Pompiani was there. The last time Muller and Porter were on the golf course together, they needed to be separated because Porter was mad at Mulsey and wanted to fight and beat up Mulsey. And I had to try to play peacemaker there. So we'll see if anything happens here. It would really make a super day even more amazing if we were to get a throwdown between those two later on today here at beautiful Chartiers Country Club. So I think the Steelers won the trade with the Dolphins. I don't think they blew them out of the water. I don't think they fleeced them by any means. The Dolphins wanted to dump the Jalen Ramsey contract. They wanted to get younger with Minka. They did. Minka was playing out of position all year, but I don't think he's the player he once was. For a couple of years, he looked like a future Hall of Famer. The last two he hasn't. He went 25 games without an interception. And so Ramsey's a big play guy. He played all 17 games last year. Was good, not great. I think he went to a Pro Bowl, but you know how that works. A lot of guys bow out. Only had 2 interceptions, which was way down. I mean, he used to kill the Steelers when he was with the Jaguars. My God, was he great. And I think Tomlin, part of the fascination here with this offseason, he's just going to the well of these guys who torched him back in the day. First Aaron Rodgers, who beat him in a Super Bowl. Now Jalen Ramsey. And for clarification, they are going to pay Ramsey. The Steelers are going to pay him around $19 million this year. Now, they're still on the hook for years after this one, and it's not cheap, and the buyout's close to $20 million. So he should be a Steeler for a few seasons beyond this one. This does not strike me as a rental. They're buying Jalen Ramsey stock in his 30s and hoping that he ages better, and maybe they will move him to safety. I didn't love hearing Ray say he's going to be a slot corner. Now, I think they should value slot corner more than they have the last couple of years where they're putting guys like Beanie Bishop out there. But if you're paying the guy that kind of money, he's got to be a number one corner. And if he's not, I mean, how are you going to use him? Like a Kyle Hamilton type? You're asking him to do something a little bit different. I know he got reps inside last year. You know, I would like the plan for him to just be your top corner and take out the best wide receiver on the other team, because that's what he's done for the better part of 10 seasons in the NFL, or close to it now. But they sound like they got different plans for him, and they're going to use him everywhere. And that's good and bad. That gets things complicated, and as we know with the Steelers' defense, the sum has been less than the parts the last 2 years. They've had great players. They haven't gotten great results. When you give up 299 yards rushing in a playoff game, you're not a great defense. And they're paying their defense to be the best in the NFL. That's the amount of money they're shelling out to it more than any other team. And they've been good but not great. And they've definitely not looked at their best in the biggest of games. 412-928-9370 to get your voice heard. Let's talk to AJ in Pittsburgh. Hello, AJ.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I think they won the trade too, but I want to veer with the time I have to Watt. I think it's a golden opportunity. I talked with Starkey about this, to trade him to a team like Buffalo that really does think they're one player away. They could get back, say, a Keon Coleman and maybe another first to package together next year. The time is now if you're going to do it. He has two amazing years.
So wait a minute, though. Time out, though. What are we doing here? Are we collecting guys in their 30s to try to win, or are we thinking about 2026? Because your trade is a 2026 move. When you bring in Darius Slay and Jalen Ramsey, those are moves for now. So what are we really – Jonnu Smith's 30. Are we trying to win 2025, or are we thinking about the bigger picture? Which one is it?
I agree that Rodgers signing suggests they're trying
Rodgers
to win
too.
now.
My God, Rodgers, he's 41. Right, exactly.
I agree with that, but I'm saying that Watt could bring a king's ransom now. If we wait, the chance will have passed.
Okay, fine, but you're 1-11 in the games he doesn't play in. So if you make that trade, you're making it harder for yourself to win this year. You're fine with that?
I don't necessarily say that that's the right decision. I'm trying to think like they are, and they drafted a Jack Sawyer. They have some layers there.
Wait a minute. So you think their preference is to trade him?
I think that it's possible.
Okay, that's different. Thanks for the call. I think the only way it's possible is if they feel like they can't get anywhere in contract negotiations with him. Let's go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where I find one of the best talkers in sports media. He is a Super Bowl champion with the Steelers. He's also a former corner. And I'm talking about Brian McFadden, who's back with us. B-Mac, holy crap, this trade. When you first saw it, you probably, A, thought it was fake, and then, B, once it set in and you saw all the guys changing teams, what was your reaction to it?
My initial reaction was like, wow, great deal for Pittsburgh, right? You get Jalen Ramsey, you get Jonnu Smith, and then reality set in when I saw that Micah Fitzpatrick was tied to the trade as well. So it kind of felt like it was initial punch in the gut. All my air left me. But now as I sat back and just kind of analyzed this trade, I think it's a pretty good situation for Pittsburgh because basically, guys, you're getting two starters for one.
Yes,
you lose
I agree
one
with
starter in Micah, and Jonnu Smith is a starter. Now, we don't know exactly what his role will detail, but we know he is a starter, and Jalen Ramsey is a starter as well. So your team improved based on adding two for sure starters.
All right, what is Jalen Ramsey at this point in his career? His salary's $26 million. The Dolphins are going to pick up $7 million of that. If you add up all the money, Derek Stingley's the only guy in the NFL playing that position who's making more money than him. So he was he's on the list of all-time greats. He's a three-time All-Pro. He helped the Rams win the Super Bowl, B-Mac. Everybody knows that. He used to shut down Antonio Brown, which I never saw anybody else do. So, but what is he now in 2025, in your opinion?
He's still a Pro Bowl caliber player, in my opinion. Healthy, motivated, he's still a Pro Bowl caliber player because he still has talent. The above-the-shoulder game is still there, and he plays with a sense of toughness that embodies the city of Pittsburgh. And to your point, Pittsburgh is only giving him $19 million. $19 million because of they're eating $7 million, I think, right? So his total number was like 26. So that if you're Pittsburgh, you get a guy who still, in my opinion, is a Pro Bowl caliber player, and you put him in a secondary that has the luxury of putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks like we do. I think Jalen Ramsey will excel in this defense, knowing the pressure that he will have the luxury of seeing in terms of quarterbacks having to get the football out faster than not.
So we just had an insider on last segment who said he's heard, B-Mac, that the plan is to play him everywhere. Play him outside, play him slot, play him safety. Now, how does that sit with you? I mean, do you like the idea of having him be a jack-of-all-trades guy, or would you just put him on the outside and say basically shut the other guy down?
Well, when we say everywhere, we kind of saw that a little bit with Pat Peterson when all the injuries happened. Pat was outside, Pat was inside, Pat was playing safety. Me personally, I think Jalen Ramsey is better suited to be an outside or inside corner. And the reason why I say it is because we've seen him do both extremely well. Remember at Florida State, he was actually the star for Florida State, which is actually like the nickel or the dime in terms of being inside. And then, of course, he went to the league, had outstanding success. And then with the Rams, remember, he was able to move inside with the Rams to play nickel as well.
Yep.
So me personally, I think those are the two best destinations for Jalen. And it makes sense because we have two guys, and Joey Porter Jr. and Darius Slay, that have always been outside corners. Mm-hmm. They haven't shown the flexibility throughout their career to play inside. Jalen Ramsey has shown the ability to do so. I think if you had to throw out one position, I think more so inside than anything because you have two outside corners for sure.
So then what do you do at safety then?
Well, we got Deshaun Elliott who, and let's keep it real now, Deshaun a year ago, he was our best safety. He really exceeded the expectations, in my opinion. When you look at his tackling, the aggressiveness, and just being where he's supposed to be, he actually played as the best safety a year ago. You brought in Juan Thornhill, who has shown the ability to play free safety. He has tape out there playing free safety. So I think those two safeties, in my opinion, as we see it today, can coexist nicely in the secondary, especially when you have three experienced corners playing in front of you in terms of the secondary play.
How does this trade change your expectations for the Steelers this season? Does it? Did they get better? Did they get good enough or better enough where it makes you think more of them now?
Well, I felt like before Jalen became a Steeler, Pittsburgh was a 9 to 10 win team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I still feel that way. And I think 9-10 wins can get you into the playoffs. So I still believe they're a playoff caliber team. I don't feel better in terms of what can actually happen until we make some additions to the offense as well.
So you don't look at Jonnu Smith as like a huge upgrade then to their offense?
No, he is a huge upgrade. He is a huge upgrade. But he adds more pizzazz to a position that we were okay at in the tight end position. Now, are they going to flex him out and utilize 12 personnel more than not? Man, I can see that happening.
Probably.
But if you look at what really gets you in postseason to have postseason success, you got to have playmakers. You got to have playmakers. And most playmakers come from what position? Either the running back position or the wide receiver position. Outside of DK Metcalf, we got to figure it out. And do we want to go through a scenario like we had a year ago when all we really had was George Pickens?
Well, do you second-guess the George Pickens trade now?
Listen, in a perfect world, if we would have kept George Pickens with DK along with everything else that we have, I would feel totally differently because we know who George Pickens is. Now, considering the extra that came with George Pickens, it made him expendable, right? But in a perfect world, if we said Aaron Rodgers, Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, George Pickens, DK Metcalf, and a healthy offensive line, let's run it up. Tell whoever to line it up and let's go. In my opinion, because we got two playmakers at the wide receiver position, something we haven't had in a long time. We have more than a serviceable quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, a guy that I think with those two pass catchers can do numbers, and we got a defense that's going to stand up. I would definitely say line it up. But right now, I think we still need another playmaker because I asked you this question, Pony, and for the listeners as well. Outside of DK Metcalf, what wide receiver do we have that we know is a playmaker right now? And you say he's a playmaker for us.
They don't have one. Austin came through from time to time last year. He's an okay player, nothing special, and I think Roman Wilson, the jury's out on him. We haven't seen him do anything yet, so I can't say
those are question marks. Yeah. Those are question marks,
exactly.
Right? When you look at some of the top dogs in the AFC, they don't have question marks. They have answers in terms of quarterback play, in terms of playmakers, and that's something that we got to figure it out if we don't make any additions. Because to your point, you got to figure it out and hope that somebody could emerge outside of DK.
Are you convinced that T.J. Watt's situation gets resolved? Because now Schefter's saying he's unhappy, and now Schefter's saying more teams are going to start calling the Steelers about a trade now that they made this deal, thinking, okay, they're paying Ramsey a lot of money. Maybe they don't want to pay Watt $45 million a year, and we can pry him loose. What's your take on that?
I mean, at this point, I think you got to leave all options on the table, because when you think you know, you don't know. Like,
right.
I didn't think we would trade George Pickens when we did. I didn't think that, you know what I mean? So who knows? But I can tell you this much. Because of the great team-friendly deal we have with Aaron Rodgers, I think he's seen anywhere between $10 to $13 million. That gives you a lot of financial flexibility. And because of that, I think they can get a deal done with TJ. Now, will there be a team that throws a first-round pick for TJ Watt? I don't know. But if that was to happen, you got to strongly consider that.
Would you do it?
For a first-rounder?
Yeah.
It depends on who the team is. If there's a team that, let's say it's a team that can be anywhere in that top 10.
Let's say New England called and said, we want a big edge rusher for Mike Vrabel's defense. We got Williams up front now. We got Drake May on a cheap contract. We're going to try to win with defense and protect the rookie quarterback because he doesn't have playmakers. We'll give you a first for Watt. Would you make that deal?
I think I'd consider it. Now, I'll say this. I really think listen, I think New England's going to be pretty good this year.
So do I. I actually think the same thing. I agree with you on that.
So we're talking about a first-round pick that could be in the 20s. But if you're Pittsburgh, what's more important to you? Adding more picks to potentially go draft a quarterback of the future next year, or staying with one of your great players, legendary players, for another 3-4 years?
B-Mac, that's the thing about this offseason. They've made moves that make you think it's about winning now, and they've made moves that make you think it's about next year. They're trying to do both. That's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard to say no to a first-rounder, man, because
I agree. I would do
really
that trade.
See that for a non-quarterback.
I would make that trade, but I don't think it's going to get offered. We'll see, though. Hey, B-Mac, you're the man, brother. Thank you for coming on short notice and breaking this thing down for us. We appreciate it.
Oh, always. Thank you.
You bet. Bryant McFadden, CBS Sports, Steelers Super Bowl champ. Did the Steelers win the trade? We've got open phone lines this hour. Next hour, we're going to have somebody on from Miami, basically the Ed Bouchette of Miami, to give us the skinny on what Jalen Ramsey is at this point in his career. Ditto Jonnu Smith. 412-928-9370. And the way Watt factors in now, you got Adam Schefter saying Watt's unhappy and more teams are calling about a trade. 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. We're live here at the Pompiani Golf Classic. Malsey will join me soon now that it's raining here, and hopefully he hasn't gotten beaten up by Joey Porter yet. Quick timeout, then we're right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baseball tonight. Cardinals at Pirates, 6:40 right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Tyreek Hill is absolutely correct when he says the Dolphins are facing a do-or-die season. Do they have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL like Hill claims? Probably not. Have they struggled in cold weather and playoff games? Yes, they have. Is the AFC absolutely loaded? Yes. But the Dolphins have the talent that they can finally push through. And Hill is right. This year, either get it done or blow it up. I'm Bill Ryder.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East inbound is congested from Swissvale going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and the Parkway West inbound is slow up in Robinson Town Center, and then starting back up again in Carnegie going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mark Caballi, Steelers insider from the Pat McAfee Show, who's on his way to watch a doubleheader of wrestling tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Congratulations on all his success. Tweeted out that the Steelers will use Jonnu Smith as a Swiss Army knife, tight end, slot receiver, and fullback. He's basically Arthur Smith's favorite player of all time. If Arthur Smith could have any player in the NFL on his roster, it appears it would be Jonnu Smith because he loved him in Tennessee, traded for him in Atlanta, and now he's traded for him in Pittsburgh. So that's his guy. Pat Fryermuth told Donnie that he's pumped that Jonnu Smith is here, so he doesn't look at it like Smith is taking reps or yards or opportunities away from him. My guess is, not having talked to Pat, that he would feel differently about it if he had not received a contract extension from the Steelers last offseason. But now he's good financially. He feels comfortable here, and he thinks that they can have two dogs and two bones. Smith put up monster numbers in Miami last year. He was actually fourth in receiving yards by tight ends, and he pretty much got thrown into this deal. He's a bargain for this year, $4 million. It jumps to $12 million next year. So really, I think you get him for peanuts and you steal him for this season. It's next year where his pay jumps way up, and he probably will be overpaid next year because he'll make even more money than Fryermuth next year. Caballi says Ramsey, outside corner, slot corner, and take some snaps at safety. He just heard BMAC, Bryant McFadden, a former Florida State Seminole just like Ramsey and a former corner like Ramsey, say he sees him as an inside guy and a little bit of outside, and let Slay and Porter, who are primarily outside guys, stay there. Let Ramsey police the inside and then play Thornhill at safety. And I groaned when he said that because I think Thornhill stinks. But if you're going to play your safeties like the Steelers did last year, have Elliott come play in the box and have Thornhill play 1,000,000 yards off the line of scrimmage, well, then you can get away with him probably playing there because there's not a lot of responsibility just being all the way back there and making sure the play doesn't get behind you. But maybe he could screw up a one-car funeral. I mean, he sucked in in Cleveland, was just a god-awful player. And everybody who's watched the Browns would say on a team full of bad players, he was one of the worst. So hopefully a change of scenery does him some good like it did Joe Hayden It did not do who was the guy? Justin Gilbert, who they traded with the Browns, was awful here. Anyways, it was a giant trade. It came out of nowhere. People were excited when they saw Jalen Ramsey traded to the Steelers, got less excited when they saw Minkah Fitzpatrick was in the deal. And that's why I think most fans are somewhere in the middle, not loving this trade, not hating it. So where are you at 412-928-9370? Here's our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Pony, welcome back.
Thank you.
I guess I would say initially I had mixed feelings about it because you see Minkah going back in the trade and you're like, what? Because to me it was like you were, kind of evening out any weaknesses you thought you might have in the secondary. But the thing is, I thought about it, and I think that if Minkah had another year like he had last year or even the year before, which was slightly better, I think if he had another year like that, I actually think he might have been a cut candidate after this season.
I agree.
Don't you?
I agree.
So, if that's the case and you got 2 players for him, then, you won the trade because, I don't know. You would obviously expect Minkah to have a bounce-back year this year, but I don't know that even if he played better.
I don't agree with that. I don't think that was a given. Based on the way they deployed him last year, why would I think he's all of a sudden going to be the player he was 2 or 3 years ago? Not if they use him the same way.
If he had a bounce-back year, and let's just say in the sense that he was better than he was last year, I don't think he would ever get back to the form that he was where they're paying him at that level. So that's why even if he was better this year, you certainly thought that, he would have been a cut candidate. So that part of the trade is excellent. But, man, I am just, as exciting as it is to get somebody like Jonnu Smith who had a career year, man, why can't we get another actual wide receiver?
Well, where do you come down on the Pickens thing now? Because my initial thought was good riddance. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out or whatever. And now I'm like, well, if the plan was really to make it all about this year, why not just try to suck it up for a season?
Yeah, I felt that way too. The thing is, I would have thought, and I don't know that we'll ever know just how bad it was behind the scenes. Maybe
it was bad.
Truly...
But as Mike Tomlin said, they pay me a lot of money, basically. I'm highly compensated. The reason why you're a $20 million coach is because you get credit for managing personalities.
Yeah, but so that being said, you would have really thought that they would have learned their lesson after last year because last year was a disaster when they did not have a number 2 receiver. Well, you would have thought that they are not willing to go through that nonsense again. Pickens, as big of a headache as he was last year, there was a period where he was legitimately hurt, and the offense completely stalled without him. Completely.
I think they look at it now like the tight ends are the receivers, and your number 2 and number 3 wide receivers are 2 tight ends, Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth. That's what I think.
Maybe they think they're playing 4D chess here, but that's not the type of offense I want to run.
Well, they don't get the benefit of the doubt of playing 4D chess because we've watched them not win a playoff game for 8 years, and their offense is ranked in the bottom half of the league. So that's the thanks. That's why. Thank you, Jeff. That's why the benefit of the doubt with them goes out the window. When I hear these guys can line up in a bunch of different places, okay, that's cool, but that's also scary because now I got to trust the coaches to use them correctly. Woody is in. Hold on here. George is in Beaver. Interesting name. Hello, George. You're on the fan.
Tony, what's going on?
Hey, brother.
Hey, real quick, just 2 small thoughts. One, the Minkah discussion. I remember last year there was a lot of discussions back and forth on the radio, amongst fans, you name it.
Sure.
Regarding, is he lacking production? Is there something going on? Why is he? Where's his stats? All that stuff. So my question is, was that always in question, or is it the scheme situation that they are looking to implement, and it's just not going to work for Minkah, so they decided to cash in those
I think both are true. I think they admitted with this trade that fans' eyes weren't lying, that he was a partially diminished player, and that's why they had to play him differently. But I also think it's fair on Minkah's part that, okay, maybe I wasn't the guy you traded for back in 2019, but I'm also not this bad, where you're just having me line up 30 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. So I don't think it's equal blame. It's never quite 50-50. But I think they've both got blood on their hands, and I think Jeff was right with his call. He's not a $20 million safety anymore. And if he had the same season this year that he did last year, I think they'd either ask him to take a pay cut or just get cut, period. So,
do you expect Miami to use them the same way, or do you think they're going to kind of mess around with them and see like, what is really left?
I can't tell with them. I do know from talking to people there, they're excited about this trade because they thought they were only going to get a 4th or 5th round pick for Ramsey. So they're looking at it like, wait, we got a guy that was just an All-Pro a couple of years ago. Maybe the scheme was the problem. But thanks for the call. Yeah. Thanks for the call, George. Like, my thing on their end, not that I really care about the Dolphins' end, would be if it didn't work before with Minkah, what makes you think it's going to work now? He didn't see, that's the thing that's now following this guy around. It's that he's been in 2 places. In both places, he didn't like the way he was being used. So he's got that now reputation of like, okay, you're chronically questioning the way coaches use you. And you're a good player, but you're not that good where it's like on them all the time. Christian is next. He's on the Fan. Hello, Christian.
Hey, Pony. How are you?
Hey, brother.
I'm here to just talk about how I think it was. Look, man, I'm in the middle. As a Steelers fan, I think there's some good in it, and I think there's some bad. I want to start off with the good. I think it changes scenery, and if Ramsey can play some safety up top and corner, I think that'd be great for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's just a matter of, like, trusting them to move him around like that, and that being something that benefits them the way that Kyle Hamilton moving around makes the Ravens a better defense.
Yeah, it'd help a lot.
Tomlin's defense was pretty bland last year. Let's face it. T.J. Watt was always in the same spot. It was very predictable. So if you're telling me they're going to get more aggressive and they're going to change things up and give offenses different looks, okay, I'm on board with that. You're also asking a guy – Ramsey's barely played safety. And Rod Woodson moved there and Charles Woodson moved there, so there's a precedent with great players. But, man, to me, if you're paying him $20 million, I don't want him to play safety. I want him to line up against the league's best receivers and attempt to shut them down. That's what I want out of him. Because I think, Christian, he's still a better corner right now than Porter and Slay are. So I want him to take on the best wide receivers.
I love that, too. I think that's what they need to do. And, you know, if they have to move him up, just because that's what they need, then they can do that. But they got Deshaun Elliott on the other side, so I think that the Steelers' defense is going to be looking really good, better than last year, I think.
Thank you. It better be better than last year because last year I think it ranked 8th in the league and it was the highest paid defense. So they didn't get what they paid for. It's still the highest paid defense in the NFL. The expectation is and should be that it's the best defense in the league. Period, full stop. And if you're not, be very, very close to that. And don't suck ass in playoff games or big games in December. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. This is a day for you. When the Steelers make one of the splashiest trades in team history and kick Minkah Fitzpatrick out the door, you got to talk about it. Are you pissed off they let go of Minkah? Do you like the return in the trade? How about this Watt now offshoot of it where we've got Schefter saying Watt's pissed, and there are now more teams that are calling for him and interested in him because they think he's now more available after this trade. 412-928-9370. We're out here at Pompiani's Golf Classic. It was rescheduled because of rain, and guess what? It's raining again. That's Pittsburgh in 2025, people. This summer has really sucked. Quick timeout, and we're right back. But first, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cardinals at Pirates tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Andrew Heaney gets the start for the Buccos, and it all gets started with a leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, it's Crowley here. It's one of the best weeks of the year. It's 4th of July week, and Hampton Beer Outlet will give you all that you need for your cookouts. When it comes to beer, 30 packs of your favorite brands, Coors, Coors Light, Bud, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. The best deal around. Imagine you're grilling out. Beautiful, hot day. Fireworks upcoming later in the evening, and you got a nice cold beer in your hand. Coors, Coors Light, Bud, Bud Light, Miller Lite, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Live here at the Pompiani Golf Classic on a monster day. Steelers swap all-pro secondary players. Minka Fitzpatrick heads back to Miami. Jalen Ramsey to the Steelers. And Jonnu Smith comes here for good measure. So the Smith rumors were spot on. The Ramsey rumors were validated today. There was a lot of scuttlebutt about both those things. You know, these days when these rumors come out about the Steelers and big-name players, you can't scoff at them anymore. Aaron Rodgers, people are like, that would never happen. So these moves, this is a new era of Steelers football where they win off seasons more than they win playoff games. They win now more in March, April, May, and June than they do in January and February. They make these just gigantic shockwave, huge headline news moves. And it's just a matter of them being able to take what they do here and win when it counts. And they haven't been able to do that yet. They keep taking swings, though. And there is some credit to be given for that. But we don't give the Browns credit for when they spend a lot of money in the offseason, nor should we. So it's got to translate to wins at some point. When you spend the amount of money they spend on defense now, and now you've got Ramsey here too, as one of the great corners of the last 10 years, how about you put up and shut up the offenses in December and January, unlike what happened last year and unlike what's happened in playoff games lately. 412-928-9370, getting your reaction. Doran tweeted, almost pretty sure the Steelers aren't done. More to come. And then when I texted him to ask what's happening next, he said, I don't know, or he gave me the shrugging shoulders emoji. So he knows and he's not telling me, or he doesn't know. And that was just him throwing a dart at the dartboard. Mulsey will join me soon. He's probably getting done here with his round of golf as it pours down rain at Chartiers Country Club. Joey Porter is also out there on the golf course. And the last time they were at a golf course together, Joey Porter wanted to kill Mulsey. So let's see if we can. That would really be a fitting end to this day. If it starts with a trade, Minka for Jalen Ramsey, and ends with Mulsey getting punched in the face. Here is Paul in McCandless. Hello, Paul.
Hey, how you doing? I personally hate the trade. I think Ramsey's a shell of what he used to be.
Based on what? Based on what? What makes you say he's a shell of what he used to be?
Look at the last 2 games versus the Jets, dude. Devontae Adams pieced them up 6 catches, 8 catches. He played in the division. He's the best receiver.
So you give up 7 catches in a game to a really good wide receiver, and you're done. Your career's over. You're shot.
What do you think's going to happen with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, DeAndre Hopkins, Rashard Bateman, Hollywood Brown? I mean, he played in a league. I mean, that's the only receiver he had to worry about. Maybe Garrett Wilson. The Bills, who they have? Khalil Shakir. Okay, not nearly who we're talking about in the AFC North. You want to look at who else is in that conference? The Patriots. Nobody. You know what I mean? You're coming to a much more competitive conference here. Okay.
I don't know, man. If he was a one-hit wonder who had one good year statistically in a weak division.
He's 2 years older than Minka. He's 2 years older. So you're paying for them. You traded a first-round pick for him. You just pissed away that first-round pick. Like what? It's an obsolete trade now. If we would have just picked there,
I don't disagree with that analysis of that trade now in retrospect. You were paying Minka Fitzpatrick $20 million to stand 30 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. That's not money well spent.
Game on all those flares. He's coming up and meeting dudes that right at the line of scrimmage.
You're right. He made a huge difference in that playoff game. We would have only lost that game by maybe, 21 points if he hadn't played instead of 14.
Pass rush wasn't there. Anytime you play the Steelers, man, you got to have a pass.
Dude, he went 25 games without an interception. 25. How do you stick up for that? 25 games,
if
dude.
If you just look at that for that, then he's obviously not worth the money. But go look at the times you see him at the line of scrimmage making plays.
They didn't ask him to do that. They had Deshaun Elliott down there. He didn't make plays at the line of scrimmage.
And Deshaun Elliott, yeah, he's going to be a one-hit wonder. You know what happened with who he signed? Thornhill? Well, look at the Browns did. They paid him all this money, and then they let him go.
Thornhill's not very good, but they're going to ask him to stand far away from the line of scrimmage and basically make sure the play doesn't go over his head.
I'm just saying,
that's
you're
what he's going to do.
Talking about Elliott. He's had 5-6 years in the league. He has one good year, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's."
So let me ask you a question.
He's going to follow it up.
Let me ask you a question. You don't think Jalen Ramsey is the Steelers' best corner right now?
I still think Darius Slay will be better, and I think JPJ is the worst out of all of them. And people want to say to move him to safety. He can't tackle. He's so soft. He's the softest corner. Yeah, he's handsy, but he can't tackle. He ain't his dad.
He's soft, is what you're telling me. The son of Joey Porter, one of the great badasses in Steelers history, is a soft person. I'd love for you to walk up to him and say, "Hey, buddy, you're a soft football player." I really like to see that.
Jr., I would. He's soft.
Yeah,
he plays
okay.
football soft.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Here is Chris in Cranberry. If you want to respond to Paul, 412-928-9370. He hates the trade. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, Pony?
What do you got for me?
So I don't think people are looking at this objectively. I think having 3 pretty solid cornerbacks is pretty useful in this league.
Yes. Yes. Ask the Eagles about that last year, how that helped their defense.
Right. I mean, you're going to cause a lot of pressure sacks just because you have 3 guys locking down wide receivers.
I mean, look, they're going to play a garbage safety now. There's no doubt about that. Thornhill isn't any good, but I'd rather play a garbage safety than a garbage corner, personally.
Exactly. You're not going to lose a whole lot playing a guy 30 yards down the field. I'd rather have 3 guys shutting down wide receivers and causing coverage sacks.
Right. And look, I don't think Ramsey's as good as he was when he used to shut down Antonio Brown. If he was, he wouldn't have been available. Okay,
exactly.
So he's lost a step, but he's still good. He's not a bum.
You have various options now. You can move. All 3 of those guys can slot into the slot spot, and they have a wide variety now that they can utilize. That's pretty big, I believe. And also getting Smith doesn't hurt. The Patriots were successful all those years back with multiple tight ends over the middle, and now we have Rodgers who's not afraid to throw it over the middle. So it's I feel like that's a pretty good pickup as well.
Well, you're only, thanks for the call. You're only paying him $4 million this year, and it jumps up big time the year after. And he was extremely productive in Miami, and you got him for pretty much nothing. So I don't see the harm in that. I don't think either move is like this huge bounty of players that are coming back here, though, the guys that the Dolphins didn't want anymore or didn't want to pay, I don't think that like makes the Steelers that much better. I mean, I think on paper they're a better team today than they were when we were when we woke up in the morning. So I don't want people to confuse me taking on the caller 2 callers ago and people confusing that as I think this is a great trade. I think they got better. I don't think you can really love the trade, and I don't think you can really hate the trade. That's why I got mad at the guy who called in and said he hated it. You know, he making Mika Fitzpatrick out like the Steelers just let, you know, some all-star, all-world safety go in the prime of his career. If the Steelers thought he could do those things, they should have let him do those things the last 2 years. They didn't. I think that through the way that they coached Mika Fitzpatrick let you know that they felt like he had diminished skill. Now, I think they should have still given him more opportunity to make plays than they did. They basically put him in a box. Not in the literal box where he was playing down to the line of scrimmage trying to stop the run, but they pigeonholed him into doing one thing. 412-928-9370. Here is Rick on the fan. Hello, Rick.
Hey, what up, son?
Hey, bro.
I love the trade. Listen, Minka has been nothing but a dog the last 2 years. I call him Stinka. I mean, the guy, he is a shell of his former self. And if you can get Jalen Ramsey coming over here, I mean, maybe he pulls a Rod Woodson and he turns into a safety and he extends his career. I don't know, but
I don't know. That would be, but that would be dumb to me, though. You're going to pay him $20 million to do the same thing, play center field. If you're going to pay him top dollar, let him take on the Jamar Chases of the world and see what he can do. That's what I want to see with Ramsey. I don't want to see him standing back there and making a tackle to make sure Derrick Henry doesn't go 50 yards and only goes 25. I don't want that.
I want to see him play the exact role that Minka had, but I mean, maybe he's an impact safety. Regardless, Minka, I've seen enough, and I mean, the whole 10 guys doing their job comment Cam Hayward made, it makes you think now. We all thought it was Cam Sutton back then, but I mean, it's pretty evident to me who it was at this point. And, you know, with the corners, I mean, I still think Joey Porter Jr. is a solid corner. He can develop. And you got Slay on the other side. I don't know. Maybe I'm optimistic.
Well, I don't think it thanks. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a lot of good corners. It's a passing league. And I think it's more important now to have great corners than it is to have great edge rushers because of the way offenses can scheme those guys out of games. So in that respect, I like the trade. I'm not going to go as far as to say I love it, though, because you're paying Ramsey a lot of money, and he isn't as good as he used to be. He is overpaid. But he's still an upper echelon corner, and I'm not giving up on Joey Porter Jr. either, but I didn't think his sophomore year was as good as his freshman year with the Steelers, his rookie year, no doubt. All three of those guys from that draft class, Broderick Jones, Porter, and Keanu Benton, either stayed the same or took a step backwards last year. 412-928-9370, reacting to the big trade. Here's Chris in Indiana next. Hello, Chris.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm good.
I wasn't going to call until Paul called, but I'd rather, if I'm going to spend $20 million on a player, I'd rather spend them on someone in a corner, guarding wide receivers up front, than sitting 30 yards back.
100%.
That guy's crazy if he's going to go up to Joey Porter's son and tell him that he's soft.
Yeah. Ridiculous comments.
I'd rather have somebody on the corner actually on the defending wide receivers than somebody floating off in La La Land.
And look, I'm not saying, thanks for the call, I'm not trying to absolve the Steelers of blame in that situation because they shouldn't have used Minka almost entirely, primarily, up until very late in the season. They toyed around with moving him a little bit, but clearly they did that in part because they didn't think he was capable of making the kind of free-ranging, improvisational, instinctual plays all over the field like he used to. And they lied to us, which coaches do all the time. It's pro sports. Nobody's under oath. No one's perjuring themselves. And we on the outside and Steelers media said he's not the player he once was. They said, you're wrong. Shut up. And I think today they showed us that we were right. Now, I think Minka's a very opinionated person. I think he's somebody that doesn't want to just do what he's told. I think he has an extremely high opinion of himself. And when he's put in a situation where he thinks he can do better or do more, he's not shy about it. He wasn't in Miami when he got traded here, and I would not be surprised if we find out in the next day or two that one of the reasons why the Steelers did this is because they thought they had an unhappy camper here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get the volunteer, not hostages term thrown around a little bit at some point. 412-928-9370. More of your thoughts on this blockbuster deal. We now got people calling in saying they hate it. Mika Fitzpatrick out the door. Jalen Ramsey comes here. So does Jonnu Smith. What are your expectations now for the Steelers in 2025 after this blockbuster? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I'm at the 34th Annual Bob Pompiani Golf Classic. Every time I'm here, gigantic news breaks. Last year it was Tomlin's contract extension. This year is one of the biggest trades in Steelers history. Give me your thoughts. I'll give you mine. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Burns will make them chase. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Reds rookie pitcher Chase Burns makes his second career start tonight in Boston. Burns had 8 punch-outs in his debut, and the Red Sox have the third highest strikeout rate in baseball, second highest since the Devers trade. Burns over 6.5 Ks. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Hey guys, Donnie here, remembering the comments from a few years ago. Yeah, Donnie, you lost weight, but keeping it off, no chance. That's after dropping 45 pounds with Awaken 180. Where am I at today? Down 50 pounds. It's fun proving some people wrong, and this is a big one. Here's the best part. I haven't given up pizza. I haven't given up ice cream, or really anything that I love to eat. I know my body now. Awaken 180 taught me how it works, so nothing is off limits. It's second nature, and the proof is the 50 pounds mark. I still weigh in once a month or once every 6 weeks for free. My coach keeps me on the track, and I look forward to those calls because my guy Pat has advice in all areas. If I start working out more, what are the best protein shakes to go with? What if my sweet tooth comes back for a minute? How do I curb all that stuff? The tips, the tricks, the continued support is how Awaken 180 is in their 11 years of helping people just like you and me. Make the call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Good morning start at GetGo, especially when you save on fresh, made-to-order breakfast biscuits. Just 2 for $7 with your loyalty card. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more served on fluffy biscuits. Order yours at any GetGo cafe and market. Or better yet, order on the GetGo app to get your day going even faster. 2 for $7 breakfast biscuits, only at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine, and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodies. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Pittsburgh Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essentials. That's Verizon.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East inbound is a bit slow through Swissvale heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West inbound is congested up in Robinson Town Center, and then again from Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is brake lights from the county jail. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Brought to you by Amazon.
This Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Humongous trade. The Steelers sent Minka Fitzpatrick back to the Dolphins for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith today. It's real. It really happened. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Bob Papiani Golf Classic at Chartiers Country Club. It's the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Now the sun's trying to break through. After a bunch of rain, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Look like they'll get Pirates and Cardinals in tonight when that series starts at PNC Park at 6:40. We're at the 34th annual Bob Pompiani Golf Classic, benefiting the Partners for Quality, family of nonprofit agencies. 4,000 local persons with intellectual disabilities, autism, and behavioral health challenges have benefited from this great charity. And Pompiani's Golf Classic has raised almost $2 million for Partners for Quality. And Pomp is sitting next to me right now.
Pony, how we doing? Back from vacation? Got the beard going strong?
Every time I come here, something huge happens.
Isn't that
Last
amazing?
year it was Tomlin's extension, and
Right.
now this trade.
And
And
that's
you
why
found out about it on the course.
I had no idea. We were playing, and I was just doing this little thing because Joey Porter Sr.'s here, and he has a good swing. And I've seen him progress as a golfer, so I said, I'm going to take a little video. And as I was doing it, I saw a thing plop up on my phone that said Jalen Ramsey.
So mid-swing, you interrupted
So
him?
I didn't know the whole thing. I just saw Jalen Ramsey. And I said,
That's
hey.
not good golf etiquette.
No, I was doing my description. I talked about you have a great apex. Look at the follow-through, hip penetration. All of it was great. Pro Tracer technology brought to you by Konica Minolta Biz Hub Swing Solution. And he liked all that. And I said, by the way, Jalen Ramsey's a steer. What do you think? I had no idea what the components of the trade because we didn't know that.
Now, did you hear rumblings and rumors? You always hear whispers. You always hear people.
Well, I heard a few things that I didn't, but I thought that didn't add up.
So
Why
tell
would that
me,
add up?
Tell me, now that the cat's out of the bag, what were you hearing?
Just that something could be coming, and I had a feeling
With
that Jalen. No. I wouldn't be shocked by that, and I was shocked by that.
But you heard that maybe Ramsey or
I
Smith.
heard, yeah, one of those guys was not so much Smith, more Ramsey. But I don't know where the Minka and then Jonnu Smith thrown into this. I mean, it's a big trade. You don't see two 5-time Pro Bowl selections being traded.
Players
before.
almost never get
Never,
traded. in
not
the
at this
NFL.
time of the year, before training camp like this, out of nowhere. Normally it's a silent time. But what did you think about it? I mean, I'm surprised only because I thought they held Minka in high regard, and I'm sure they still do.
Really,
but
I felt
something's
like their
not.
actions said differently during the season when they played him 30 yards off the line of scrimmage the whole time.
Right, but they also had a justification for that.
And what was that?
Center field, nothing happens back there. We keep him there because it deters people from throwing in the middle of the field.
Yes, but their defense was better when he was playing
I
like
agree.
Troy and making all kinds
when
of
he
plays.
had, and that's what we talked about last year. Chris Hoke and I, Charlie Batch, before games, we talked about he's not as effective when he's not making big plays.
And what would they say about it?
Well, they would say true, but also what he does and represents in center field area where he keeps the middle of the
but
field.
You could get Darren Perry to do that.
I know that.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, now they have Thornhill, who I don't know if he's capable of doing that.
But you put him back there, just ask him to make sure the guy doesn't run past him, which is easier said than done, but that's pretty much that job description now.
Right.
Bob.
I mean, I was just surprised to hear that component. I did not expect to hear that, especially knowing it wasn't a salary cap thing because he was under contract.
No, basically the money's a wash. They're
right,
going to pay Ramsey $20 million, and they're going or $19 million. They would have paid Minka
Smith,
$20.
on the other hand, whatever he's going to be. Is he due for an up?
So they gave him an extension.
Oh, I didn't see that part of it either. See, I've been out here all day. I haven't seen much.
So he got $12 million for next year.
Okay.
So he's going to make $4 million
That's
this year.
Pat Freiermuth money.
He's making more than Pat next year.
But it's in the same range, right?
That's a lot of money.
It is, but it also goes to show you that the two tight ends are going to be active.
It goes to show you Arthur Smith's got a thing for him. He's obsessed with him.
Well, he was with him, yeah, exactly. And he had a great year last year in Miami. I was a little bit surprised. You know, it's almost like another wide receiver. You can classify him as that.
Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to look at Freiermuth
88 catches is not a touch. That's more or less a wide receiving number.
There were only 3 tight ends in the NFL that had more receiving yards than him last year.
So
that's
that's
very productive.
Very productive. And at $12 million, I think that's probably a good thing. And he likes him, so he's the offensive coordinator.
I think they got better. I can't I can't hate the trade. Why would I hate it if I thought they were misusing Minka? And I also felt like Minka had lost a step.
And now, if you look, we had this conversation over the last couple of weeks. I'm sure you have too. Depth at certain positions, cornerback being one of them.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. and Darius Slay, but Slay's up there in age. And they bring another guy who's up there in age, but he has pedigree. Both those guys are very good.
I think Ramsey's their best corner. If I had to rank the guys that they have, I would want him, for the most part, to match up with the best guys. But the thinking so far from the people that have chimed in on this has been they think that Slay and Porter Jr. will play outside and Ramsey will play in the slot.
And that could certainly work, and it will make them better overall. Yeah. But yeah, so it was interesting to get Joey's reaction and Kevin Colbert. They didn't hear either. You know,
Kevin's here too.
Yeah, he was here playing with us, But I mean, that's a big. I don't expect something like that big. But maybe every year we have this tournament. Now we're going to have big Steeler news. I can count on it.
They're taking big swings. And say what you will about it, it hasn't produced results yet. But they are not operating status quo of let's just draft guys and hope they get better and give them second contracts or not.
Right.
Bob, they win off seasons more than they win playoff games now. Would you agree with that?
But I also think it goes to show you that they don't throw seasons away and they don't look to tank and do all the things that a lot of people want them to do. What they do is they believe they have a chance to be competitive, and they want to make sure that every season is important with that.
But do you not agree, though, that you send a mixed message when you make these win-now moves and then you traded Pickens for a pick next year?
Yes. In fact, I was against that trade. I told you before, I think I would have liked to have seen Pickens here opposite Metcalf.
And I was fine with trading him, but now that you're putting so many eggs in this basket, why wouldn't you have just kept that one for one more year?
Unless they believe that Jonnu Smith was in their plans and his name has been talked about before and he could be that guy.
But greed is good. More is better. Why not just have as many weapons as you can possibly have on offense?
I agree. And I thought with Metcalf complementing, and making life a lot easier for George Pickens, that he would have understood that, checked his ego in the back seat, and had a good year because he needs to do that. He's in the same position in Dallas. He has to put up numbers to get the kind of contract he wants. And I know his attitude and everything led to this decision, but I was hoping that he would be here just to see what this offense would look with two big stud guys on the outside.
So since you've been out on the course, did you see the T.J. Watt part of this?
No, I haven't seen anything. But again, I hope you understand why. I've been busy. We have 154 golfers here, and
I was told you had to postpone it. Oh, that stinks. But then more sponsors and more golfers. So
we
actually,
had it on.
In the end, this is good.
I mean, it turned out to be great. We have a
actually.
lot of support from a lot of great people. I want to thank them all for doing it because the end game is to help, and we'll go over $2 million helping Partners for Quality. And if you see some of the work they do with some of their clients who are really in a tough situation, developmentally. They need help and trying to place them in jobs and all this kind of stuff.
So the Watt side of it is Schefter tweeted out that now that this trade had happened, teams now believe that they're reaching out because they think they can pry him loose in a trade. Like they're connecting the dots. Okay, they made this trade. Things aren't going anywhere with Watt. Schefter came right out and said Watt's unhappy with the contract negotiations. So
well, he's been unhappy apparently. He didn't show up.
But here's my thing going back to what we just talked about with Pickens. How do you trade Watt for draft picks when you've got a 31-year-old quarterback?
Right, and if you're all in with Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, you bring in Aaron Rodgers.
Jonnu Smith's in his 30s.
Right, all these guys who are designed to win now,
they are an old team.
It would go against.
They are a very old team.
They are, but this whole, I still think, regardless of what's being said, that T.J. Watt will sign on the dotted line. He'll be here. And it won't be until later in the training camp, maybe even the beginning of the season, before he gets a deal done, but he will. I still wonder about Micah Parsons. I don't know. Did I miss anything there?
No.
No. So he's still negotiating with them.
Why? Was something on the verge of happening there?
I don't know, I just thought that he was next up down there. And if you're the Steelers, do you want to wait even longer? And if that, I don't know what T.J. Watt wants in terms of if he wants to be the best edge rusher pay-wise, he can do that.
Yes.
But if it goes above that,
yes.
if Parson gets more than that, will he shoot that as his target?
Yes.
Well, then that's crazy, I think. Just take, come on. How much do you need?
What do you mean, come on?
I mean, we're playing
Bob,
games
these guys only play one time, though. Their careers are so short. Look, I would not give him the money, but I completely understand why he wants more than Myles Garrett.
My point
more
is,
productive than Garrett.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about Micah Parsons. If Micah Parsons comes in at $43 million, does he
Right.
get 45?
I think he'll try for it.
Again, but to me, that's, you don't need to go in that
He's
direction.
also been more productive than Parsons, so he could say, I deserve the money more than he does.
But Parsons plays a different position, and he's utilized differently. So I don't know. I still think it's going to get done. The numbers have gone up substantially. Steelers probably would have been better off in hindsight doing this last year.
But what I don't understand about the reporting is if everyone just thinks it's fait accompli and, the Steelers always wait to the last second, it's going to get done in August, then why isn't everybody just saying that? Why is Schefter trying to fuel the fire and make people think actually there's a chance?
Well, maybe because agents want to get involved and they get in his ear and he starts putting stuff out. I'm not.
Yeah, but Omar Khan and Art Rooney aren't going to fall for that. And Adam Schefter tweets like, oh, crap, we better get his agent on the horn because.
You're asking me why they would come out. I don't know. Agents play a significant role in this sort of stuff off season.
Well, we also thought that agents were just playing games with the Jonnu Smith thing.
Right, and it turned out to be true. Right, so all I know is I thought this was all the roster was pretty because we're doing depth charts now and didn't have Jonnu Smith on it. Now I got to make some.
What do you mean we're doing? Oh,
for preseason.
You're
games.
already getting ahead of that.
Oh yeah, there's 100 players on each side pretty much, so you got to know who's who here.
The question I had for this segment before you walked over was this, so I will ask it to you. What are your expectations for the Steelers now after this trade?
My expectations are to be 10-7 in that range and get into the wild card. I don't think they'll win the division. I still think Baltimore probably is the team to beat there. I think Cincinnati will be okay, but in the end, their defense will cost them. They'll be a high-scoring team just like they were last year, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop people.
You think the Steelers are better than the Bengals?
I think the Steelers right now have a chance to be ahead of the Bengals, yes.
You're saying chance. You're trying to couch things
I don't know, Andrew. I can't come up with a blatant statement because there could be another deal or two.
Yes, I understand that. You can have an opinion on it that you're allowed to change.
I said 10-7. Where that leads them is to probably a wild card spot.
So do you think they'll win a playoff game this year now that they've made this trade?
Yes. How about that?
Wow.
I do. I think it's time. It's been 8 years if they don't.
Yeah, we said the same thing last year.
I know that. But sooner or later, there's going to be that.
Not necessarily. How long has it been since the Pirates won a playoff series?
Well, you know the answer to that. You got to go back to 1979.
I actually have to tell you something about that. I honestly feel like that does affect the way people talk about the Steelers because they don't want to criticize the team for trying. Because there's one team that doesn't always try in this town. So when one team does try to win, even if it's not necessarily the best move, hey, at least they're going for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think they are. Again, they're not trying to mail in any season. They're trying to win every year. And now, have they made wrong decisions along the way? Absolutely. They're chasing a franchise quarterback, which they still don't have. So this will linger into next year.
And you're not high on Rodgers at all. You're very low on him.
He can change my mind. I did not. I think I made it very clear. I was Justin Fields. I thought that guy could have taken potentially the next step and do it in front of their very eyes, which would have made their chase for a franchise quarterback a little easier potentially. And we're not going to know the answer to that. We may find out in New York that maybe he is going to blossom. We've seen guys. Geno Smith, the biggest example of a guy who you never would have thought he'd be where he is now. As a starting quarterback, he was always looked at as that backup.
He got punched in the face by a teammate and missed the rest of the year because of it.
So my point is, I was just pinning my hopes on a 25-year-old who could blossom versus a 41, soon to be 42, who we've seen the best of.
Do you anticipate Rodgers will sit down with you guys for the preseason games? Do you think you'll get a chance to actually get to know him?
That's our intent. I hope to. Yeah.
What would be the first question you asked him?
Were you talking about family related?
You'd ask him about golf. That's exactly.
Well, no, I wouldn't ask him about golf.
You'd icebreak it with golf.
He's a big golfer. I know that.
Do a little icebreaker.
No, I definitely would not ask him about that.
Why?
Eventually I would, but it wouldn't be the first thing.
I'm just saying you wouldn't necessarily, when the camera was rolling, ask him that question.
Oh no, you got to warm him up, have a couple of things.
Right, you might go the golf route.
Go to golf route. Talk about what it's like to be in darkness for 4 days. I'd like to know because sometimes I think I need that. A little therapy session, all that kind of stuff.
Well, this is a great thing you do here every year, Bob.
Well, hi, Sonny. it's a labor of love for me, and basically we started this because I met a woman who passed away this year. Her name is Sandy Allison, and she was kind of the inspiration for it all. Severely challenged developmentally, could only use her feet. But if you go inside, Andrew, you'll see a picture. Her last one she painted before she died, and that's going to be our final auction item tonight. So,
who's going to do the live auction?
Me, until I break down and cry, and then my wife will help me out. Lisa,
you guys have a great sports memorabilia listing of stuff in there.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of Paul Skeen stuff.
Yager autographs, Skeen's autographs.
Shirts, yeah, and we have Jack Lambert autographed Three River Stadium seat. How about that?
Yeah. Bob, thanks for having us
Andrew,
here.
good to have you back.
Are you on the air tomorrow?
Yes.
All right.
I'll be there tomorrow. All right.
Text is on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Coming up next, the Ed Bouchette of Miami on the Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith acquisitions. But first, a headline from intern Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cardinals at Pirates tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Fight Fest Weekend, July 11th and 12th, outside Live Casino Pittsburgh.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. LeBron James is entitled to opt into his player option for $52.6 million. LeBron James is entitled to chase rings, even though he said a week ago that's not how to define greatness at the end of his career. LeBron James is entitled to a lot of things, but he can't have his cake and eat it too. By opting into that deal, to that money that he's earned, he knew the Lakers would be hamstrung and unable to compete for a championship. Make up your mind, LeBron. Pick a lane. I'm Bill Ryder.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh Employee Pricing Plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games, easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Foreign Ears, Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Number 1 based on Eilers and Kraychek 2H24 product analysis.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
This is Pat Bostic. Pittsburgh was built by hardworking people, and no one has shaped our city more than P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group. From our skyline to our bridges and roads, their craftsmanship stands strong. Now, they're looking for local talent to help build the future. Join an award-winning team that values quality, safety, and attention to detail. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Start your career today. Visit pjdick.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, both sides of the Parkway West are congested through Robinson Town Center, and the Parkway West inbound is stacked to Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound is slow moving from the bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound is brake lights from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Steelers make a gigantic trade with the Dolphins. There were all kinds of rumors swirling about the Steelers and Jonnu Smith. And then a lot of talk about the Steelers and Jalen Ramsey, conversations that weren't going anywhere. 10:30 today, bombshell. Both of those guys traded to the Steelers, heading back to the Dolphins. A guy the Steelers got from the Dolphins, Minkah Fitzpatrick, in just a very strange deal that we've been breaking down all day. For the most part, we like it, don't love it. And a lot of discussion about what the Steelers are getting with the two guys that come back in this trade. So to help us with that, Armando Salguero, one of the great NFL writers of all time, based out of Miami. He's been their Hall of Fame voter and writer for years, covered the Dolphins for decades, now writes for Outkick, and he joins us again here on 93.7 The Fan. Armando, what are the Steelers getting in Jalen Ramsey at this point in his career?
They're getting an outstanding cornerback.
and they're getting an outstanding cornerback that they need because they play in the NFC North. And last I looked, the Baltimore Ravens have Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman and added DeAndre Hopkins. And the Cincinnati Bengals have the best wide receiver duo maybe in the entire NFL with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And to stop that and to somehow not be looking up at the scoreboard going, how do we keep up with that? You need talent at cornerback. And I know that Steelers fans may say, oh, we got Darius Slay. Okay. That's fine. He's 34, and he's probably played his best football. I think that Jalen Ramsey is an upgrade and a major upgrade, and he has versatility. Jalen Ramsey, when he came to the Dolphins, he and I had a little, I would say, disagreement because I called him a cornerback. And he took offense to that, even though he played most of his career at cornerback, because he wants to be known as a defensive back, a guy that plays the nickel, a guy that has been able to play safety. He did that a lot in Jacksonville. He played some nickel with the Rams. And so he likes to kind of paint himself as, a master of all the positions in the secondary, not just one. And that's fine, and I assume that the Steelers will make use of that versatility.
So you still see a really good to great football player, even though there were thoughts before Ramsey was traded, Armando, that he might get dealt for like a day 3 draft pick.
Well, that's the thing. Andrew, here's the thing. It's possible for both teams to have done well.
Yep.
It's possible that one team doesn't have to absolutely 100% win the trade. The Miami Dolphins were in a terrible situation with Jalen Ramsey in that they had to trade him. The entire NFL knew it, and that typically lowers the value on a player when he's absolutely positively not going to be with the team. So how do the Dolphins rescue that situation? They did it by having a second team, and the second team is the Rams. The Rams love Jalen Ramsey and were more than willing and in fact were very open about their desire to get him back. Mm-hmm. And so that's a win for the Dolphins in that it wasn't a fire sale for Jalen Ramsey. Meanwhile, the Steelers, they get a good player. He's good. The fact that he was disgruntled in Miami doesn't mean that he was sucky on the field. He's good. Jonnu Smith is coming off a career year. He's good. And I assume that Arthur Smith knows how to use him because the last time, Jonnu Smith had 8 touchdown catches last year. That was a career year for him. And he tied a career high. The last time he did that career high was in 2020 when he played for who? Arthur Smith. And so that's a good get. And, they have to give up something to get something. Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Dolphins love him and have loved him as an organization. They traded him because Brian Flores got a burr up his butt about wanting to turn Minkah Fitzpatrick into Eugene Chung and make him play everywhere, and Minkah didn't want to do that, so they had to trade him away, even though they had made him the first-round draft pick 1 year prior, and he had been to the Pro Bowl. Is he the same player he was in 19 and 20? No,
he's not.
But he's a good player. He's a really good player. And so everybody kind of gets theirs in this trade, in my opinion.
Where do you think among those positions that Ramsey has played, where do you think he's the best fit in 2025, Armando? If you were going to say, he'll play everywhere, but this is where he'll perform best, Outside corner, slot corner, or safety? What would you say and why?
So he's played the most at outside. He's played second most at slot. He has the rare ability in that he's a big guy for a cornerback, and he can play the slot. Obviously, I don't know that Darius Slay can do that. So if Darius Slay can't play the slot, that's Jalen Ramsey, and when the Steelers are facing 3 wide receiver sets in the slot position. When it's just Jamar Chase and Higgins, or Flowers and Bateman, not Flowers and Bateman because Flowers is a slot guy, but look, I would say to you that when it's 2 wide receivers on the field for the other team, he's going to be outside.
How about the contract? Are the Steelers getting a bad contract? Are they getting a fair contract? Are they getting one they're going to want to renegotiate with Ramsey because it gets exorbitantly expensive over the next couple of years? Give me a take, Armando, on the contract they're getting with Jalen Ramsey here.
They're paying. They're clearly paying. And, there's a report out there that they're giving him some money, a raise, and there's a report out there that they are paying part of, the money that the Dolphins were going to owe him. The part that I don't like for the Steelers in this trade, and it's really the only part, is the 5th-round pick. I don't love the Steelers giving up a 5th-round pick. I think the Dolphins are happy that they're getting a 5th-round pick out of this thing.
Interesting. All right, Armando, last one. Would you say Jalen Ramsey, true or false, is still a top 10 corner in the NFL?
Wow. So if he's healthy, yeah. The problem is his health hasn't been there during his time with the Dolphins. He didn't blow out his knee, but he had a significant knee injury the first day of practice 2 years ago, and he was out for, quite a while. He's struggled with minor, soft tissue injuries and so forth during that time, and that has slowed him. But when he's been 100% and on the field, he is a very good quarterback. There's no two ways about it.
Do you think, actually I lied, I got one more for you. Do you think there's any way the Steelers could have gotten Tyreek Hill thrown into this deal, Armando?
Well, were they going to pay? No.
I don't know. We just need a number 2 wide receiver here. I know Jonnu Smith is kind of going to maybe function as one, but I'm just curious if you feel like they would have, if there was a way to pry him loose. That's all.
Yeah, the Dolphins would be, I believe, interested in moving on from Tyreek Hill, but the contract makes it such that it's practically impossible unless a team says, we'll take on the burden of, the guarantees for you. And I don't know any team that really wants to do that.
Gotcha. Armando Salguero has done an unbelievable job of covering the Dolphins and now the NFL for Outkick. Hey, Armando, thanks for coming back with us today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, brother.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We got a Donnie football debrief coming up, which will obviously have a ton more on this blockbuster trade today. We're live at the Pompiani Golf Classic at Chartiers Country Club. We'll be right back. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cardinals at Pirates tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochran Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
The record-setting steel curtain roars back at Kennywood. Soar through 9 inversions, the most in the U.S. Best deals at Kennywood.com. Have Pepsi Zero Sugar is a proud partner of Kennywood. Zero never tasted so good. Try it to believe it.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Before I went to the Good Feet store, I'd have to find a chair or something just to rest my back. There was so much pain. I mean, it was tough. I mean, I would take ibuprofen, aspirin sometimes to get rid of the pain.
Many customers talk about these same failed remedies when they come to the Good Feet store.
Once I went to the Good Feet store, my life really changed. And I have not, over these 5+ years, wearing these orthotics, had any trouble whatsoever with my lower back. It has been an absolute blessing.
The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers live a better life. No shots, no surgery, no medication. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for a Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie hosted from 10 to 2 today and told everybody about the breaking news of the huge Steelers trade because Pompiani and Starkey were both playing in Bob's Golf Classic. And when the golf event is named after you, you get to play in it. The 34th edition of the Pompiani Golf Classic here at Chartiers Country Club. Last year here, there was the gigantic Tomlin extension, which I railed against and argued with people about. And now we've had, for the most part, I think a more civil conversation about this Ramsey for Minka trade. Although we did have a guy say he would tell Joey Porter Jr. to his face that he was soft. Joey Porter Sr. is here, so maybe I can get word to him about that. I'm also waiting for the awkwardness of Malsey and Joey Porter seeing each other again. Because the last time we were at a golf tournament together, Jerome Bettis' charity event, Porter wanted to fight Mulsey and take his fist and punch Mulsey in the face until he saw brain. Okay, that might be taking it a little far. But anyways, they didn't like each other that day because Porter was pissed at Mulsey for something, and I don't even remember what it was. All right, Dom, you're pinch hitting today. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm great. Have you graded this trade personally? Have we seen the intern Dom take on this deal?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And I think for you to say that people can't absolutely love it is bizarre and wrong. I love this move.
And in what way? Now it's like the trade that now puts them over the top. It's like when the Pirates traded for Bill Madlock in '79 and they won the World Series, or when the Penguins traded for Ron Francis. I mean, you're going to put it in that vein. That's what loving it would be.
Well,
What's it do? What's it do for you?
Well, it certainly makes them a clear AFC Championship game team, and quite possibly.
No, it does not. In what way? They're better than who? The Chiefs?
They're right up there with the Chiefs and Bengals. Right up there.
Nobody else in the world thinks that.
Well,
but you.
I think
Jim
that.
Colony.
I certainly think that. You know,
Wait, so you think the Chiefs and the Steelers are basically the same team right now?
I think it's Bengals, Chiefs, and the Steelers are right there with Bills and Ravens right underneath them.
And so the team that crushed them in the playoff game last year, they are better than
This is a completely different team than last year's playoff game. Completely different team.
They have a different quarterback. They still have the same coach.
They have a different quarterback. They have a better wide receiver room, a better running game. Defense will be much better, and the offensive line will be way more improved. So this is a completely different team.
And so that gets you from 10-7 in a butt kicking to, what, 12-5 in a date in the AFC Championship game?
I'd say 11 wins in an AFC Championship game, yes. Minka Fitzpatrick last year had 1 interception. The year before that, he had 0 interceptions.
I don't remember you saying that Minka Fitzpatrick was the weakest link of the Steelers when you were bragging about how good they were going to be 24 hours ago. This is a new take of yours.
No, I wasn't.
This is an epiphany of yours where Minka Fitzpatrick was fine until this trade got made and now he stinks.
No, I'm saying that if you take that guy that's had 1 interception over the past 2 years, was playing more and more out of position, being moved up to essentially being a linebacker, which he clearly didn't like. It did not work because there were communication issues galore.
Yes.
So now you take him out of the equation.
But when you were singing the praises of Mike Tomlin and the Steelers before this trade got made, you never once said, well, one thing that's sticking in my craw is the way that they're using Minka Fitzpatrick. You seem to be fine with it. It never came up. There's no tweet. There's no receipt from intern Dom that said, you know what's really holding the Steelers back? The way that they're using Minka Fitzpatrick.
Correct. But the reason I'm grading this move so highly is because you are taking that and replacing it with not just a top 10 cornerback in the league, but yet another pass catcher for Aaron Rodgers. So I think it's a win-win all around. I don't think Minka wanted to be here anymore. So now he goes back to Miami in a somewhat good situation, and we get an even better return for him. So yes, I'd go A+.
And before that, you were like, maybe they're not as good as the Bills, but now they're better than Buffalo.
No, I probably would have still said they're in Buffalo's league, but now I think the defense is even better. So I would say if they're not right there with Buffalo,
well, you think Aaron Rodgers is just as good as Josh Allen?
Well, the numbers
with these defensive upgrades.
Well, the numbers say he was better. Well, the numbers say he was better than Josh Allen last year.
He threw 1 more touchdown pass and had more receiving yards because his team was trailing in basically every game. You are right about that.
Is that better?
Well, so Josh Allen gets penalized because his team has a lead and they run the ball late in the game instead of throw it? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, certainly
that's
not.
What I think I'm getting.
No, certainly not. But for people to say a guy who had better numbers than Josh Allen is washed is just completely wrong.
He had more yards than him. And he had 1 more touchdown pass.
Is that not better numbers, yes or no?
When we're only dealing with 2 numbers, yes, but his QBR was worse, his passer rating was worse, and his team won fewer games. Are those numbers not relevant?
Well, the Jets suck. He's on a team that nobody wins with.
Dom, they won more games with Zach Wilson the year before. How do you reconcile that?
Because Aaron Rodgers was coming off 2 years of not playing football? Because he blew out his Achilles?
And so a healthy Zach Wilson is better than a hobbled Aaron Rodgers?
Hey, Zach Wilson had his moments. There's a reason he was drafted, 2nd, 3rd overall?
He had 1 moment, which was catching a touchdown pass against the Steelers.
No, he had
doing the gritty.
No, he had his moment. Can I get to my debrief, by the way? I don't know why.
I thought this was the debrief.
No,
breaking down this move.
No, I had something else planned.
Okay, get to your damn debrief.
Tom Brady and Sydney Sweeney were seen chatting it up at Jeff
God.
Bezos' wedding in Italy this past weekend. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, I believe it, I guess. I think it is. I think it's happened.
Well, I wasn't asking if you believed it or not. That's confirmed. I'm getting your thoughts on...
Confirmed by who? A tabloid said that they were talking with each other? I'm saying...
TMZ reported it.
Okay, TMZ, they are reliable. I'm saying I'm taking it a step further than that. I think there's been a date. I think there might even be relations between the two.
Whoa! See, now this is where we get to the juice of the conversation.
I think there's a chance that both are very interested in each other.
Don't you think this would, alter the course of human history if maybe the most famous male and female in the world right now started dating?
Well, hold on a second here. If Bill Belichick can allegedly get engaged to a woman in her early 20s, then a man who is in his late 40s, who looks like he's in his late 20s or early 30s, who's worldwide famous for being regarded as the greatest football player of all time, absolutely has a shot with her.
Oh, I don't think he doesn't.
So I'm saying it's probably happened.
Who do you think
continue to happen?
Who do you think is more famous right now, Brady or Sydney Sweeney?
She is. Because I think hot trumps football. Now, if the question is who is more famous in America, I would say him. But if we're taking into account the entire globe, the entire world, I would say her.
I still think she's more famous than him in America.
No.
Brady's kind of disappeared. I know he does the games on Fox, so maybe
he hasn't disappeared at all. What are you talking about?
He's not as relevant as he was when he was playing.
Stories like this keep him extremely relevant. He was married to a supermodel before this.
You know, this wedding that they were at, Leonardo DiCaprio was there, Orlando Bloom was there, everybody was at this wedding. I wish I was invited. I would have went.
Do you think that Brady was the only football player there?
Oh, great question. Yes. Yes, I do. So. You said no? Well, who else would be there that's on his level? Nobody.
Travis Kelce. Because of the Taylor Swift thing.
No, yes. Travis Kelce isn't getting invited.
Well, you don't think Taylor Swift could get invited? If Orlando Bloom could be there, for God's sake, I think she could get invited, and that would be her +1. What are you talking about?
I don't think she was there. Also, I don't know if she was invited.
Well, if you're saying all these big-time celebrities would be invited, she's got to be like one of the 10 biggest in the world right now.
Maybe she's too big to even go. Maybe either A, he's like, she's not coming, so why invite her? Or B, he invited her and she wasn't there, which means Travis Kelce is not going to be there.
All right, Dom. Great stuff, I guess, in the debrief.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we are live at the Pompey Andy Golf Classic. We are getting your grades on this massive Steelers-Dolphins trade. Dom just gave it an A+, because he is now convinced the Steelers will be playing in the AFC Championship game, even though they haven't won a playoff game since 2016, because they swapped Minka Fitzpatrick out for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. And I'd love to hear your thoughts at 412-928-9370. I have no idea where Malsey is. He was supposed to be here for the final hour of the show. We'll see if he shows up. I'd like to pick his large head and brain on this trade as well. If he doesn't, that means more time for you and me. There is one aspect, I'm just getting word here, on another reason why Minka Fitzpatrick might have been traded. Not the biggest reason, but a very juicy, salacious reason for why that may have been the case. So stay tuned for that. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
What's up, guys? It's Malsey for Awaken 180 Weight Loss, and I can so confidently say that Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss because I can speak firsthand to what it's done for me. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks thanks to Awaken 180's science-based approach, the nutrition-based approach, and, of course, the coaching and the support you get with Awaken 180 that is so unique. And I've kept that weight off for almost 3 years. It was just a life-changing experience for me with Awaken 180. My coach devised the plan. I executed the plan. I watched the pounds fall off. And yes, at first I could not believe it was actually happening, but that disbelief quickly gave way to delight because all my old clothes fit. I felt better. I was sleeping better. I reaped all of the benefits, more than just a number on the scale. What are you waiting for? If you've been trying to shed the stubborn pounds, haven't been able to do it yourself, let Awaken 180 Weight Loss help you. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online, awaken180weightloss.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley here. 4th of July coming up on Friday, and you need beer, and Hampton Beer Outlet is the place to go. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about those prices? Imagine yourself playing some wiffle ball in the backyard with the fam, with the friends, an ice-cold Yuengling or Michelob Ultra in your hand. 24-pack cans, Michelob Ultra, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Employee pricing for everyone at South Hills Lincoln and Peters Township. This is the Lincoln Motor Company Employee Pricing Program. That means below invoice pricing on new Lincolns. Pay what Lincoln employees pay, not a penny more. Save thousands during this sales event. Transparent pricing and a large selection of new Lincolns. The new redesigned 2025 Lincoln Navigator just arrived. South Hills Lincoln, Route 19 in Peters Township. Visit southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. Employee pricing not available on 25 Navigator. Offer expires July 7th.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Discover the 4th of July sale at Target. Save 20% on clothing and swimwear for women, select cookies with Target Circle, and up to 50% off Sun Squad sporting goods. Get ready for a fireworks-worthy celebration with patriotic cookies, fun sports gear, and of course, spectacular fits. The deals end July 5th, so hurry and get 20% off apparel, select cookies with Target Circle, and 50% off Sun Squad sports gear. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Showers and thunderstorms tonight, the low 72.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
On the major roadways, the Parkway West inbound is congested from Carnegie heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and the Parkway West outbound is slow moving from 2nd Avenue. The Parkway East inbound is brake lights from Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway East outbound is slow from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Blockbuster deal. Minka Fitzpatrick goes back to Miami. The Steelers in return get 2 players, Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Pompiani Golf Classic, it's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mike Minka hasn't had the turnovers this year, but is he doing things maybe to help set up other people for what they're doing?
Man, he's doing a great job, to be quite honest with you.
But again, I think the turnovers will come. I think oftentimes when you play on the back end, you're defined by takeaways. Just like when you play up front, you're defined by sacks, but it's not always the storyteller. But those of us that are in this business, we realize to a degree that you're measured by it. And so, he'll keep working, but I'm not displeased by anything that he's doing, certainly. And we're asking him to do a lot of things, but we always ask him to do a lot of things. I'm really excited about Cam Sutton being back because Cam's presence is really helpful in terms of being able to move him around even more because Cam is so versatile.
All right, that's the opposite of foreshadowing. Mike Tomlin giving the lip service on Minkah Fitzpatrick and what a great job he was doing, and a few months later he's gone back to Miami. The huge, massive trade, the Steelers and Dolphins doing something you almost never see in the NFL, and that's trading one former All-Pro for another, and to boot, to sweeten the pot, the Steelers got Jonnu Smith, Arthur Smith's favorite player of all time, back in the deal as well. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Now the sun is beating down on us here at the Pompiani Golf Classic. Temperatures in the 80s, looking good, very humid for the Pirates starting a 3-game set with the Cardinals tonight, and that is your fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Malzi has joined me.
Hello. Nice to see you back.
Thank you. I'm still
lighter in the wallet after the Skeens thing. I don't mean to dissuade you from the matter at hand, which I know is a big one.
For a good cause.
For a great cause, and I know you're a man of your word. I just cannot believe you managed to somehow maloik yourself here.
The DMs have gone out, and I've already heard word from those people, so they will be getting jerseys.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm still telling people that are here at Pompiani's that this trade happened because they've been out on the course, and some of them were in disbelief and thought that it was a fake account from Schefter that sent the news
That was
out.
Colony's very first reaction. So we started, it was me, Jim Colony, Joe Starkey, and then Sean McCall, my buddy, who's also the pro at Hickory Heights. Great dude.
Congratulations on all his success.
He was awesome to come out here and play with and basically carry us 3 bums around the course. Course looked incredible, too, which was awesome. And so we played the 12th hole as our first hole. We finished the hole. We get up to the 13th tee, and I just deadpanned because I had my phone out, and I was going to, kind of videotape some swings for going low. And I said, Joe, the Steelers just traded Minkah for Jalen Ramsey, and we hadn't seen the Jonnu Smith part come out yet. It was like the Shane Baz thing. For a second, you didn't know who the other player was. Joe and Jim's first reaction, and Jim's out of the game, basically, was like, is that a real account? Did you see it? Like, they were assuming it was from Sports Talk Barry. And I said, no, this is Adam Schefter. This is happening. And there was that shock. You just said guys weren't on their phones today, so they didn't know. Can I just tell you, I'm sure you've had plenty of 3 hours to talk about it today. My first thought was I had the spidey sense, but not that strong of one, that he and Mike did not get along that well, that communication stuff might come back to player and coach maybe being at odds, because we know Minkah is such an unbelievably strong personality, and so is Mike. That was my first thought, was those two had to have been at odds. Beyond anything that was happening on the field that wasn't going right, if it was communication-oriented, that would make Mike crazy.
Yeah.
And I just got my first reaction before who won this deal, all that. Those two had to have been majorly at odds for this to take place.
The clip from Tomlin that we heard there that was dated, I think, from November or December makes no sense. Tomlin said we're using them in a bunch of different ways all over the place. No, that was the problem. He was lining up 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage and being Omar Moreno. He was just being a center fielder.
He was off screen on the traditional NFL view you get. He wasn't even close to the screen.
I agree with you 100%. I think that he was disenchanted with the way he was being used here, and he's no shrinking violet in these situations. That's how he got traded out of Miami after 1 year.
Correct.
Brian Flores is a strong-willed person.